Hello, Internet. Welcome to Creative Live. Welcome to day 2 with Sal and Taylor Cincotta, Wedding Photography Boot Camp.
Is it really?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Where you been?
Yeah, where you been?
I've been here. I've been
Sure?
here. Yeah, it is Wednesday.
Day
Yes.
3, thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome to day 3 of Sal and Taylor Cincotta's Wedding Photography Boot Camp. This is our audio. Please let us know in the chat rooms if you're having any difficulties. And my name is Susan Roderick, and this is my co-host, Kenna Klosterman.
Good morning, everyone.
How are you today?
I'm great.
Good.
I'm doing great.
We're going to kind of hustle through. How are you guys doing today? I guess I should introduce you two.
We stayed and we were teaching last night after the cameras went off. We stayed here for another 2+ hours just with the girls teaching more. So
Unbelievable.
I think everybody's tired.
Yeah, when Ken and I left, we saw you out in the street.
Yes.
All of you guys just
See, because
rallying.
once the cameras start rolling, I can get back to the normal Sal Cincotta shooting, which is middle of the street, doing our things, and I can't get yelled at by the show. So I'm good.
All right, cool. We're going to take a moment to introduce our lovely studio audience. Did you guys finalize? Are you Sal's gals? Are you
Is that the Sal's gals?
Sal's gals?
How do you feel about that, Taylor?
Cincotta's chicks? I'm okay with that.
Okay. Sal's chicks with cameras. Yeah? No?
No, I like
with
Sal's
cameras.
gals.
Sal's gals?
No.
Yeah.
I don't care what we do.
Okay. So let's go down the line, starting with you, Lisa, and introduce yourself and tell us all the usuals.
Sure. I'm Lisa Palucci of Lisa Palucci Photography. You can find me on Facebook and on Twitter at Lisa Palucci. I'm an Atlanta-based wedding and portrait photographer, and this week so far has just been enlightening, and I'm just so excited to be part of it.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Brandy Morris with Brandy Image Photography.
Patty?
I'm sorry?
Patty?
Yeah, Patty. I'm sorry. My new name yesterday was Patty. But you can find me on Twitter at Brandy Image with 2 eyes. And it's amazing. I can't believe it's day 3 and we're halfway done. It's just, I don't want it to be over. So.
My name is Rochelle Erickson. I'm here from Kirkland, and my website is photosbyrochelle.com. I specialize in weddings and seniors, and I am so excited to be here. Still totally pumped up and am loving every second of it. So.
Awesome.
I'm Sarah Peterson with Dutch Girl Photography, based out of Morris, Illinois, just south of Chicago. Website is DutchGirlPhoto.com. Twitter handle is DutchGirlPhoto3. And I love that we were shooting last night out in the street in the rain and learning how to use the flash. So.
Except for Patty, her camera was.
Yeah, she didn't want to be out in the rain.
Yeah. She got a little chicken on us in the rain.
I'm Darlene Hall with Harvest of Memories. My Twitter is hrvstofmemories.com, or hrvstofmemories. I know some of the girls, we appreciate anybody that's coming out and liking our fan pages and telling us, you guys are doing such a good job, because we, on our lunch break, are wondering if we're asking enough questions, and tell us if there's something that you want to hear about, because we're not sure if there's any other questions we're not covering. But it's just been incredible. I mean, I was up till 11 o'clock last night working on my business plan, wide awake at 4 a.m. I called my husband to check up on my kids, and he's like, what time is it there? I'm like, 4 a.m. And it was just complete, yeah, what's the problem? I'm ready to go. So I think all of us are kind of just sitting in our hotel rooms, you know, like, is it time to go yet? Can we go? Can we go? But last night was awesome. We sat around with Sal for 2 hours. He looked at all of our cameras. It felt like Christmas. Like, here, fix our cameras. Answering all of our questions, taking us out in the street with no cameras rolling. It was just incredible, absolutely incredible. We all greatly appreciate everything that both of you guys do. The whole crew here is exceptional.
Yeah, this has been fun. It's been fun for us too. I mean, you know, you guys get to see kind of behind the scenes. Everybody out there sees us on camera, but you guys are seeing what's going on off camera, and you know my passion is helping you guys. So I'm happy to see the light bulb going off for a lot of you, and that's what this is all about. So yeah, we love it.
So we have a suggestion from the internet. Tina Shan Photography suggests Sal's wedding bells.
Oh.
That is very good. I think that needs to stick. Yeah.
Cute.
Well,
Sal's
Southern,
wedding bells.
but I say we go with it.
Nothing wrong with Southern.
All right.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, cool. Well, It's already a few minutes after 4, so we're just going to start. Again, welcome to Wedding Photography Bootcamp with Mr. Sal Cincotta.
You said a few minutes after 4.
Did I say 4?
Yeah. You girls are a mess today.
I looked at the clock and it was 9:04.
No, hey,
4.
I'm Sal Cincotta. I just want to introduce myself to you. Yeah, you're here at the boot camp today. Let's do it. Day 3.
All right. All right. Day 5?
Day 5, sure, yes. Probably feels like day 5 to some people. Their heads are spinning.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions in chat, and how to purchase the course of videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can take us on the go on your iPhone, iPad, or Android-friendly device. Let's take a look at the live page where you're going to watch this broadcast. If you are in an area, part of the country or the world that has a slower internet speed, go on over to the bottom corner of the video screen there. You're going to click on Ustream and choose the resolution that works best for you with your internet speed. So go ahead and give that a try if you're having any issues. Next, we invite you to join the conversation here with Sal and Taylor and each other, really. And so the best way to do that is in the chat rooms, the Creative Live chat room. So click there to chat, and that's going to open up a second tab there. And you will see three chat tabs across the top. The first one is Creative Live, and this is the chat room for you to have your on-topic conversations with each other, ask each other questions, give each other links, share resources there if your conversations are on topic. Secondly, we have the Creative Cues tab, and this is where you'll drop in your questions for Taylor and Sal. Let us know where you're joining us from when you drop in those questions, because it's fun to give those shout-outs. And third is the Creative Lounge. And this is the chat room for you guys just to have fun, get to know each other, and have your off-topic conversations. In addition to the chat room, we are also taking your questions and having conversations on Facebook and Twitter. So go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/creativelive, and you can ask your questions there. Also, Twitter, we're using the hashtag AskSal, altogether AskSal. The way that Creative Live works is that we try to reach as many people as possible during our live events for free. In addition, we run a free rewatch every day of the course that we did that day. And the only way that this works is those of you who do choose to purchase the workshop, you purchase the video downloads, and with this workshop in particular, there's so much more than just the downloads. And those are in HD resolution as well as a mobile resolution that you can put on your iPhone, iPad. And then you can also stream directly on the Creative Live website. And we'll show you in a minute what that looks like. This workshop for all 5 days of Sal and Taylor Cincotta's Wedding Photography Bootcamp is $249. However, when you purchase it during the week, this week, when we are live, it is $100 less at $149. Again, that's for all 5 days, plus incredible bonus material. So let's take a look at the course page. And here is where you can enroll for the course. You get lots of reminders and information with links, special links. So highly encourage you to enroll for this course if you haven't already. And the box next to that is where you can purchase the course quickly and easily. Just hit on the Buy Now button. And again, it reminds you that the price will be $249 as of Saturday, but $149 today. We invite you to also spread the word that this workshop is happening today and this week for free. So let your social networks know that they can come join you as well. Let's scroll down the page. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but there's an incredible contest that Sal and Taylor are running this week, and highly encourage you to take a look at this because do you have a slide about this? Okay, so we'll talk about this a little bit later, but this is a special contest. It's going to require you to come over here and download the contest entry blueprint, which is going to be your business plan blueprint. So this is where you'll need to do that. We'll show you that in a minute. And secondly, included with purchase are all of these bonus materials. And these are the actual documents that Sal and Taylor use to run their business. And they're giving those to you as well as part of the purchase. So you can see the list there of all the things that are included, including Sal's keynote, wedding prep checklist, timeline worksheets, order forms, their black label post-wedding pricing, all their pricing guides, multiple pricing guides, and their album selection worksheets. This is a full business in a box. Scroll down the page and you can see that we separate out those course videos into digestible chunks, and you can go back. They're named on the different topics. You can go back and find exactly what you're looking for there. So in addition to those other special contests, we're running our Twitter and Facebook quote contest, giving away some fabulous prizes throughout the day. There are 2 ways to enter that contest. The first one is on our Facebook page. You'll see on there the CL quote contest icon. You'll click on that, and you're going to pick out your favorite Sal or Taylor quote or tip throughout the day. You can enter once per hour. Just need to fill in your information there or autofill it with Facebook, and we'll be choosing prizes throughout the day from Facebook as well as Twitter. And in order to enter on Twitter, you can do that as many times as you'd like. You just need to pick out your favorite quote and or tip and include the course page URL that you see on the screen there, and the shortcut is using the little bit.ly cr8.lv/Sal Bootcamp, and that's all lowercase, and that'll get you the shortcut, but you can also copy and paste. Okay, dramatic pause. I have a very, very special request of all of you out there, and if you'll please take a moment, I have some great news for you. Okay, so TechCrunch is one of the largest blogs out there for the technology industry, for the entrepreneurial industry. And TechCrunch runs something called the Crunchies, and it's their annual awards, and we would love your help. There are so many people that often say in our community, what can we do to support Creative Live? Take a moment. This is probably the biggest thing that you can do to support Creative Live this year. We would love to ask for your help for nominating Creative Live as the best education startup in 2012. Best education startup is going to be the category that you guys are going to help us win. Again, this is a really huge deal for us. There is a lot of there's the online technology world, or the online education world, is just booming. And it's because of all of you that we are here today. Here's the thing, you can vote once per day, and you don't have to fill out any information about yourself or anything, but each person can go and vote once per day. Once you vote for Creative Live, you can then tweet out, there's 2 buttons that'll show you Facebook and Twitter. We ask you to spread the word and tell all your friends. Again, this can be really, really huge for Creative Live. And we've created this little short bit.ly so that you can easily and directly go to the page where you vote, and it will already have Creative Live filled in for you. So please write this down, take a look at it. The short URL is cr8.lv/CL Crunchies. So CL Crunchies, all lowercase. It'll take you straight to that page. I can't sort of say enough that there are a lot of online education companies out there that are bigger than Creative Live, that have a bigger audience than Creative Live. But I can tell you, I don't think anybody has the dedicated audience that we have here at Creative Live, and that is each and every one of you. So ask for you to just take a moment right now, and then we'll go right back to Sal, and to head over there, see that URL, click on it, vote for Creative Live, and tell your friends. So again, once every day through December 6th, and thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I think that is all that I have today, and sending you back over to Sal and Taylor. Let's do this.
All right, let's do this. Welcome to day 3 of the Wedding Business Bootcamp, and I know Taylor and myself are just absolutely stoked with everything going on, and I want to pause for a second. I'm kind of off topic here, but I want to thank everybody out there and you girls in here, because your emails that we have been receiving over the last 2 and 3 days really, really touching my heart. I know touching your heart, because that's why we do this, man. We are trying to help people, trying to raise the bar in our industry. And so when you guys are lighting me up late at night and I'm on Facebook or whatever, and I'm trying to respond to all your emails, just FYI, I have over 1,000 emails in my inbox right now. So it's going to take me a while to get to them, but the ones I'm reading, thank you, man, from the bottom of my heart. I love knowing that I'm helping you make more money, raise the bar, and follow your dream. That's what it's all about. So very, very cool. Well, let's get going. The first thing we want to talk about is Shutter Magazine. So I don't know if you guys out there know about Shutter Magazine, but Shutter Magazine is a free resource for photographers. And it's not just wedding photographers, it's any kind of photography you're pretty much into. We've got a column there. And the best of all, the magazine's free. This is our gift back to the community. It's behindtheshutter.com. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever for you not to sign up for this magazine.
And it's loaded with information, so it's not just a bunch of fluff or stories, it's real education for you for free.
Now when you talk about fluff, are you talking about rainbows and
Unicorns?
unicorns?
Unicorns.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear. No butterflies.
It takes like a month just to read all the articles, all the information and process it. It takes so long just to get through the magazine because there's so much information, which is amazing. It's what our industry needs. People want education, so take advantage of it.
Yeah, we didn't want to put fluff in the magazine. We wanted to make sure we had tangible information that you could read the article, but most importantly, one of my favorite pieces to the magazine is that it has a video component to it. So after you read the article, you get to watch a video. It's a true multimedia magazine, and again, it's 100% free. But what I want to do is we just launched November issue. It went live last night. Some of you have already had a chance to look at it, but on the cover, I'm not going to lie, my lovely wife stole the cover with her work with Sue Bryce. So we've got the cover behind you, but talk to us a little bit about your experience. I know, right, this is what Sue's known for. She's amazing at what she does, and I got to be there and be part of this experience. Susan, you were there too. We were up in New York. And but Taylor, tell us about your experience through your eyes.
It was amazing. I've never looked or felt more beautiful in my entire life. Every girl wants to look, you know, fabulous, and Sue just, she makes the best version of you happen. And she was amazing to work with. It was so relaxed, so chill. And she's just a genius, I think. Everyone has those little things that they're self-conscious about, that we worry about, like, oh man, I hope my arms look okay. I'm in a strapless dress. And so you don't have to worry about anything with her. She will fix everything. And I didn't even tell her I was self-conscious about my arms because I hadn't had time to work out. But the poses she put me in, I'm like, oh my God, I look itty bitty. That's awesome. And so it was just fantastic. The whole team was amazing. I'm going to stalk Tiffany and make her teach me how she did that makeup because it was awesome. And thank you again, Susan, Patricia, everyone, Catherine, Tiffany, Sue. You guys were fantastic.
Yeah, and the cool part is for Sue's next shoot, she's going to put me in a red dress. And
that I
yes,
see.
I'm gonna rock the red dress out.
Oh,
I'm definitely assisting on that shoot.
I'm gonna get my pose on.
I'm gonna be there for that one. So.
And do
Chin
Sue's
out, chin out,
yeah,
down.
do Sue's accent. You do pretty good.
Oh, wow. Sorry, Sue. Okay, chin out, Taylor. Now put it up very high, very high. Now stick it out and down. Bring it down, Taylor. Yes, relax your face. Yes, let your bottom lip drop. That's lovely. Right there. That's the one. That's the one.
Round of applause. That was
That's
good.
good. That's good. Taylor Sue Bryce impersonation. I don't know. Now what you need to do is get Sue out here and do the Sal Cincotta New Yorker impersonation. Because dude, she nails the New York accent.
We'll just have to bleep out a couple.
Yeah, we got to bleep out some words, but yes, it is. She nails it. Well, very cool. Well, everybody, thank you. If you want to see the pictures from Taylor's shoot with Sue, they're in Shutter Magazine. Again, it's an absolute free resource, behindtheshutter.com. So
And I would just like to, again, give a shout out. The first time I saw this thing, I was like, wow.
The magazine.
The magazine.
Yeah, it's just visually.
I mean, the pictures of Taylor as well. We're like, wow. But Shutter Mag, it truly is game-changing in terms of online magazines.
The feedback from you know, when the magazine started, it was going to be quarterly. We were just going to release it every quarter because it was kind of a side project. And after that first issue came out, photographers went crazy. We have over 50,000 active subscribers to the magazine in less than 3 or 4 months. So the community has really rallied around us. Thank you for that. And the magazine's for you. So it's very visually appealing versus a bunch of text words on a page, as it should be for photographers. We're visuals. Well, let's get started here, huh? So let's go to our day 3 and what we're going to cover today. Nothing's showing up, but that's all right. So I think I know what we're covering today. So today, for day 3, what we are going to be covering, first and foremost, we are going to be reviewing post-production. We're going to go through an engagement sales consultation.
My realm, so you're going to get to see a live engagement sale and everything that I do around that, so pay attention for that and take lots of notes.
Yes, because right now we did the engagement session yesterday, and I hope everybody out there is following how we're teaching you the course, right? We're taking you through step by step what we're going to do. So we did the live engagement session. Now we have to actually sell the engagement pictures. We're not going to just post them online. We want to bring them into our studio space, whether it's a rented space or your home or your studio, it doesn't matter. We've got to bring them in. So we're going to show you the live engagement presentation with our couple from yesterday. So, right, Devin and Carmen, they're going to come in and we're going to present to them. And then in the afternoon, we are going to start the wedding. So we're going to start with bridal prep and groom prep. And I've been adapting my presentation, or we've been changing it as we go, because we're listening to your feedback on what's working, what's not working. And here's what I realized after yesterday. Watching me shoot probably isn't overly exciting, right? It's the knowledge behind what we're doing and how we shoot in our system that should actually be exciting to you. So when we go into this afternoon, how many of you walk into a wedding and maybe you don't panic, but you don't quite know what you're supposed to do, right? And so what we're going to do is walk you through not only how we would set up for the bridal prep and groom prep to get the images we need, but I'm going to talk to you about how to find the right second shooter and how to train a second shooter. So that's brand new. I didn't plan on talking about that, but I'm getting all these questions about how do I get somebody who matches my style? How do I train them? How do I get them up to speed? Whose memory cards do they use? We're going to talk about all that this afternoon. So let's keep going through that. The first thing I want to do, every morning I want to cover how to use this course, right? If you purchase this course, I don't want you just watching it over and over again. I think you have to have a game plan. This is your blueprint. I'm showing you exactly how we run our business, how we train our staff, how we do post-production, the entire process. My biggest frustration when I was sitting in your seat or learning, reading a book, is I would get one nugget of information from somebody. Then I'd watch another speaker, and I'd get another nugget from them. And here I am trying to put all these nuggets and create a cohesive business plan. Can't do it. It doesn't work that way. So what we wanted to do with this system is give you just that, a system, a blueprint, so that you can take this, everything we're doing, and apply it to your business and be successful. You're going to get all our forms, processes, communication, how we run a successful studio. And make no mistake, we are running an active studio right now. We have grown this during the middle of a recession. That's the important part. Our first year in business was 2008. Okay? Now it's 2012. We've grown this during the middle of a recession and went from a $50,000 studio to $1 million studio. And that's what I'm trying to show all of you, is how to get from where you are today to wherever you want to be in the future. Success is defined differently by each of us. And do not, especially out there in the chat rooms, do not tell me how this won't work in your market. It will work anywhere. It is basic business principles. If your mindset is that, oh, that won't work for me, you're missing the point, man. You are absolutely missing the point. So try and find a way to make it work. We've got 2 contests going on, so be sure to enter them. We've got a $15,000 studio makeover. I don't know if everybody heard me. $15,000 studio makeover. And so what we're doing is we're giving you everything you need to run a successful studio. 3 days one-on-one with the Cincottas in St. Louis. So we're going to bring you out to St. Louis to train side by side with Taylor and myself, right? And so you're going to be thrown into the mix, working with Taylor and myself, and you're not going to hear theory. You're going to see real world what happens in our studio. And it's not all rosy, right?
Eat lots of protein before you come, because everyone that comes and mentors with us for a couple days, they are exhausted because we are nonstop. We hardly ever stop for lunch, so we always have a cooler with us with little granola bars. So just be prepared, eat protein, and be ready for intense stuff.
Yes, I don't say in here that you get to eat. Eating is optional, all right? So here's the deal with the $15,000 studio makeover. Here's what you get. I think this is incredible. Right now, the odds of winning are pretty good because, unfortunately, not a lot of people have entered the contest yet, which is just blowing my mind. Guys, it's easy to enter. Go enter the contest. $2,000 credit towards Signature Collection albums. You need these albums. The albums we've been showing you over the last few days. If you want to differentiate your brand, you need these albums. I'm giving you a $2,000 credit to build your albums. A $2,000 credit towards Evolve Edits. This is our post-production company doing our work, right? I don't want to sit and edit all day long. I need to be focused on marketing, business, advertising tasks. $2,000 credit towards Virtuoso. That is our fine art line. That's our acrylics, our canvas, all the products we use to differentiate ourselves. One-on-one consulting with myself. You'll come out to St. Louis, or we can do it on Skype, anything. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, man. We can do this for you. Access to one of our workshops in 2013. Our wedding kit. This is something we sell for $700. These are all our templates, our album templates, our engagement templates, save
all
the
my
dates.
email communications with clients, the emails that I send to schedule sales sessions, engagement sessions, photo shoots. You get everything that happens between me and the client, you get.
A new logo design. So our graphic designer who's designed all our branding for Virtuoso, for Behind the Shutter, Shutter Magazine, our designer is going to design a brand new logo and brand for your business. Absolutely amazing. And then, of course, a music credit from Song Freedom. The details are online on how to enter. It is super easy. All you got to do is fill out that business blueprint form and get that in, and you're entered into the contest. 3 days with the Cincotta is pretty self-explanatory. This is a $9,000 training program. We are bringing you out to St. Louis, side by side, one-on-one with Taylor and myself, and we're going to build a custom plan for you. So whatever you want to learn about, we'll teach you. Work in our studio, an actual wedding, lighting, sales, posing, directing, and you'll leave with your pricing, your business plan, everything intact, so you go home and you're successful.
Can we throw in a homemade meal by you?
Homemade meal by me, yes, we can. I make a mean gravy, a mean pasta sauce, man.
And I pour a mean glass of wine.
Yes, you do. You are out of control with your wine pouring skills.
I'm really good.
Yes. So, yeah.
I was just going to say, I want to give a shout out to Julie Ray Photography, who says she entered this morning. So let us know if you've entered, and we're going to give you a shout out.
Yeah, let's do it. I like it. So here's the overview for day 3. What I want to do, and you know, this, like I said, this presentation has been somewhat dynamic. I knew coming in here what I wanted to talk about and what was important to us to communicate out to you guys, but the feedback we've been getting from you in near real time, because my team's in the chat room, they're listening to things, and I got the sense that a lot of you may not understand where we were in the beginning. Now, you may have seen my bio video and you know about my personal background, but I don't think you understand our beginning and how we launched our business. Because right now, all we're talking about are these like $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 weddings. Well, guess what? We didn't start at that point in 2008. So I want to share our story with you so you know that not only where we started, but you know that if we did it, you absolutely can do it, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, but a lot of folks in the chat room are asking how you enter that contest, and I don't think we said that there.
It should be on Creative Live.
On the course page.
It's on the course page.
For this workshop.
You fill out. If you buy the course, you get the form you need. You got to buy the course, right? But that should be a no-brainer at this point. You get the business blueprint, which is your business plan. Fill that out, and then there's an email on the course form, I'm assuming, and they submit to that email address.
Yes. So, sorry.
It's as simple as that.
Start that over or something, but
yes.
I wanted to make sure people had that on the record, how to do that.
Yeah,
so,
let's get it going. Get your entries in. This is good for you, okay? All right, so in the beginning, right, where did we start? Rewind to late 2007. I was working at Microsoft. So I worked for Microsoft for about 7 to 10 years. And
I was doing marketing at a company that Sal was consulting at. And that's how we met. We had to work together on all these projects, and we've never been apart since. We instantly became best friends, and then I moved.
Well, that was after you stalked me.
Yeah, of course. The story keeps growing every time. I stalked him, yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm going with.
Okay.
I'm taking that to the grave.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
I stalked Taylor, probably. No, I'm kidding, but go ahead.
We started dating after I moved back to Texas, where I'm from. Howdy, Texas. And then we were long-distance dating for 6 months. I moved back. He made me move back 6 months later. And then we both stayed in corporate America, but we started our studio together while we were dating, and we were just shooting on the weekends. We just wanted, you know, maybe some extra income. Sal had always loved photography. It was always a passion of his, and I knew nothing about photography. I just appreciated it. And so he started doing photo shoots, and I remember just
I have no idea what story you're about to tell right now, but I'm
some of the first
I'm growing concerned.
We would shoot anyone for free as long as they would shoot with us. And I remember when we were like talking about what we wanted for our future and what we wanted our studio to look like, we would say if we could just get 10 photo shoots a month, we could make some great extra money. And I'm like, Sal, I don't know that there's that many people that need pictures.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. True story.
True story.
True story. Yes. But no, that's very true. So I almost forgot about that. Yeah. When, you know, you girls asked me yesterday. You said when you started out back in 07, 08, did you ever think this is where you guys would be? And the answer is no. This was never on our agenda. So back in 2008. Or late 07, we saw the business growing, but it was always side income.
Yeah.
And so here we were. I was working in corporate, making a very nice 6-figure living. But we were like most Americans. We were living paycheck to paycheck. We weren't very disciplined. We didn't really save. We had about $10,000 or $12,000 in our savings account. And Taylor woke up one morning to my letter of resignation to my boss. And she was like, WTF, man.
Well, we just had like a meeting like the week before. Okay, this is our 3-year plan. We're going to just grind it out for 3 years. We'll still work our jobs, and then we'll build this up, and then we'll leave. And we had met with our financial advisor, and we're like, if we can just make 180 grand, we'll be fine. We can do everything we want to do.
Yeah, gross sales of 180 grand, we would be fine.
And she laughs at us to this day because
obviously things have changed.
Statement. Yeah, obviously things
but
have changed.
It wasn't always like that.
No.
Right? So again, go back to 2008. Taylor wakes up to me quitting my job. We had, like I said, about $12,000 in the bank. I quit my job, and we went from a 6-figure income to gross sales the first year of $50,000. We almost lost everything. We almost went bankrupt. We almost lost our home, our cars. We put everything at risk to follow our dream. This was our passion, man. And, you know, from a personal level, I just want you to understand, my goal, I love my wife, right? This is my family. This is my best friend. And there's nothing more rewarding than working with your best friend. You know, so I can only speak to that. And when I quit, my entire motivation was to go from working 9 to 5 for someone else, making money for someone else, right, to working at home with my best friend, something together.
Yeah,
right?
we actually were like attached to the hip. We really don't do anything without each other. Even when we're at home, we have to work like right next to each other on the couch. So we've always been best friends. And so when we were starting our studio, we realized how corporate America, you know, you're away from each other all day long and other people in your life. And we just wanted to be together more. We love each other so much. And so we started our studio, and that's what we wanted for our future. We wanted a company where it was just the two of us, where we could build it together and do anything we wanted together, travel together. And so that's
our motivation.
Yeah.
So when I don't know if you guys know that about our background, we were more motivated. We didn't care how much money we made when we started. Money wasn't the driving factor. It was family, being together, working together, and then we felt like if we were doing those things, everything else would follow. Does that make sense? And so from there, in 2008, after we almost lost everything, that's when we started really fine-tuning our business processes and our business plans, and that's when everything changed for us. So what I'm trying to do is fast forward, you guys, 4 years into the future. So what I don't want you thinking if you're out there is that, hey, I can't possibly implement what Sal is talking about. I'm not as confident as Sal. I saw some of that stuff out in the chat room. Guys, I had no choice. I had no other choice but to become confident in what I was doing and to believe in myself, because if I didn't, I would go bankrupt. And so when your back is to the wall and you're about to lose everything, I think you've realized that you have to stand up and fight for what you want, fight for what you believe in, and that's what's led us to where we are today. So I hope that makes sense about our background and where we came from. All right, so timeline review. Here's the thing. Again, I'm going to take you through the sequence of events. The timeline review is what happens when we start talking to our bride and groom about, okay, when are you getting ready? Where are you getting ready? And this timeline review form, you guys at home have this form. What you're going to find is we're going to play a call with Taylor and one of our actual clients. And I think you did a Skype call, correct?
Yeah, we did a Skype call, but about that timeline review form, I think that's included with the course when you purchase it. It's essential to give to your brides as soon as they book with you. So we include this with their contract. As soon as they sign with us, they get a worksheet that they can fill out on their own as soon as they want. That way, a year and a half, a year in advance, they're already educated on what the timeline needs to look like. So they're at home and they can fill this out and see for themselves. It tells them, all right, travel time from the church to the first spot we want to go take pictures. Whatever travel time it takes, allow 15 extra minutes because we have to pack up our gear. Allow this much time with us shooting the guys, with shooting the girls. So it really educates them on what we need to do what we do. So by the time I hop on this call, it's really seamless because they already know what it should look like. So we're just fine-tuning details. So you really have to focus on educating your client from the beginning.
And let's pause there. How many of you complain, and out there, because I hear it from photographers all the time, Sal, they just won't give me time to go take creative pictures. The average bride gives us about an hour and a half to 2 hours for creative pictures. And when I say creatives, I'm talking about the stuff you're seeing on the wall, right? Those big, dramatic architectural images.
And they'll actually plan their timeline around us. So when you give them those forms so far in advance,
right,
they can actually adjust their day. So if they haven't picked the start time for the reception, they'll pick that based on what you need, based on that timeline form. So it's really helping you in your pictures.
Right. Well, the only reason that's happening, though, this is what's so important, is we're giving them this form over a year in advance. So we're not waiting until 4 weeks before the wedding to say, oh, I only have 15 minutes for pictures. If I don't give this to them a year in advance, they can't change anything. But a year out, they can move some stuff around if it's important to them. We'll typically have timeline discussions, just general high level, during the initial consultation, even though they haven't booked us yet. So what time's the ceremony? So what time's the reception? Oh, well, when do you guys plan on taking pictures? Oh, well, there's a 15-minute window here. Guys, if you want this stuff you're seeing on the wall, we need an hour and a half to 2 hours. I'm having that conversation. Taylor's having that conversation a year in advance sometimes. Now they have the ability to move things around. So I hope you understand how important that is. And we're not arguing with our clients. In this timeline we're talking about, this is what Taylor uses as she goes down and has the call with the client. We're going to play that call for you in a minute. And then that timeline sheet is in the packet of information that I'm using all day to go from point A to point B. Where's the bride? Where's the groom? Where are they getting ready?
It has addresses, travel time, certain shots they need to get at certain times.
Travel time is important.
Very important, because they'll say, oh, it's just a 5-minute drive from here to there. Okay, we know how that works.
Well, think about it, right? From point A to point B, it may be 5 minutes, but guess what? We have to get out of our hotel room, get our equipment. Maybe you got to get your car out of valet, right? Walk to your car. It's not 5 minutes. That 5 minutes just became 20 minutes. There's a thing called traffic almost anywhere you're going. But the brides aren't thinking that way. And so if you start trying to argue with your clients, they just see you as being difficult. But by handing them this worksheet or walking them through the worksheet, now once again, you become the trusted advisor.
You're providing another level of service for your client and making yourself the trusted advisor, the expert. They're relying on you. And so it's just, this will build throughout your business if you position yourself this way.
Yeah. So, with that being said, set this up for us. Set up the Skype call.
Yeah.
Who are we talking to? When's their wedding?
Yeah, so,
and were there any challenges in the call? Or is it a perfect timeline?
It was pretty good. But so with the timeline review, we use Studio Cloud for our customer database. And with Studio Cloud, it has the ability to send out automatic email reminders, which for me is essential because we have 400 photo shoots a year and 400 meetings, and clients need reminders because people forget about when they have things scheduled. So I have it set up so that 3 months before the wedding, an email automatically goes to my bride, an email that I put together, that we need to schedule a timeline review call and work out the details of your day. And so that happens about 3 months in advance. And so her wedding's in April, so we're a little bit early. She's working with a planner, so I want to make sure that we're on the same page with the planner, because we all know they can kind of hijack the day and make it whatever they want, which doesn't always work for us sometimes. And so
I'm not a big fan of planners.
I know you're not.
You girls fans of planners? Anybody work with planners? They're not fun, right? From a planner's perspective, they could care less what you need. They just keep changing timelines, and you get about 30 timeline updates by the time the wedding comes.
Yeah, the planner sent me their timeline of what they had so far, and it was 10 pages long.
Oh, is that for this wedding?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And they also have video, which is really important with the timeline because it's totally different with video. So we actually have different worksheets that we have brides fill out on if they have video with a first look, or if they have video with a traditional wedding where they see each other at the ceremony. So all these different scenarios, we have different timeline worksheets so they can fill it out because it's always different. And so she replied to my email, the automatic email that went out, to set up a timeline call. And then we just worked on a time that works best here. Obviously, it's for the show. And then we'll just start going through the timeline. We'll usually start with the ceremony. What time does the ceremony start? And then we can determine when we need to be there to start shooting you guys getting ready. And from there, it just happens.
Yeah. So let's cue this up. Let's play the call, and then we'll take questions from both you and the internet on this process. So here's the call.
I got the timeline from Josie. I just want to go over some details. I know we've got a couple months for the wedding, but this will help you whenever you're finalizing details with all the other vendors.
Right.
All right. So the ceremony starts at 1:30 and goes till about 2:15, right?
Yes, we're still
Okay.
finalizing that, but it's definitely going to start at 1:30. It could go until 2:30 and be a full hour.
Okay.
So we still have to work out the logistics there with that, but
No
for
problem.
now I plan on an hour.
Perfect. All right, and so for video, I know you have video on your day. They have to get to the ceremony, to the church about an hour early to set everything up and get everything ready for the ceremony. So they have to arrive at about 12:30. So I was thinking that we'd start shooting you getting ready at 11 and go from 11 till about 12:15-ish.
Okay.
And so what that'll entail will be you, we'll take pictures and video of all your wedding dress, your jewelry, your shoes, your details, all that stuff, you getting into your dress, and then sister, mom, whoever helped zipping it up, and then maybe some pictures of you by yourself hanging out with your bridesmaids. But
Okay.
then for video, you saw the videos on our website, right?
Right.
Okay, so for video, we need you reading that note from Dan. And
Okay.
that's going to serve as the storyline for your video. So during that time, you'll need to have a note written from Dan to you, and we'll
Okay.
have you reading it on camera, okay?
Okay, great.
All right, perfect. And then whoever's going to be helping you get ready, whether it's sister, mom, whoever, make sure they're already dressed before we get there, because they're going to be in all the pictures, and they won't want to be in sweatpants for that. They're going to want to be dressed.
Okay.
So have them ready before 11.
Before 11, okay.
All right.
And what are your thoughts on, should I be putting my dress on at the hotel or at the church?
I would definitely do it at the hotel, because at the church the lighting's awful, the background's awful. It just makes for a lot better pictures. And and it's, how far away is St. Luke's? It's not that far, is it?
No, it would probably be 15, 20 minutes from the hotel.
Okay, so your dress really isn't going to get wrinkled if you sit in the
no.
car at all. And sometimes brides will even take it off and then put it back on if they're like obsessed with getting it wrinkled. But I really think you'll be okay.
Yeah, I'll stand up if I have to on the bus.
Perfect. All right, and then for Dan getting ready, we would start at 10. And what that would entail would be basically the same thing, would be pictures of all his shoes, like cufflinks, vest, tie, him putting all of that on, and then dad, brothers, whoever, helping him put all that on, and then him reading a note that you wrote to him on camera.
Okay.
So at 10 o'clock, he'll need the note from you to read. And same thing for him. Whoever's going to help him get ready, make sure they're already dressed before we get there. That way they're dressed for those pictures.
Okay.
Perfect.
And you said that would be at 10 a.m.
That's right, from about 10 to 11.
Okay.
And that's all at the Renaissance, right?
I will be at the Renaissance with the bridesmaids. Dan will actually be at a different location with the groomsmen.
Okay, where will they be?
They'll be about 10 to 15 minutes away from the church. They'll be at our house actually getting ready.
How far away from the hotel do you think that is?
From the hotel, it's probably 20 minutes away.
So
Dan
then,
and the groomsmen will be staying at our house, though, on the night before.
Okay, so then in that case, we'll shift it a half hour earlier to start at 9:30. So 9:30 to 10:30 will be him getting ready at the house, and that'll allow some travel time from Sal to get to your house to the hotel, because we have to load all of our gear and everything.
Oh, okay. Right.
So 9:30 to 10:30 will be Dan getting ready and reading the note, and then from 11 to 12 will be you at the hotel.
Okay.
Perfect. And how many bridesmaids and groomsmen do you have? Oh, come on, don't do this to me.
I have 7 bridesmaids, and Dan has 10 groomsmen.
How did that happen?
He's got a lot of friends.
Oh my God.
Friends and family, it starts to add up.
Holy cow. All right, well, cool.
We love you guys.
Yeah, normally it's the other way around. He's just a popular guy, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So the ceremony will be about 1:30 to 2:30-ish, maybe 2:15.
Yep.
And then right after we'll go into family pictures at the altar.
Okay.
So just let whatever family, whoever you want pictures with, let them know to not disappear after the ceremony's over. Just tell them to head straight to the altar, and we'll start pictures right away as soon as the church clears out, and we knock through that in like 20 to 30 minutes, so we try and do that really quickly.
Okay, great.
All right, and then from there is all the fun stuff. So
Right.
you guys have a bus, right, for the group?
Yes, we
Okay.
do. We have one of the limo buses. It can hold everybody on there. It can even hold you and Sal as well. So we have plenty of room. Even with our number, we have plenty of room.
Awesome. We'll probably follow behind you or in front of you just because of all of our gear. But we'll go straight from the church to our first location. Now, did you have any specific type of scenery in mind? Like, did you prefer park or urban, anything like that?
I think we'd like to do a mix. I think we would like to do some park shots, and I know that our moms definitely want to do some with more of like the park type of atmosphere and trees, and it is going to be the spring, so we kind of wanted to get any flowers or blooms in there as well. We thought would be nice.
Perfect. So then straight from the church, we'll head to a park first and then get some of the spring type stuff, and then you've got the stadium from 4 to 5, right?
Yes, we did in the perfect world, but the Cardinals have a game that day, so it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get it anymore.
Oh, that sucks.
I know. Dan was heartbroken with that, so.
I'm sure it was.
We'll just have to, we don't know what time game time is or anything. If there's a chance we could work it in outside somehow, that would be great, but just I'm not quite sure if we'll be able to do that or not anymore with the game that day.
Yeah, definitely. If there's a game that day, they usually won't let you inside, but we can always stop by the outside and get something cool with the architecture and the sign out there.
Oh, that would be great. That would mean a lot to him.
Perfect. Okay, so then we'll do park first, and then maybe head downtown, stop by the stadium, get something really cool, and then go to a more urban location like some abandoned buildings or brick walls to get you that urban look.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
And we've loved the pictures that you guys have done with the arch. And so we were hoping, if the weather's nice that day, to get some of those in there.
Okay.
Just knowing, we love your pictures there.
Awesome. It's funny because everyone wants the arch, so every time we shoot the arch, we have to try and figure out a different angle or a different way to shoot it, just to give you unique pictures, because of course you don't want your pictures to look like someone else's.
Right.
That's awesome. Okay, so we'll do park, the stadium, an urban location, and then swing by the arch.
Okay.
Good. All right. And then 5:30, we want to arrive at the reception at the Renaissance downtown. That'll give video time enough to shoot the reception before people get in there and destroy it, so they'll get all the details and everything.
Okay, great.
Cocktails are from 6 to 7, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you guys get announced at 7?
Yes, that's the plan.
And do you know the order of events, like when cake cut and toast and all that happen after that?
We haven't worked that out specifically yet. I think we will do the cake cutting right away after we walk in.
Okay.
And then we're still trying to figure out what the best flow would be with dinner.
Okay.
And the toast and all of that.
All right. So whenever you just get those solid, just let me know and we can solidify the reception details. Most people end up doing toast like while salads are being served. That's usually a good point. Just the big pieces are, once dinner's done, we play that slideshow with pictures from that day. So just let your DJ know that he'll need to play like 5 songs for the slideshow, and anything like Michael Bublé, John Mayer, that type of stuff ends up being perfect for it.
Okay, we have a band, a live band. Have you worked with bands doing that before?
Yeah, they'll usually have an iPod or something they play for their breaks. So whatever they have for that is typically perfect. Just let them know so they can expect it.
Okay, and you said 4 to 5 songs?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that'll be right as dinner's wrapping up. And then right after that, we typically go into dances. That way you can get the dance floor open and the party started.
Okay.
Are you doing a bouquet and garter toss?
Probably not.
All right, cool. And is there anything different or unique you're doing that day that you want to make sure we know about ahead of time?
I'm trying to think. We're still working out. I mean, there are a couple of a couple of songs that the band is playing that are special to our group of friends. So we'll want to make sure to have either have the band play that towards the beginning of the night when we know that video is going to be there and that photography is going to be there.
Right,
Just
definitely.
to capture those moments with everybody.
Yeah, especially like to get their reaction. If it's a meaningful song, that'll be cool for video. Perfect. Well, I think that's a really solid timeline. I don't see any potential issues. Whenever you talk to the Crystal Ballroom with the Renaissance and firm up the details, we'll just hop on another call and walk through all that and make sure we have everything lined up.
Okay, great.
Were there any questions you had for me?
Just one question that popped into my mind is, during the cocktail hour and even before the cocktail hour, will you be taking pictures of just the design and decor and getting all those little pieces?
That's a great question. Yeah. So once we get there at 5:30, we'll head straight up to the Crystal Ballroom and start taking detail shots of the decor and the place settings, everything in there before people get in there, and then video too. But then we'll also have someone covering the cocktail hours so that you get candids of people like talking and having fun too.
Great.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well, I think you're set to go. If you have any other questions, just let me know, and I'll reach out to you once it starts getting a little bit closer, and we'll walk through everything again.
Sure, sounds great.
All right. Tell Dan we said hey.
I will. Tell Sal I said hi.
We'll talk to you later.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
That was awesome.
That's torture watching yourself on video.
Sal, was that the first time you were seeing this conversation?
That is the first time I'm seeing this conversation.
You're getting all this information
He's
just
like,
now.
what? 10 groomsmen?
Yeah, 10 groomsmen. I'm like, holy cow. And then I'm cringing about the Arch. I hate shooting at the Arch, right? It's the most cliche spot in St. Louis, but our clients love it. So my personal challenge is, because every city has that cliche place that your clients want to go, and the biggest mistake you can make is to go to that cliche place and produce the cliche image, right? So I always take a personal challenge, as Taylor alluded to. But you know, I do want to highlight this. Queue up your questions, man, because I'm sure you have questions. I want to highlight a few things. Elisa and Dan, real clients. Their wedding is when?
April 6th.
April 6th. We're doing video and photography for them. We absolutely love the two of them. We connect with our clients, right? Because
well, and they were one of our destination engagement sessions. So we were in New York, maybe for Photo Plus last fall, and they flew up and met us there for their engagement session, and we got amazing pictures, and they bought Black Label plus more. And so they love us and the process. And
well, they appreciate what we do.
Absolutely.
So where I was going with that is, you know, when we talk about finding the right client, this is the right client, right? Elisa and Dan came into our studio, met with us, and there was a connection, there was a meeting of the minds, and we all have those moments where we connect with those clients, man. Those are your clients. You will know when it's your client. You get that feeling.
She is spending $12,000 with us and is happy about every dollar. And that's the client you want. They are happy to give you their money because they know you're going to give an experience back.
Well, because they get what they understand what they're buying. They're buying into the experience, our art. They appreciate the photography. Nothing is worse than working with a client who doesn't appreciate what we're doing.
Yeah,
right?
We've had brides where they'll spend $12,000, but they really don't care about photography. And those are the worst. And they can be like the $500,000 beautiful weddings, but we hate every minute of it. We would rather be shooting at a VFW hall for the same amount of money or even less with a bride that really appreciates what we do, because we like to have fun too. We're giving up every Saturday.
Yes, which we have done, by the way. We shoot plenty of VFW hall weddings. Not all our weddings are high-end, right, weddings, so we've had those.
Those tend to be the most fun, most interesting.
That's because when I see you on the dance floor dancing during the middle of the wedding.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, okay. That's private. All right, well, here's what I want to do. I want to cue some stuff up in case everybody out there isn't catching the subtleties of this call. First and foremost, I think the call is imperative, but I hope everybody out there agrees that Taylor was the expert on that call. I don't know if you caught it, I did, when she said to the bride, you know, it's going to take, the bride said, oh, it's only about 15 minutes, and then Taylor's like, well, they got to load up their gear and equipment, and she was like, oh, okay. You saw the light bulb go off in her head. That is every one of our brides. They don't think the way we think logistically, and that's okay. That's not their job. It's our job to educate them on that.
And this call is very much scripted. So what I said here is what I say every time. So if you buy this course, watch that over and over and over again. That's going to be essential to getting the time that you need for your weddings. Run through this timeline and pick up on those key words that I said and the way that I ran through the timeline, starting with the ceremony and then building backwards and then going forwards.
But you were walking through the actual timeline form with her, and now you're going to get her a copy of that form, correct? So now the bride has the exact copy the two of them agreed to. And again, I want to highlight a couple of things that you did, which are key to making this whole thing work. Because here's what we're giving you. We're giving you a system, a process. You have to follow the system. You asked her, are you looking for park-like or urban? Why did you ask her that?
Because sometimes we don't have time for both. And if from the engagement session, if they got a lot of urban locations, I would suggest going to a park setting. That way they have diversity in the artwork in their home. We push diversity in the artwork in your home. We'll say that over and over and over again through the client's lifespan with us, because that's how you're going to be able to sell artwork. If you got all brick walls from the engagement, and you got all brick walls from the wedding, they're not going to want to buy a lot of large art pieces because they already have a brick wall. So you want to give them diversity. And when you tell them that, they're like, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. Why wouldn't I want different backgrounds?
But notice we didn't ask them where they wanted to go.
Yeah, just park or urban. Don't tell us exactly where you want to go. Just give us the generic setting of where you want pictures so that we can pick the spots that we know photograph well.
Based on lighting, based on time of day,
accessibility,
based on
how long it takes to walk through the park. We know where to go for each type of location. So we're just looking for a little bit of direction from them, and then we take over.
Yeah, I thought that was really key. And then at the end, you did something which, again, I think a lot of photographers don't necessarily do, which pushed you to that expert level again. You asked the question, is there anything special going on your day that we need to know about?
I ask that every single wedding, because there are going to be things just like this, a song that's meaningful to them and their friends. I'm just seeing video in my head already. We could open the video with them, their whole bridal party screaming, having a good time. Like, that's going to be a nugget for our video and for pictures. And if I hadn't known that, we might have been gone by the time it played. Now we know we need to make sure we stay to get that. And so whether it's a trinket from grandma that she's carrying in her pocket, little things like that that are meaningful to them and they might not think to tell you, you want to make sure you ask about it.
And the important part is, because Taylor's doing this during the timeline, she's writing this stuff down, that ensures that on that document, I have it. I'm not on every phone call. I don't want to be on every phone call. So now I have it when I'm on the wedding day, and my team has it. So now everybody knows about these little nuggets of information that we would otherwise never know and could possibly miss. So with that being said, yeah, I'm sure we've got some questions. But ladies here, what are your thoughts on this process? Is this easily, can you replicate it? So questions?
I have 3, but they're kind of quick. One, how many total locations do you allow on the wedding day? Because you're talking about going from the home to the hotel to the ceremony reception.
We don't charge or limit locations. We'll go anywhere they want to go. Our job is to tell them the constraints with time. So if they're like, well, I want to do my house and then the hotel, but they're an hour apart, I'll educate them on that. Like, we can do that, but you're going to have to add extra time because that's going to eat into your time for your day. You have 8 hours. You're going to need a 9 now. And so that might change their mind and have them move it to the hotel, which we'd rather do anyways.
Right. But we're having that conversation a year out.
Right.
So that's possible. Have it 3 weeks before the wedding, 6 weeks before the wedding, not possible. So that's why it's so important, again, to be the expert.
And I think you kind of answered this one in saying that they did add stuff. Did they add time? Because even if they're black label, that's 10 hours, right? And
it's 10 hours, yeah. But with video, we tend to just let the time go because it's important for us to be there for all the big stuff for video. So when we have video and they're spending that amount of money, we'll just
stay.
Yeah,
because I was wondering, because you said you're starting at 9:30 and they're not getting announced until 7, which would mean that you would be leaving a half hour after that, but then they're talking about the dances and things that are going on.
This is a client that's contracted for $12,000, spent another $2,500 after the engagement. They love us, we love them.
We'll be there as long as we need to.
And, but we'll educate them on that. So as we keep going through our timeline, we'll be like, listen, you've got 10 hours in your package. You're going to need another 3 of it, but we're just going to absorb that. We really feel like it's going to be essential to your photos and videos.
Yeah, we want them to know that we're giving you, $450 an hour of free services. Because
you just create a lot of goodwill with doing that.
Right, and it's true, because I've got to pay for me, Taylor, my video crew, and every additional picture I take costs money. It's not free because it's digital. Somebody's got to edit it. Somebody's got to look through it. Video, every additional minute of video, holy cow, somebody's got to go through all that. So there is hard cost to it. But like Taylor alluded to, when you've got that client who's spending in your top level and basically is your client, man, we're going to try everything in our power to take care of them. And it's a lot of goodwill. You had one more?
One more. When you were talking about...
You're being awfully greedy.
sorry, you know.
No, go for it.
So when you were going over, do you want park or urban? When do you go over an actual physical location so that they know where to
I
tell
won't
their driver?
even tell them. I'll
how
tell
do
the
they
driver
know?
that day.
Oh, you tell the driver that
Yeah,
day?
so
Okay,
the way it
okay.
works that day is we'll pull up right in front of the bus. I'll go out and talk to the driver, be like, I'm going here, why don't you just follow me?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we take
Okay.
care of that.
That's a good question.
Okay.
I have a comment and a question. I loved the part where you were discussing where you're putting your dress on, and that you were very honest on how the lighting at the churches are horrendous.
Right.
So I applaud that, because I guess I'm always trying to eliminate wrinkles and that sort of thing, and taking those pictures of them when they're at the church. So I greatly appreciate that aspect of it. But I'm sure when you get to the higher end of clients, I know from time to time maybe you've been with them all day and you've shot everything at the wedding reception. You know, the cake has been cut, the dances have been done. You're just taking pictures of something to look busy, right?
No, time to go.
Right. So how do you handle, there's just been a couple of times that I've had where I was a second shooter. It wasn't my wedding, but then I have friends of mine as well that have that sticky, uncomfortable. I haven't had too many. I just go up to them and say, hey, we've had a great day. We've got the whole day documented. I'll be in contact with you.
Not to
but
cut you off,
some
I think
struggle.
that's tied to the way you word your time. We have up to 10 hours, up to 8 hours in our packaging. I am not going to stay around for, there's never all-day coverage in my packages. I think that's insanity. But if I say up to 10 hours, I just worked a wedding this past weekend. Everything went so smoothly. I was supposed to be there till 9:30, according to coverage. By 8 o'clock, everything was done. So we stayed for another 30 minutes and photographed the dancing going on, but how many dance pictures are they going to put in their album? None. So when 8:30 came, I walked up to the bride. I said, Susie, I've gotten everything for you today. I said, is there anything you feel I missed? Is there anything you want to get? Any additional pictures? She's like, no, I had a great time. Thank you for everything you've done. She gave me a hug. I went home an hour early.
Have you ever had somebody give you heat about saying,
Why
you know,
would
why-
they? I'd have
why
to
are
miss
Worked
you-
out
something.
during the timeline.
Yeah.
So during that timeline call, if we have coverage till 10 o'clock, but everything stops at 8, be like, well, I don't think you're going to need coverage till 10 because you don't want drunk dancing pictures, and that's basically what's going to be happening at that point. So we typically stay till we get all the big stuff, you know, the bouquet garden, the dances, and
But
then
you
we'll-
asked her about the bouquet garden.
Yeah.
And she's not doing it.
Right, but my point is we'll stay to get some dancing pictures of just group and people having fun, but then after that, you don't want to document the rest. You don't want evidence.
I guess because there's just, I feel like there's some whole, you know, just that restraint, like, we want you here, it was up to 10, and I just,
That conversation, though,
sometimes,
has to happen just like Taylor did right here.
Yeah.
If you're having that conversation as you're trying to walk out the door, then yes, there's going to be friction because you didn't set expectations. We're properly setting expectations a year in advance, 6 months in advance.
So that doesn't really happen for us because we start so early
okay,
with
so
educating
just
them.
started.
Lisa.
So where do you put that hour and a half? So are people doing first looks? Is it during a people cocktail hour? Do brides ever push back and say, oh my God, our guests are going to be waiting forever?
It's between the ceremony and the reception.
Typically.
Yeah, typically. Now, if they do a first look, well, then it's going to be before the first look or right after the first look. So the short answer is it just depends. But typically, it's going to happen between the ceremony and reception. And if you have your bride who sees photography as a priority, she doesn't really care if our guests are waiting for an hour. It's not a big deal. And that could be during cocktail hour.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah?
She had mentioned she wanted to get the detail shots at the reception. And I know you guys have second shooters. Do you ever, if you're running close on time, do you ever send a second shooter to go get those detail shots while you're still finishing up the creatives, or do you always have the second
No.
shooter
We always
with
ride
you?
in one car.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're always together the whole day for the most part.
I'm a real big believer. Our system that I'm teaching you and showing you, and we'll cover more of it today and tomorrow, because I'm going to show you where your second shooter should be to complement your style of photography. You don't have to use my style of photography, but if you take your style and put it into our system, you're going to get the shots you need. Let your shooters split up, and your images are not going to quite look the same. So we will never split up our shooters.
If it were the two of us, maybe.
Maybe because our styles
Yeah,
are almost
and we know,
identical,
yeah.
but rarely will I let my team split up. Let's go to the internet, because I'm sure it's a buzz.
Let's go to the internet. Let's go to the phones. So our key says that we set up a timeline like this, but when we get there, the hairdresser is still doing hair, and the girls are not done and dressed, throwing the whole day out of whack, how do you deal with this?
Yes.
So,
very true, right?
Yeah, oh, that happens. But what also happens after this, we do this 3 months in advance, but then the week of the wedding, I call the bride again, and we'll go through the whole timeline again. And I reiterate, okay, you tell your fiance he cannot get dressed until we get there, because they always get dressed before we get there, and then we don't have those shots of him putting everything on. And I'll tell her that. I'm like, they are notorious for getting antsy and getting dressed, but if he's already dressed when we get there, we won't have those pictures for your album, and the story won't flow. And so she's like, all right, he will not be he will not be dressed when you get there.
What about makeup, though?
Makeup, I tell them, you need to have your hair and makeup done before we get there and be ready to get into your dress when we walk in the door.
This is an important point. I was actually talking, because when we go this afternoon, we're going to show you bridal prep and groom prep. And I was having a conversation with our makeup artist before we went, came on air. And she asked me, she's like, well, what time are you getting there? What time do you want her to be ready? And so this is an important point. We work with makeup artists. We refer makeup artists. They're on our preferred vendor list. I've been working with the same makeup artists for almost 5 years now. And they're sisters, they're amazing. I refer them to everyone. That doesn't mean everyone uses them, but I refer them to everyone. And the reason is simple. They know what I'm looking for, what I need, what time I'm going to be there. Makeup artists like to go, no, the bride is the last one to be done. This way she's just beautiful and glowing. No, the bride should be the first one to be done, so that when I get there, she's ready to go. And we educate our bride on that, because we know...
The makeup artist will actually call us and say, what time are you getting there?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'll have them done before you get there. So it's key to align yourself with vendors, just like Sal's saying, that get what you do.
But that's back to you being the expert when you're talking to your client. So Taylor is the expert. Our brides trust us. When she tells a bride, you need to be ready, or else no one's going to be there, or we're not going to get those pictures, the bride is like, no, I want those pictures. Now she's making a personal mission to be ready. Another question?
Absolutely. So there are a lot of questions about the traditional first look timelines.
Yeah.
And so from Haim and Hannah Bose, what do you do when the bride and groom don't want to see each other beforehand?
That becomes more of a traditional. Right?
Yeah, traditional, where they see each other at the ceremony. That's probably what 70% of our weddings are. They don't want to see each other before the ceremony.
A lot of Catholic weddings in St. Louis.
Lots of Catholic weddings. So what happens is, after the ceremony, in the Midwest, they have a gap of time between the ceremony and reception. It might be like 4 hours of time in between the two events.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah. And so that's when we get all those pictures. But if you're in a place where that's not really the tradition, you have to just educate them. Be like, listen, if you want these pictures, I need this amount of time. And so we can do a first look, and we try and sell them on the first look. We'll make it really special. We'll photograph his reaction to seeing you, and you'll have a moment together where you can really enjoy each other, versus up on the altar in front of everybody. You can't really talk. And so try and get them to do the first look, because everything runs smoother whenever they do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the key here with all this is understanding it's about educating the client and, again, positioning yourself as an expert. I don't want anybody out there to think that every time we do this, it's absolutely perfect and every bride completely agrees with us. We've had situations where, we had a bride not too long ago. She's like, you guys are being very difficult. I don't like this timeline. This is my day. And we're like, oh, okay. So we started working with her. It was going to be a New Year's Eve wedding.
True story.
True story, okay. Yes. Sorry, inside joke, really bad. So she started, it was a New Year's Eve wedding, and she didn't want to get into her dress until about 6 or 7 o'clock at night. Well, that's fine, but in December in St. Louis, it's dark at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're trying to educate her, and she wouldn't budge on it. So finally, she told us, she said, you're being extremely difficult. And Taylor said to her, she goes, look, it's your wedding day. All I'm trying to do is guide you. If you're okay not getting the great images that you've seen on our website, we're okay. And that was all Taylor had to say. Because then the light bulb went off in my client's head when the client realized, well, wait a minute, I'm paying these people a lot of money. They're telling me they're not going to get these images. I have a decision to make. And sure enough, after we said that to her, she stopped arguing with us and shifted her timeline up so that we could get some pictures of her and her husband.
And I think photographers, most of us are probably more introverted. So much of the time, you just want to try and do whatever the client wants. Like, okay, it's fine. I have 15 minutes for you getting ready. Yeah, we'll just have to rush. No, it's not okay. Tell them, if you want what you see, then this is the amount of time I need. Just tell them. I mean, you're not a magician. You need time. And so if you tell them, if you want this, I need this, you're just giving them your blueprint, what you need. And so that way, when you present it that way, they understand it, and then they'll start to work with you, because that's why they hired you.
Don't argue with them. Don't make it friction, right? Just be the expert, and it will help you there. I got time for one more question, and I've got to get on to my post-production segment so we can look at the great pictures from the engagement session yesterday.
There's a ton of questions coming in.
All right.
Ton.
I bet. So I'm glad everybody, are you girls, was this valuable to see this call live? We didn't know how this would go. This is something new that we wanted to do. And once again, we're trying to push the limits and make this a kind of a blueprint. I can only say that word so many times. So hit me with another question, or Taylor.
Okay, I've seen this question a lot of times. This is from Lauren Nicole Photo. How do you handle the request to stay for the bride and groom to exit when there's clearly like 1 to 2 hours between, you know, that you'd have to be sitting around photographing drunk people dancing?
Yeah.
Like, how do you do the exit?
If there's not going to be a big exit, then we'll just tell them, listen, you aren't really going to put those in your album. Unless you have like sparklers or anything, we hardly ever are there for exits. But they would have to pay for the time. So yeah, we're going to have about 2 hours of time in between, so we'll just capture some dancing pictures, and then we'll get your exit. So if they want us there, they're going to have to pay for the extra time. So it's about how important it is to them.
And well, you just said it right there. Taylor just summarized it. The way we position that to the client is we're like, guys, you have 10 hours of coverage. You've got to decide with that time what's important to you. We will not break time up, by the way, right? So we have clients that ask us all the time, well, there's going to be 3 hours during the middle of the day. We're going to go back to our rooms, take a nap. You know, no, what am I supposed to do? Go take a nap somewhere? Like, you know, so it's continuous coverage. We have to explain that to clients. But then, as Taylor alluded to, you've got to make a decision on what's important. If you really want us to photograph that exit, then you're going to have to pay money. And this, guys, as photographers, ladies, you cannot feel bad bringing that to their attention, because guess what? If they wanted to keep the bar open an extra 2 hours, they'd have to pay for it. If they want to keep the reception hall an extra 2 hours, they'd have to pay for it. Why do we feel bad, feel guilty? Because they ask us to keep us, our team, everybody rolling for an extra 2 hours. It costs money. They need to understand that we are a business, and there's nothing wrong with that. All right. Let's do it. You ready? I'm going to get us to post-production. Taylor, good job. High five. All right. So let's get on to a little bit of post-production. I got about 20 minutes here. And what I want to do is just kind of walk you through our editing process and show you it's really not that complicated. The last thing you can do is be married to Photoshop or Lightroom. I think that's absolutely horrible for you to do with your time. So what you ultimately want to do is I outsource, right? So complete transparency, I outsource. We send 98% of our work to evolveedits.com. Check them out. I've been using them for 4 years. And the reason I started outsourcing is because as my business was growing, and ladies, we talked about this last night, right? Sarah, you're like, I work a full-time job. With my extra time, is this what I should be doing with it, is editing? And the answer is no. Right? If I'm your business coach, I'm going to tell you this is dumb. This is not where you should be spending your time. It's like the CEO of FedEx going down into, you know, shipping and putting labels on boxes. He would never do that. Your time is best spent, all of you, by the way, 2 things. Shooting, right? Photographing, that's where you're making your money. That's your expertise. And business, marketing. So if you've got an extra 2 hours and you're editing pictures in Lightroom, I think that's madness. Instead, with that 2 hours, I want to see you focus on your marketing strategy. Focus on your business plan. What's your strategy to get 5 more weddings this year? If you're just stuck in editing till 2 o'clock in the morning, you can't do it. Well, rewind back to 2008, 2009, okay? I think it was about 2008. I had 10 weddings in a month. All our clients see their images in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Well, that's great if you've got 5 weddings a year. What happens when you have 150 seniors? What happens when you have, you know, all these additional weddings? How do you scale your business? And I don't know if you remember, we talked about this on day 1. And on day 1, the scalability plan is to find partners, people you can trust. And that is absolutely key. So Evolve Edits is one of those companies for me. So what we did, we photographed last night, okay? I handed my memory card. The cool thing is my developers are in the United States, right? My editors are in the United States, and we're not shipping it overseas, right? We can FTP it to them, but I was fortunate because they're in Portland. They're here, so I got to just hand them a memory card and said, go figure this out. So that's great to have that team, that scalability. So here are the pictures from the alley that we took. And what we're doing here is I'm going to filter these. So I took 422 images. They narrowed these down to about 194. And so they tried to pick the best of the best. They color corrected them for me. And what we have here on the left-hand side, let's hide this for a second. Okay, is we have a series of edits. One is called a signature edit. Let's see, these are what we call premium edits. So I'm going to bring these up. These are from the Alley. And so what they did for me, they look a little darker on the screen than they are here, but what they did for me is they put some texture there and just really kind of gave it that gritty look, which is what we're known for. Okay? Then there's those middle shots. Remember yesterday I was talking about tight, middle, wide. So what we're thinking about here, whether I'm editing or they're editing, what I'm thinking about is the sales process for Taylor. If I don't give Taylor the images she needs to sell larger prints, she is going to be up my butt, right? Because she's going to be like, you are hurting our sales process. And so I've got to be listening to the feedback coming from the sales room. As photographers, we're all guilty of this, right? We just want to get involved in the art of it. And hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I say 80% of your shoot should be consistent, repetitive. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time you go out there as a photographer. That's where I think we miss the boat. Yes, I get it, we're artists. But guess what? If you go to McDonald's, and I'm not equating our art to McDonald's by any stretch of the imagination, but if you go to McDonald's in Florida, you have the same experience as if you go to McDonald's in Seattle, right? And that's how it should be. So my business philosophy is if you come into my studio, whether you're photographing with me, photographing with Taylor, photographing with one of my other shooters, is you should have the same consistent experience across the board. That is powerful. Now, what I encourage all my shooters to do is I say, hey, 80% of what you do should be identical to what I'm teaching you. 20% of what you do, go crazy, right? Try something totally random. And if the client doesn't like it, no harm, no foul, because you have all these other images. But if you try and reinvent the wheel every time, there's a chance you're going to let them down. So let's quickly look through some of these from the Alley. This is one of my favorites from that board inside. So very, very cool on that light board where we're using video light. All right, that also, I posted this last night. We had some great online discussion last night. That was from that metal doorway. All right, and just quickly looking at some of these. But the one I want to show you the most, because I think this is pretty cool, is, let's go here and I'll show you. Do you remember that alleyway? That was not a fun place to be. So here is the shot that we got on camera, right? And hey, man, it was tough. We're in an alleyway. It's cold. I got to deal with the environment where we got cars. And just producing a live show, man, you want to talk about education on my part. Just the limitation of trying to run around with my camera tethered, and you got a film crew. So this is not ideal. I would typically, as most of you know, just from looking at my portfolio, these people would be in the middle of the street. We would be taking this picture. So, something about, people getting hurt and, legal actions stopped us from being in the middle of the street. But that doesn't mean we can't get great pictures. So I shipped this to my team. Here's the before. No, that is not the after. Here's the before. Here's the after. And I know those of you at home, if you're seeing what I'm seeing on this TV, you're seeing a lot of darkness in the bottom. It doesn't look like that on my monitor, so I apologize for that in advance. But check out the before and after, man. If we go here again, and I'm going to tell you what we did with this image. So if you look at the left side of the building, you can see there's a camera operator there, there's a truck, and there's not an attractive building. What we did on our edit is we completely removed that building, brought in a new building on the left, brought in a lamppost, which is the source of the light, if you can see that up in the top left. Okay? Brought in that light, and then we changed the color of her shirt. I hate teal. Teal is I hate it. Hate it with a passion. And I think there's a conspiracy here at Creative Live where they encourage people to wear teal colors. So my first time on, Celeste did it, and now this time. So what I did was I said, screw teal, we're going pink, baby. So we changed the color of her shirt. That's powerful stuff. Could I have done this on my own? Sure. Could I have spent 3 to 4 to 5 hours jacking around with this in Photoshop? Not where I want to spend my time. I'd rather pay somebody a few extra bucks to get the drama. Notice we brought in a new sky on the left, right? We brought in some telephone poles. We gave it a little bit more of an HDR edit. And what I'll do later, because I don't know what people at home are seeing on this image on the left, I'll post this to my Facebook site so you can truly see the before and
So
after.
Sal, just so you know, when they do pull up that screen just as is, you can see the detail.
Oh, they see the detail. Okay,
Yeah,
I just
when
want to
it-
make sure.
When you pull that up.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
just so you know, Ken and I are both wearing teal tomorrow.
You're both what? Wearing
Wearing
teal
teal
tomorrow?
tomorrow.
I may choke the two of you out, man. All right, so, and I will change your colors on your pictures, Kenna and Susan. All right, so there's some of the before and afters. And so what I want you to do is I want you to understand my workflow with some of these images. So can we bring up my slide deck again? And so what I want to do is kind of walk you guys through my workflow, my mindset, not necessarily how to edit the pictures. We're getting there, baby. All right, so while they're doing that, here's what I don't want you doing with your imagery. What I don't want you doing is going in and editing 300, 400, 500 pictures. I think that's a complete waste of time. Instead, what I want you doing is picking artwork for your client. Does that make sense? I want to pick 5 images that I'm going to put artistic edits on. I want to pick 5 images that I'm going to be able to show my client, okay, as artwork for their home. Pieces like you see behind me. Maybe I'm going to throw some texture on there. Maybe I'm going to throw some HDR on there. That's where I want to spend my time. I'm going to let Evolve Edits handle the rest. Guys, I got news for you. White balancing is monkey work. That is not art. That's not where you're spending your time. Let someone else do the heavy lifting. And the thing about outsourcing, okay, is understanding that no one is going to be 100%. They're not you. But can they be 90%? Can they be 95%? And yes, they can. So I want them to cull my images down, remove all the junk, man. I take plenty of junk pictures. Remove them. White balance them, right? Cull them. Get them back to me. Maybe they do a couple of artistic edits, like that edit I just showed you. They did that. I don't have time for that. Okay? But what I want to do is now maybe pick 4 images, 5 images from the whole shoot, and those are the ones I want to put artistic edits on. Okay? So there is a, I can flip through here if you want, guys. Make life easy for you. And so what I'm looking to do, let's see here, sorry, live TV once again. This slide right there. Let's Command Enter. Bingo. This is my workflow. So I will typically shoot from an engagement session 300 to 600 images. I will then return home, download to a hard drive. This is my workflow, and I want to say this has been my workflow since probably 2007, 2008. And now it's been refined, little things have been changed along the way, but for the most part, this is my workflow. I'm going to back up to a secondary hard drive. I'm going to outsource to Evolve Edits. So I just ship them a little portable drive. You can FTP if you've got a high enough connection, but we send them all the raw files. They jack with all that stuff. They're going to call the images. Remember, this is my engagement workflow, not my wedding. They're going to call the images to about 150, 250, fully edit all 150, 250. They're then going to send me the XMPs back. So in Lightroom, right, you get those little instruction files that tell the images what to look like. Then I'm going to select 5 images and personally edit those and take them into Photoshop. I'm then going to render them into JPEG files. This is what Taylor's going to use for her preview and ordering session. It used to take me 2 to 4 hours to process an engagement session. Now I spend less than 30 minutes. What is that extra time worth to you, right? How much do you spend? Because I see you, Darlene, making a face there. How much do you spend in post-production?
Well, it just depends on what I'm working on. Like a wedding, I can...
Forget weddings. We'll talk about that. Engagements. How much time are you spending? 2, 3, 4 hours more?
I'm probably spending maybe 2.5 hours.
That's insanity.
I know.
Imagine if you took that 2.5 hours and put it towards your business. A typical engagement job to process costs me less than 50 to 60 bucks to get them to process it. Is an extra 2 to 3 hours of your time worth 50 to 60 bucks? Yes. Is getting the images in front of your clients in 2 weeks or less worth that time? Yes. We're talking business now, man. Let go of the art side of this. Instead, pick your favorite 5 images, edit those. So let's go back, and we'll go back to Lightroom here. And now I want to show you, here are the kind of edits they're sending back to me, right? So some are going to be black and white, right? They're going through these images, sepia tone, black and white. Notice the variety they're picking. They have adapted to my business. That's what I love about working with Evolve, is they understand my business. They know they're not going to give me every picture like this. But notice, there's some that are posed, some that are candid, somewhere, right, they're looking away, somewhere they're looking right at the camera. They're giving me diversity because I'm shooting with diversity. They're giving me some that are super tight, some that are wide, because they know I have to be able to sell large portraits. Guess what they're not going to buy a 20 by 30 of? This. Not going to happen. You know what they're going to buy this in? 8 by 10, because that's what it should be. I'm shooting, and I'm telling them what it should be by the way I shoot. Shoot to sell. That's how we have to be thinking. So even in that alley, right, normally I would shoot with the 7200, but even in that alley, I stepped back, okay, and took, I think on this one, I put a 35 millimeter lens there. Yep, this is my 35 millimeter lens, 1.4. This is the shot I got because I knew I needed to be a little bigger, okay? And just go through this. They're giving me as much diversity, not only in my poses, right, but in the expression and everything else. If I don't do this, I'm not going to get the sale. And so every image out of your camera doesn't have to be magical, but you've got to offer diversity. These are those premium edits. So now these are $3 edits, by the way. So to get your images to look like this is a $3 edit. You tell me, is this worth $3? I know I spend more on lunch than I do getting them to do this kind of stuff. And they'll adapt to your style, right? Your style is going to be different than mine. You might like a warmer edit. I like a cooler edit. You might like texture. I might not like texture, right? Whatever the case may be, they're going to figure out your style of editing. And that is absolutely key. So this has got texture on it, right? And a totally different look that I want. But let's say you want to do it yourself. I'm cool with that. What I want you to do instead, and I need to be like a power editor right now, is I want you to pick your editing style. So let's say this is an image, right, we want to go with. So this was shot 50 millimeter, 1.4 in there. So let's edit this for a second. So what I'm going to do is I start with my workflow in Lightroom. And so what I'm going to do here, on the left-hand side, you're seeing my presets. These have been created out of necessity because I'm so tired of working in Lightroom and going left, right, up, down, and I'm losing minutes, man. Seconds add up to minutes, minutes add up to hours, and the next thing you know, I'm sitting in Lightroom forever. I wanted something that was easy to do. So if we reset this image and go back to 0, that's how it came out of camera. Well, now I come in to my Lightroom presets here on the left. Let's hide this, give me a little more real estate. And what you're seeing here on the left are what I call corrective edits. So number 1, and they're numbered. How much easier can I make this? Number 1, get started. Boom. That's going to hit me with a contrast bump and auto white balance. Well, you know what? The contrast bump is perfect. I don't like what the auto white balance did. For me, it's too warm based on what I'm seeing here. So let's go with daylight. Okay, that cooled it off a little bit. Let's try flash. Okay, so now I like the way this is starting to look from a white balance perspective. Step number 3, exposure. So I can underexpose the image if I wanted to or overexpose it. We've all had those images where we have to correctively bring it down in exposure. It's too hot, right? Well, personally, I like the way this looks from an exposure perspective. We had great even lighting. Contrast, highlight recovery. So Lightroom 4 is great because you can recover a stop or more of light lost. So we've got the highlight recovery built in here for you. Fill light. I need to fill some of those shadows, so I'm going to give it a little fill bump to bring up on his shirt. Noise reduction. You're shooting at 3200 ISO, you're going to have noise in your imagery. We've got noise reduction built into it. So now I want to put a little vignette around it. Just one click, vignette. Now we get into some of the more, what I call creative edits. So you'll see here on the bottom left, all these creative edits. So we can do HDR, black and white, warm. Clients love this look. We can do, right, old color. This is also a cool tone image, right? Clients love this look. But for this image, I want to go with an HDR, desaturated look. I like the way that's looking. That's a popular look for us. We're pulling out some color. We're highlighting all that intense contrast and the texture behind them. I love the texture behind them. So this might be the way I would show the client an image as maybe a soft creative edit. This took me 10 seconds, right? I'm talking you through it. It's taking me a little bit longer, but within 3 to 5 clicks, I never had to go to the right side, just straight down the left, and I did that. Did you notice, though, and I challenge all of you, if you're using presets from anybody in Lightroom 4, what's the one thing that happens when you correctively edit your image? You add exposure, right? You add all these things, but now you apply a creative edit. What happens to your exposure? resets to 0. Because the creative edit, the preset they created, wipes everything you've done off the map. So it goes back to 0. Notice that even though we were adding all our creative edits here, the exposure, nothing changed. Because it doesn't affect exposure contrast levels. So that's very important in whatever presets you're going to use. Well, now what I want to do is I'm going to save this as a JPEG because I think this is wired to CS6, and I'm currently just working in CS5, so I apologize right now. Let's see here. Holy cow. I want to render this out as a JPEG. Let's go where, same folder as the original. Test. We got a JPEG, full quality. And I'm just going to render this out. Resize it. A little sharpening, and we'll show them finer. And the reason I'm doing this, normally Lightroom is plugged in with Photoshop, and it is on this machine, but it's plugged into CS6, and I'm not using CS6 right now. So I'm going to take this image, and I want to open this up in Photoshop. And what I'm looking to do here is I want to put texture on this image. And I just want to show you how easy it is to apply textures. So these are my textures. So these are urban textures. I am a huge fan of them. And so what we're going to do is this is going to open up. It's going to give us 25 textures to pick from on this palette. Super easy. So I just move this around. I can pick whichever one I want. There's 25 of them. And this is one of my favorites. What I'm going to do here, let's zoom out. So I'm just going to move this here. And I want you to notice how quickly and efficiently I'm moving through this stuff. That becomes very important. I don't want to waste time editing pictures for hours on end. And so now I've applied this texture really quickly, really easily. And now the system automatically sets up so I can just brush this texture off their face, off their pants, right? We don't want texture all over them. That becomes extremely important during the post-production process. How long did this take me to get from 0 to 60? Guys, there's courses, there's books on how to be Photoshop gurus and all that other stuff. I don't want to be a Photoshop guru. I want to be a business guru. I want to know enough about Photoshop to be dangerous. I want to know enough about Lightroom to be dangerous. And I'm showing you how quickly and efficiently, none of you should be overwhelmed by what you just saw, right? I almost make it look too easy. And that's what I want you to feel. I don't want you to feel like this is some advanced, crazy thing that you have to learn to do. I mean, does anybody feel like they can't do what I just did here? Super easy, right? And so that's what I want you to pay attention to. Pick your top 5 images and just do something like this. And what I love about it is now that we've got this kind of masked here, and we've got, you can see here in the bottom right, I can just hit Command-J and just keep gridding this up. Right, we can make it look ridiculous, of course. That would never be the goal. But quickly, we can start adding this stuff up, adding layers and layers of textures to get the image to look the way we want it to look. So that has to be your ultimate goal in getting that image from point A to point B. Questions from you? Yes?
It is a little overwhelming for me because I am that person where, you know, I am spending a lot of time on it, but I like the idea of outsourcing so that I can have a little bit more fun to teach myself some of this stuff because, you know, I don't do the texturing and that sort of thing, but I have no time to teach myself something about that, so. I
love what you're saying, Darlene. I mean, because I agree with you, and that's how I feel. You know, I buy these books from the bookstore about, like, you know, learn Photoshop in 6 easy steps, and I know Photoshop, and I want to read these books, but I don't have time to read these books, right? Because if I spend an hour reading, that's an hour I'm not editing, that's an hour I'm not doing business. And so we talked about this. What is your scalability plan? Your focus, if you want to grow your business, is what? Shooting, marketing, business. If I can get you to do those things and release some of this stuff, your business is going to grow tenfold. It's going to happen, I promise you. You still need to know how to do this stuff, but you don't need to be an expert.
Right.
I don't want to know how to replace buildings. I don't want to know how to turn on light posts.
I don't either.
There's no reason to. And it's never ending, right? But do you agree that I'm not showing you how to just to edit for the sake of editing. Do you agree that I'm showing you an image that looks very representative of my brand? Does everybody understand that the way you edit becomes part of your brand? And so I still want it to look like my brand. I just want to be able to do it as quickly and efficiently as possible. So between the Lightroom, I would say 98% of what we do is inside of Lightroom, just using the presets I showed you. That workflow in Lightroom, money for my business. Then I will take 3 to 5 images and do some corrective edits. And so when we come back, I think on Thursday, we're going to do corrective edits on the bride and groom. I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to show you how to do some beauty edits. I'm going to show you how to make their arms skinny. And it's not with the warp tool or any of that other stuff. That's kind of the wrong way. We're not using the skinny tool. I'm going to show you the right technique that commercial editors are using to thin out arms, thin out butts, make faces thinner, just like you would see in a magazine. And so we have to know how to do that and how it all works. But we're going to cover that in a little bit more advanced editing. I just want to show you quickly and easily how we do it within the engagement session. Questions online?
We do have questions online. We're going to take a break. Can we just go ahead and ask? The main question that everyone's asking is, how do you get the outsourcing company to know your brand?
Yeah.
How long does that process take? And then also, generally, how much is it going to cost you to outsource your photos for a wedding, for an entire wedding, or say a portrait session?
Yeah, so for the short answer is it depends, right, on how much it's going to cost. It depends on what you have them do. If you're just having them cull and white balance, very inexpensive. A typical engagement session might cost you anywhere from $35 to $65, $70. It just depends. Right, if you shoot 100 images from an engagement session, it's not going to be that expensive. If you shoot 1,000 images from an engagement session, it's going to be a little bit more. So the first step is just contact them, right? They're very responsive. EvolveEdits.com is the company. And you're going to be working with probably one of my developers, one of my editors, and they are awesome. The second question is, how long does it take to get to know your style? It's really easy. Send a test job. And in that test job, they're going to start keeping track of your notes where you're going, you know, I really don't like this is too warm. I want it cooler. And they're going to make notes so that the next time your production job comes in, they're ready to rock and roll. But I would say I've been working with them for 4 years. I still fine-tune the process every time a job goes by. I just look at this as an extension of my staff. Could I hire somebody? Of course. But if that person quits, if that person gets 10 weddings, one editor is never going to handle 10 weddings. So now with the staff, I can scale that. I throw them 10 weddings. I don't care how they do it. Figure it out. That's your job, right? I just care like I get these jobs back in 2 weeks. So.
Awesome. Well, that sounds great. We could ask questions for another hour, but we have a lot of content to get through for the next few days, don't we? So tell us what we're going to do when we come back, Sal.
When we come back, we're going to take these images that have been edited by Evolve Edits, and you're going to see them in their entirety. So you'll see all the images, and we're going to present them to the client. So, right, Devin and Carmen, they're going to come back in for a sales presentation. So you're going to see how we edit them. And don't be put off by how simple I kept the post-production process. I want it to be simple, right? I mean, there's been great editors on here. You know, people like Lindsay Adler. I was watching her last week, and I'm like, ooh, I want to do that. I want to replace people, put them on new backgrounds. Go to those people. They're great resources for Photoshop. I'm a great resource because I'm going to show you how to simply do it and save time and save energy just by introducing efficiency. That's what I'm all about, man. I'm the business guy, and that's the way I think. So I'll show you more editing over the next couple of days. But hopefully everybody saw how simple and easy this was to do. And then, of course, this afternoon, we're going into photographing, bridal prep, groom prep. It's going to be an action-packed day again.
Of course it is. It's Sal Cincotta. Okay, I want to read you something, Sal. This is from Lauren Nicole, and she says, I am writing my business plan as you teach. I looked at my market analysis this morning, and I am so encouraged because the wedding market there is bigger than I thought. I can't wait to send you my vision.
Awesome.
So very, very cool. And folks at home, you can find out all the details about the special business makeover contest that we're having this week. It is absolutely incredible on the Creative Live blog. It's actually not on the course page. It is on the Creative Live blog. So you can scroll down to the bottom of the page on Creative Live to find the blog, or the link is
creativelive.com/blog, and it's the second post.
Thank you, Kenna.
Cool. All right, so just wanted to remind everyone, we've been talking a lot about the incredible value that this workshop is when you purchase it today for $149 and how much it's going to change your business. But I also wanted to remind you that this is how Creative Live works, and this is how Creative Live happens, that your purchase today allows us to continue to bring the industry-leading educators like Sal and Taylor Cincotta to Creative Live. That's the only way that it happens. And so when you purchase this workshop today, you're not only investing in your own business, but you're also investing in the future of the workshops that you yourself get to watch for free. So your buying today means that you can watch these next workshops for free. So just keep that in mind as well, that we rely on your support and we appreciate your support. So this course is just incredible, and $149 when you buy it right now. Next week it's $249. So we will see you back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back from break, everyone. We are going to give away a prize before we get started here with Sal and Taylor Cincotta.
All right, so this prize is the On One Perfect Photo Suite 7, which is just awesome. Do you use that? Does Sal use that?
I'm editing as my no-fly zone.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. On One creates amazing plugins, and this one in particular is fantastic. And it's the new version that is the Suite 7. It's a $300 prize, and the winner is Andre Vuia, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but Andre is from Romania, so that's super fun. He entered the contest, or she entered the contest, one of the two, on Facebook. And the quote was, "We are a business, and there's nothing wrong with that." So keep your quotes coming. We are giving away another Song Freedom 10-pack and $200 in post-production credit from Evolve Edit. So keep those quotes coming. All right, over to you, Taylor.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the sales session. This is my room, so welcome to my room. I want to talk about a little bit about in-studio selling. So I know there's a lot of people out there that post online, or they think maybe, okay, I'll go to the client's home. It's a big thing to have them at your studio because you have home field advantage. There's a lot of things you can't control if you're doing it in their home, if they're looking at it over the internet. You can't stop the phone from ringing, from the kids from needing them, things like that. You really have to focus on creating an atmosphere for your client. So one of our favorite brands is Louis Vuitton, as you guys saw from my scarf yesterday. That was a big controversy. We love Louis Vuitton because of the experience, not only the product. Whenever you go to their store, it's an experience as soon as you walk in the door, from the music they play to the smells you hear, from the champagne they give you to when you buy something. It's all an experience. We can easily go buy something off the internet, but we don't. We wait till we go to the store because we want that experience. I want to create that for my clients too. So let's talk a little bit about what they experience as they walk in the door. Now, of course, this is a set. It's close to the setup of our studio. So when someone walks in the door, we have the lights dimmed. I've got scented candles going. I've got John Mayer playing softly in the background. I immediately want them to be in a relaxed atmosphere and to feel at home. And so that's why it's set up like a living room. Because whenever we're decorating and we're trying to sell clients these art pieces, how can they buy something that they can't envision in their own home? And so we have sofas with art pieces up on the walls right behind it. We have things decorated at the studio just how we're suggesting they decorate at their own home, especially with the easels and the acrylic prints and the panos. Those are exactly how we suggest they display them in their home. And so it makes the selling much easier if you're able to say, just like this is a normal couch. I've got 4 big wall prints above the couch. If you were to put one, it would look silly. Of course, anyone can see that. And so it's really going to help you if you can replicate a home and a relaxed atmosphere. Around that atmosphere, turn off the phones, and if anyone steps foot in your sales room, you kill them because they will interrupt the experience and the atmosphere you created. So whenever we were first starting off, this is all from experience, by the way, we were based out of our house. So we didn't always have a studio. But as soon as we made the decision to switch to in-studio selling, we created a room in our house, and that room was set up just like this. But I started off with just putting on the radio on the house intercom and letting that be my music until a commercial came on about Trojan condoms. I'm like, okay, we can't do the radio anymore. And so experiences like that have built what I'm doing today. So it's really important. About the preview and getting them prepared. So the emails that I sent to them, you've heard me talk about the communication that I have with my clients. It's very particular. So the email that I send to them to schedule this session prepares them for what they're going to experience. You have to remember, they've never done this before. And so they don't know what's supposed to happen, what they're supposed to do. So my email tells them, All right, you're going to come over, plan on spending an hour and a half to 2 hours. We're going to review all your images, and I'm going to help you order anything you want. So there is no confusion as to why they're coming. They're coming to view and order pictures. Make sure you talk with your family, what they would like, what you would like for your home decor. Keep that in mind. And we're going to be running some specials, and they're going to expire that night. This is really key. So attached to that email, whenever we're scheduling their session, are our sales that we're running, which are our engagement collection packages, which you'll see here. And so they get that email and that pricing over 2 weeks in advance. You don't want to just surprise them with pricing that night. They're going to have sticker shock. They have to talk budgets, think about what they want. By letting them see that 2 weeks in advance, it gives them time to really prepare for it. And knowing that it expires that night, they should be ready to make a decision. So the way you set this up is going to be key to getting a sale that night, all right? So whenever they come to the studio, I'm trying to sell certain things. I'm trying to sell acrylics, a wall print for sure. That's how we're going to get those big sales. Books, save the date cards, guest books. Think of your primary items that you're trying to sell. And of course, you have to shoot to sell them. But then have these placed around your studio strategically. So I've got a 15 by 30 piano placed on an easel right behind the couch. That's one of the sizes included in our packages. So that's something I'm going to try and sell. I need to have it close by. And then anything that's included in our packages, I have sitting next to me wherever I'm sitting for the preview. So this is something that's included in our packages. I need to have it right accessible so that I can pick it up and show it to them. So everything you have that you're trying to sell, have a sample that you can show them. And it has to be like engagement or wedding. Don't show them a senior picture. And so have this right next to you, and then when you're able to hand it to them, they can see, touch, and feel it and fall in love with it. Does that make sense? Okay. So now let's bring in these guys. Now, we don't have music playing or anything, so just have to envision the scented candles and John Mayer. Hey, how are you guys?
How you doing?
Good, great to see you. Are you excited to see your pictures?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah? All right. Normally I would offer you beer or soda or wine or anything, but no alcoholic beverages on set, so just pretend you have a beer. All right, so we're just going to start with a little slideshow to give you a sampling of what we got that day. And then after that, we'll go through all the pictures. So for now, just relax and enjoy, and then I'll take you through everything, and then I'll walk through what I emailed you as well so that it makes a little bit more sense, okay?
Okay.
And now whenever they walk into the studio, this is what's sitting on the screen. And so as soon as they step foot into our studio, they walk in, we're talking, hey guys, great to see you. They come in, they sit down. Normally, this would already be up on the screen. They'll be like, oh, that's a cool picture. That's us? Oh my God. And it gets them so excited. So this, what I'm going to have on the screen is an image that I'm going to try and sell big, one of their best images. And so you have to keep in mind, they haven't seen anything unless you saw the blog picture last night. Normally they haven't seen anything, and so they're always nervous. Oh, I looked fat, or I sucked, or my mean mug wasn't working, whatever. They're anxious to see their pictures, and now this sets the mood. Now they see an amazing picture, and they're excited to see them. You're excited, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, so let's just watch a little slideshow. So just relax, and then we'll go from there. So here I would just have my music going, and I'm just letting this play in Lightroom. My settings are 2.8 seconds for the slide with a 0.9 second transition. All right? He must have said something good.
Oh yeah, he was being pretty funny.
You got the mean mug. That's one of my favorites. And that little white box we can get rid of for any other ones you guys pick. What a lot of people do with pictures like that is they'll put it on each other's nightstands. So he would have one of you and you would have one of him.
Oh, those turned out really good.
Those are cool. Oh, I love that. That's cute. door's pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool. I like that one.
I really like that one. And that's it. You like them?
Yeah.
I think you did pretty good. And so notice how I'm talking to them the whole time. To me, I'm very much an introvert, so this is like nails on a chalkboard for me right now. But I don't consider myself a salesperson. I think that's important for a lot of us photographers because we are artists and introverts, and we don't want to sell people. So if you go into this with the mindset that I'm really not selling them anything, I'm just helping them pick out whatever they want for their house. That takes the pressure off of you as a lot, and will get rid of some of those nerves that you have. And so, especially when you're letting them view pricing 2 weeks in advance, there's really no sales pressure, as you'll see from our flow of things. All right, so that was just a sampling of pictures. You've got a lot more than that. So you just saw about 38, and we've got about 200 to go through. Wow. That's a lot, yes. And so to kind of narrow that down, what I'll do is take you through groupings where images are similar, like this, and you just tell me which ones you want to hold on to for later. So don't focus on getting rid of a certain amount or getting down to a certain amount. It's really just to get rid of the ones you don't like and duplicates. That way it's so much easier for you to pick stuff out. So you just tell me which ones you want to hold on to look at again later.
Which ones do you like?
The first one's the best, probably.
First
What do you
one?
think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, perfect.
I think.
And I can go
Or
through
the
them
second
bigger.
one.
The second
second
one?
one?
That one? Yeah, I like that one. I'm making kind of a funny face. It's okay. I do that, so that's appropriate.
That's real life. And so this is how we'll go through the entire session. I'll help them narrow down every picture. And let's just skip ahead a little bit. Let's say we get to here. Now I could tell you right now I love the black and white on the top, but I also love that first one because that seems just like a natural, candid moment between you two. But I don't like the last one. To me, it's a little goofy smile. It's like your in-between looks. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. That was
All
probably
right.
me trying not to laugh or something.
And so I'll tell them what I don't like as much as I'll tell them what I do like about a picture. And so this is really important. They know that if I say I don't like this picture, I'm potentially giving up a sale because it is an image they could buy. And so our clients, whenever they see that, I'm willing to give up a potential sale in order to be honest with them and help them pick the right picture. It's establishing trust. It's making me the trusted advisor again, and that's really important. And of course, I do give them my honest opinion. If they're picking a picture that I think is going to look awful, I'm going to tell them, I really don't like it for this reason, but you tell me what you think. So ultimately defer to them, but do give your opinion. They're here and they don't know what to look for. They don't know to look for the hair in the eyes or a goofy smile. You're going to find things that they normally wouldn't notice. And this narrowed down process is really essential as well. So a lot of you are probably saying, well, I could just pick the top 50 images easily and just show them that and cut down this whole process together. The thing is, by the time we go through all these pictures, they will have said yes over 100 times. So at most, clients typically get rid of half of them, at the very most. So how powerful is that for someone to say yes over 100 times? They're establishing that they love 100 pictures. I'm not picking what I like for the top 50. They're picking what they like for the top 100. And by doing that, they're selling themselves. And so whenever we go through all of the pictures and they're looking at product and packages, they know that they like 100 pictures. Oh crap, I need my negatives. I need a book. I need lots of prints. So it's their decision, and that's how it's not salesy. That's how I'm not selling them. They're selling themselves. Make sense? Okay. Let's say we go through all the pictures and we narrow it down. And what I'm doing to flag these is just P for pick. So that's how I'm going to filter later on. So let's just filter these. All right, we got it down to about 40 pictures, which is awesome. That's going to make it so much easier to pick stuff out. Now let me walk you through what I emailed you so it makes a little bit more sense. So here's just what I sent you. And you guys would have seen this for 2 weeks, just so you know. Excuse me. So I'm just going to start at the top left and walk you all the way down. Great. And so this is our pricing. This is what they got 2 weeks in advance. So look at the structure. It's going to be similar to what you saw with the wedding pricing. We start top down with the biggest package. And now I'm just going to walk through the top left side all the way down, and if you have questions, stop me. The black label comes with a 20 by 30 acrylic, which is this guy. So this comes ready to hang. You don't have to frame it. We like to put it on the wall just like you see it behind you. And then for acrylic, I love the special edits. Just that crispness of it really makes it pop, especially like with the lights. Some of those pictures would look amazing on this. That also comes with a 15 by 30 pano, which is this. So it's just a long, skinny size. We crop one of your pictures to print just like this. And we like to decorate, just like you see behind you on that bookshelf, just with an easel. So it's a really modern way to decorate it. You don't have to frame it. It's perfect for bookshelves or like a fireplace mantle. And then any of our larger prints come mounted, so it's not just on flimsy paper. That way it's a lot more durable. You also get a 12 by 12 engagement album, which is this guy. So it's a custom designed coffee table book. You get to pick the pictures, and you get to approve the design before it goes to print. So if you do want to make changes to it, you can. But it's just a neat way to hold all of your favorites. Obviously, you only have so much wall space, so this is a great way to have them all in one place. And then it's got a pearl finish to the paper, so there'll be a little bit of shimmer to it, but they're nice and thick.
Yeah.
So notice I'm not just saying, this is a 15 by 30. This is an album. I'm explaining to them what it is and how to decorate with it. That's key. So I'm putting together the puzzle for them. I'm showing them what to use, how to use it, and then I even went as far as to suggest an image. So what to put on the product. So I'm walking them through the whole decision and guiding them and letting them see, touch, and feel it. So let them flip through the book. Let them fall in love with it. The more they look at it, the better your chances are. Excuse me. That would be great. So it also comes with a guest book, and that's this guy. It fuses your engagement pictures with a place for people to sign. So instead of just a book of lines, it's a lot more meaningful. And so you've got a faded out section on the left where guests can write, and then they can look through all the pictures on the right side.
Right.
There usually ends up being a line at the reception for people to sign this because they want to look through all the pictures. Thank you, man. You also get 10 gift sizes. A gift size is anything 8 by 10 or smaller. So that can be a sheet of wallets, a 4 by 6, a 5 by 7, or an 8 by 10. You just pick whatever sizes you want, and you can have 10 different images for those as well. So you never have to repeat a picture if you don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
You get your high-resolution negatives in that package. So all the unedited pictures on a disc, you can go print them off at Walmart if you're a scrapbooker, whatever you want to do with those. Mm-hmm. And then all your images will get posted online for 30 days. So you get a private link and password, and you can send that to friends and family, so if they want to look through them, they can. And then any picture you pick for your prints, those same pictures will get posted to Facebook. That way you can have them on your profile.
Wow.
All right. And then once you're in any package, there's all those additional discounts below. So if you do want to add something on, you typically get a discount on it. A big one with the black label is if you want to add on gift sizes, you can get them for $15 instead of $50. And your whole family can take advantage of that discount. So if grandma wants her own 8 by 10, she can get that too. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Once you go to the platinum package, it comes with, and same thing, I'll just walk them through every single item. I'll show them every size that's included. And notice again, I didn't say price. Never say numbers at your studio. They can read. And then I asked if they had questions after the first package again. You want to make sure you're on the same page and address any objections right away so that you can move on. Any objection that doesn't get addressed will stall the sale. Is there any questions? Does anyone have any questions?
Yes.
We good out?
No, we do. We
Okay,
definitely
all
have
right.
questions. You ready to take some
Bring it,
questions?
yeah.
Okay. So a lot of people were asking, and this question is from IBV Photo. Have you ever had people not order anything?
No, it hasn't happened because we're preparing them so far in advance. When we were starting out, we used to just show them the pricing that night until we had one mother run out in tears. So again, everything we do is from experience. Learn from our experiences and our mistakes. Don't make your own. So once you give them 2 weeks to look at that pricing and you let them know in that email exactly what the process is, what you're coming for, what the goal is, there's no surprises. They come knowing what to do. So that's really important that you prepare them ahead of time so that you don't run into that situation. Good question.
And also, there was someone else, I can't find the person, but there was someone else who had asked, once you send the price list out, do you ever not hear back from people? But I guess you've said this before, you're giving them the prices so far in advance before you even shoot them.
Well, so the way we set this up is really essential. In the email to schedule this session is the pricing attached. So in order to see their pictures, they have to reply to the email that has the pricing and the dates. So they can never say they didn't get the pricing, because in order to come here, they will have had to see it. So that's really key, because you don't want to ever have someone say that objection, well, you never sent me the pricing, or I never saw it. Well, you had to see it because you replied to my email. And so, no, everyone always shows up because they want to see their pictures, and they're responding to that email.
This is an interesting question from Thomas J. Photo, who asks, who's in Ontario. In your consulting setup, when you're for real, not just here on Creative Live, do you have the seating set up so that you are at an angle to your clients like that? Or from a consumer behavior standpoint, is it better to have them in a different way, having the seating face each other? Or is this how it is?
Yeah, I'm sitting next to them just like here. The only difference is the monitor wouldn't be on the table. There would be a TV right over here. So we're both looking at the same thing. And so I don't want to be across from the table. To me, that feels like me against you sort of thing. By sitting next to them, it's I'm helping you. I'm here doing this with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, great.
Great
so
question.
we only have about 20 minutes left in the segment.
Okay.
So let us know if you want to take more questions or keep going.
Okay, let's keep going. All right, does everything make sense with the packages? Okay, so just let me know whatever you guys like most, and I'll help you start picking pictures.
You think so?
I really like the pano. I think that's pretty cool.
The skinny size? Yeah, it's really different.
Yeah, you don't see much of that.
Now, did you guys like books, or are books not really important to you? Because sometimes, depending on what you like or don't like, that'll help direct you to one package or another, or no package.
Well, you always need a couple good ones for the wall. I think the most important thing these days is not necessarily what goes on the wall, but what you can send to friends. So anything digital that we can do in a package is, you know, something that we'd enjoy. You know, even if it's just a wallpaper on your computer or, you know, stuff that you send to friends, that's just having everything a lot more mobile and a lot more accessible to use as you see fit down the road. You know, even for just casual purposes is kind of more what we'd probably go for.
Yeah. So that's really why we had the Facebook posting in the negatives, just because it is such a digital age. And with the Facebook, that really allows you to share with a lot of friends. And you could save that to your phone. That way, if you want to have an album and flip through those, you can. So that definitely comes in handy for sure.
Does that have the watermark in it, or?
It's just our logo small in it. It doesn't cover the image.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so you guys just let me know whatever you like most, and I'll help you start picking pictures.
So probably at least this one right here.
That's what I was
Just 'cause
thinking, yeah.
It's not completely over the top. You know, all the stuff is not necessarily everything that we need.
So I actually do have a question.
Sure.
So when it has the price in like the bold next to the title, and then it has value in parentheses, is that like what you're spending versus what we're paying, or what does the value actually represent?
Special. So the packages are based on specials our vendors run. So if they have sales on canvases or on prints, we're basically putting those packages together to pass along the discounts to you.
Okay.
So that number, and they're talking about this value right here, that value is if you added up everything on the cart, that's how much it would be. So you can see that you're saving, you know, whatever it is, 30-40% by going with a package. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I see, and then you add stuff on top of that.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I think I like the platinum.
Yeah, and the pano would be a lot of fun. And other than that, I don't think we need to get too crazy because the vast majority of this stuff is just going to get sent around to everybody. The engagement stuff is fun, but it's the kind of the whole point is just to promote and lead up to the wedding, and a lot of that's going to be done digitally for us.
Right.
We have a website or we have a Facebook site,
Yeah.
or we're doing that kind of thing.
For sure, but keep in mind you typically want to balance your wedding photos. So you don't want everything in your house in dress and tux or everything in jeans. So these are really meant to give you balance in the artwork and diversity in the artwork in your home. Just like you see behind you, we've got engagement mixed in with the weddings. That's exactly how we suggest decorating.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think the platinum fits you guys most?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Perfect. Well, then let's start picking pictures. So what do you guys think about that process? Did I look awkward at all, or no?
I really like when, because this is the objection that I get. This is where I get caught up.
This is where we all get caught up.
And he gave you the objection of going, we really kind of want to save for the wedding, so we don't want too many engagement photos. And recently I had a bride who was like, no, I don't want anything. I don't want any of this hanging up in my house. And I was just like, okay. And I didn't know what to say to it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and that people will say that sometimes. And don't get me wrong, not everyone at our studio goes with a package. Our average is $1,400. So some people spend $4,000, and we've had people spend, $100. It just depends on the person, but most people, when they're coming to you, if you're positioning yourself as the artist, as the trusted advisor, they're coming to you for artwork. That should be your client by the time that they're getting to this process. But yeah, this objection, we're talking about packages, and I'm listening to what they're talking about. They want digital stuff. So I'm going to talk about the highlights of the Facebook posting. Those are things that are to our advantage.
So I'm coming out here because, how are you?
You're in the no-fly zone.
I'm in the no-fly zone. I know I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm coming out here because I've been hanging out in the chat rooms with the junkies and everything else, and the questions are flying in. So I figured rather than waiting, we try and address some of these things.
Yeah,
so
let's do it.
Can I ask Taylor the questions? I'm gonna interview her. So, what is the meaning of life?
Oh God.
Okay. So some of the people, the questions they're having in the lounge, and they're great questions, by the way. And I want to make sure we're explaining our process.
Yeah.
So one of the questions is, how come you're not explaining the a la carte pricing to them? You're just walking through the packages. What's the logic there?
Well, the packages typically include one of everything from the a la carte. So the package comes with a print that covers the wall print section. That comes with an acrylic that covers their signature collection section. And so if they have any questions on a la carte, they can always ask. But the packages are where I want them to focus, because that's where they're going to save money. And so I'm assuming that they want to go with the package because it gives them a discount. Why wouldn't they want a discount? So that's all I'm going to walk them through.
Because they've seen, but the a la carte pricing for an 8x10,
they've seen that.
They've seen that because that's part of the initial wedding pricing.
Yeah.
So the a la carte pricing is not a shock to anyone at this point.
No.
They've already seen it.
Right.
The next question was around, there's a lot of questions around digital negatives. And I'm going to answer this one because some of the questions were coming up. Well, if you're against giving out digital negatives, why are you offering them in the package? Let me clarify. We're not against giving out digital negatives. We're okay with that. What I'm not okay with is shooting and burning. So if you notice, if we can bring back up our black label packaging here, the digital negatives are only available in the black label package. And there's a reason we're doing that from the engagement pricing, if we can get that up. There's a reason we're doing that. I don't want to offer just a CD of images. That is an incomplete service. Instead, what we're doing is we're putting it in the black label. Well, by the time they get to the black label, I'm giving them an acrylic, I'm giving them an engagement album, I'm giving them a panel. Their home is completely decorated from that perspective. So that CD of digital negative, so to speak, is really almost archival at that point. I want them to have product in their home. That's why they came to me for artwork on their walls. So that's why we do it that way. They still want those for whatever reason, but I'm not willing to just relinquish control of that CD. Does that make sense? And so I just wanted to clarify because I saw a lot of confusion with trying to understand this process. Also, some of the questions came in on is everyone willing to come in and look at their pictures?
Yes, because we're setting this up as we're helping you. We can easily post this online.
I'm sorry, let me give you a little bit more.
Okay.
Are they always willing to come in and look at their pictures? Why don't we just post them online for them to see?
So they are willing to come in because they don't know it should be any different. This is the first time they've done this. So if you're setting the tone, like this is what happens. We shoot, and then you'll come to the studio and I'll help you review and pick anything out. They don't know that they should be asking for anything different. They don't know that posting online and having them pick from home is even an option. So educate them on the process. But then again, people thank us after this session because they're looking at over 200 pictures. You think they're going to be able to do that on their own at home? They're going to be overwhelmed and frustrated. So after people leave here, they thank us for our time and for helping guide them through the process. So they're loving it, which is good because we're loving it too. Yeah.
What about the people who had their picture taken, or their seniors have had their picture taken, and then, I don't know, they're getting remarried or something, and then they think, oh, well, we had, the seniors' pictures were in an online gallery. Can you just do that for us?
But they're not.
Because they like this process.
No. Our senior process is run the same way as this.
No. So somewhere else, but they're coming to you for
sure.
this.
So they've had a different experience.
So they've had
someplace
different
else.
experience, yeah.
Right. I'm sorry.
So if they said, well, can't you just post them online
Yeah.
because this other photographer did that? I would tell them, no, unfortunately, we are a full-service studio. So versus just posting them online and letting you figure it out on your own from home, you're going to be looking at over 200 pictures. We actually help you narrow that down and pick anything out you want. So we invest a lot of time because we care about the artwork that goes up in your home. We want to give input and suggestions and explain everything so that it makes sense. It's really a lot easier for you because we take you through this whole process where we whittle it down and help you pick stuff out.
So,
and keep in mind, it's about the full service experience. If you really want to give your clients an experience, invest the time here. Look, we get it. This takes an extra hour and a half to 2 hours for this full process to happen with most clients, right? And so that's a lot of extra time, but look at what our average engagement is. Our average engagement spends over $1,400. That's not an accident. That's happening because of this system. So you need to take your shooting style and put your shooting style into our system. And I guarantee it, it's going to work. Taylor was not heavy-handed, right? She's just guiding them through the process. And you know what? These guys could have walked out of here and bought zero. No pictures. We'd have been okay with it. I mean, it sucks. That's not why I want to do what I do. But if you find your client, they're not going to go with zero because they want diversity and balance in their home. They don't want everything to be in their wedding dress. And then we've had clients on their engagement pictures come in and spend $4,000. We don't get hung up in the little number. We don't get hung up in the big number. It's all about averages. And that's what matters. That's the most important part for you is understanding your averages.
When it comes to the order form, because I know you're going to be supplying.
And the order form is something everybody gets, right? Is that right? So if they get the course, they get our order form. This lives, and I'll let Taylor answer the rest, throughout our entire process. So we're keeping track of, okay, Taylor comes from here, we got to order pictures. Did the right pictures get ordered? Did the lab send the right pictures? You want to talk about being organized. When those pictures come in, check. We're putting a red check so we know the entire order is there. And then when they come in to pick it up, we check off who picked it up, what time they picked it up, stuff like that. And that all lives on that one document in their file. So we have a history forever of what happened.
Is it a two-part form that you would recommend so that
This is
you
the
can
order
keep one
form.
and they keep one?
No.
They never see that.
No, the client never sees this. The client never gets a receipt unless they ask for it. So again, no numbers. So we don't give a total and we don't give a receipt unless they ask for it. Of course, we'll email them a
They'll
receipt.
see it on their credit card statement,
Yeah.
but 90-something% of our clients never want anything.
So the way that we get to that point where I'm getting their payment information without them getting a total is just listen to the line that we use to close that. Let's say we pick out all the pictures for their package. All right, great. Well, did you want me to use the same credit card from your deposit or did you prefer to write a check? So I've already got their credit card stored, typically from their wedding deposit, so I can easily just charge it to that. And now we never have to exchange billing information. I never have to give them a total number, and it's just seamless. Because I know that's an awkward point for us when we're asking for the money. That's a way to make it seamless. You want to make that process as quick as possible.
Think about it. When you go to a restaurant, when you get your bill, does the waitress walk over and be like, "That's $99"? She doesn't say anything, right? She just leaves your bill there. You can read. You can figure it out. They can read. They see how much it's going to be. They can figure it out. And so you've got to understand, we're not trying to be deceitful with our clients at all. We're just trying to operate within normal business parameters. And consumers are used to just operating that way.
Even if I do get, say, a new credit card number that night, they're like, no, I want to use a different one. I'll just write down the number, all the information, and process it later. I don't want to delay that part of the sale with charging it right there, waiting for a receipt, sign this. It's just an awkward time, and it's not fun. So I just want to write it down and process it later.
It's fun for us.
No, it's not fun for me because now I'm like, oh, can you sign this? To me, it feels like it cheapens the process. I want to make this as high-end and exclusive as possible. So don't worry, we'll take care of billing later.
Yeah.
So.
The other question that came up was around tax. Tax is not included in our packages. So tax, there's nothing wrong with tax being on top of your package. Every other business in the world that they're working with, the caterer, the florist, it's plus tax. So customers get that tax is not included in the packaging. Again, we're just trying to operate like normal businesses. Did that stir up any additional questions online?
Of course there are additional questions. Go ahead.
And we kind of talked about this last night. I'm kind of in the transition of working towards this sales process, and I know what you told me last night, Sal, was like, you don't care, you're going to piss some people off. So, but Taylor, what's your take on it?
In which part, Sarah?
About doing the transition, because
from what you're doing today?
Yes, and because I know that the client that I started to transition this to, she was a little taken back. I even presented the information before their engagement session was even going to take place, and we got to the sales session. She was no, I don't need anything. So, you know, what's your take on it, Taylor?
It is going to be painful. So if you're transitioning from a certain price point to a new price point, or from online sales to in-studio sales, it will be painful at first, but it will be so worth it in the end. And if you just start off with your new clients just saying this is how it works, and so that you're setting the tone, you won't have those problems anymore. They're gonna respect your process and how things work, and they're gonna fall in line. Those are your clients. So just stick in there.
Yeah, you just got to understand where we came from. I don't want anybody again to believe that we started off and everything was rosy and successful. What we're trying to do is kind of accelerate your business through this course.
Well, let's talk about
and learn
this
from our
started
mistakes.
off. So we used to just post them online because we're like, we don't want to bother with this. Why would you do in-studio selling? That takes so much time, and then we got to have them in.
Couldn't wrap our head around it.
Yeah, like just post them online. Let them pick it out for themselves. Our sales average was $100 for an engagement session. We got so frustrated because people wouldn't order. They'd let their site expire, and then they'd order one 8x10. And so we heard in-studio selling. And Sal said, all right, we're just going to try it once and see how it goes. So we picked the right client, and we're like, okay, we're going to try something new. We'd like to have you in studio and help you pick out your engagement pictures. That way we can walk you through a process, and we'll help you pick anything out you want. And we fumbled our way through that. We had like a little Mac monitor here, and it probably took like 4 hours to do.
We had no idea what we were doing.
But our sale was $1,500. And we'd never seen that type of sale before. So we're like, in-studio selling it is.
Yes.
Everyone comes in.
Yeah, and that's where it was born for us. And then, like Taylor said, there was this transitional period where we were just trying to figure it out. So what you got to understand, again, is just do what we're doing here, and you'll avoid all the mistakes we made along the way. Everything from the music being played, the ambiance in the room, all those things matter, right? You don't want to have this in your home and you got a 3-year-old running around. Nothing against kids, but that's not going to lend to the sales process.
But what would you say to that client that you're transitioning kind of through? Would you just kind of like do what you've been doing with them and then just start working with the new, your new clients, or would you try to transition your old clients to this new system too? And what would you say to them when they're starting to see these things going, well, that might not have been what we had.
Are you giving them their CD of images?
With their album, when they get their album comes in.
But what about after the engagement
No.
session? So how do they expect to see their engagement pictures?
We do an in-sales process, but I guess as far as the price increase goes,
the price increase, that's a totally different thing. Yes, your price increase is going to have to start being with all your new clients, right? You can't do that to your old clients who contracted you with the old price.
You're just going to have to keep track of who has old pricing and who has
new. And with, I guess, my situation is they never even saw what I would charge for a portrait session or an engagement session, so...
But then you might have some latitude there. We'll talk offline. Okay. But you might have some latitude to introduce your new
if you're
pricing.
Not contracted at a certain price point for prints and stuff like that, then I would introduce them to your current pricing.
Like tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that has to happen now. We're leaving money on the table. More questions from the internet? Yeah.
We have more questions, Sal, but we do have just a few minutes left. So I don't know if there's anything more that you wanted to cover before.
Well, you would take them through and pick all their pictures.
Yeah, I would help them pick images for every size that comes in their package. And then you heard the closing line on how to collect payment information. From there, just tell them the process moving forward. All right, your pictures will be ready for you to pick up in about 2 to 3 weeks. So we'll just shoot you an email as soon as they're in, and you can swing by whenever it's good for you.
From shoot to final delivery, So shoot, they come in, see their pictures, prints in hand. We are trying to hit a 3 to 5 week window when possible to get them everything they need.
And as soon as they leave here, I'll order everything right then.
Immediately.
Yeah.
So rather than take questions from the internet, I would love to hear from you two, because on the internet, in the chat rooms, everybody's like, why are they so quiet? Why are they so quiet? I'm like, I don't know. There's a lot of people watching and they're nervous, right? So what was your overall experience? Did you have a good time being part of this? Were you nervous?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little nerve-wracking, but not because of you guys, just because we're, being broadcast and everything.
Right. You understand what's going on, but
right.
The main thing with that is it was a little bit disjointed, but only because you're trying to teach a classroom. It's
of course,
because you're shooting a few pictures, you stop and explain it, shoot a few more, set back up again.
Right.
When I imagine in a normal shoot, you're going to have a much more fluid experience where we're going to have more opportunities for more posing.
More than just an
and it's going to be more, you're not going to, have any environmental issues. Everything's just going to be set up and you can just go for a couple hours
and
or
for,
however long.
for couples that aren't, being part of a tutorial basically, because you start to feel like a groove, you're like, oh, do this, do that, like that fluid type stuff. And
you started getting
and then
it.
you kind of stop and then we're like, okay, wait a second.
Did you like what we got here at the latter part of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I felt like that, even as disjointed as things were throughout the day, I felt like we did hit a little bit of a groove there.
Yeah.
Right, for sure.
And because I saw, through my perspective, I saw you relax more, both of you, right? Where in the beginning, you could not stop giggling, the two of you, from that nervous energy.
Yeah.
And then you guys just finally relaxed, and that would happen much sooner in a photo shoot, because I would get you relaxed.
We definitely left a few opportunities on the table in terms of what kind of photos we could have gotten or what kind of things we could have tried. But in the limited time frame that we got, I'm very happy with what we were able to accomplish.
That's awesome. That's good feedback.
It's really cool to kind of see yourself like that, because it's something
remember,
you don't normally.
Everybody else yesterday, they're seeing the immediate results. You're seeing it from the camera. They're seeing what you're shooting.
We had no idea
Everybody's
what it was
seeing,
looking like
but
at
we
all.
don't until 20 minutes ago. We had no idea what anything looked like.
But that's awesome. Actually, that's perfect feedback, because I think everybody out there needs to understand what it's like to be on the client side of this. And I try and teach that. But he's letting you know, the two of them are letting you know right now, after the photo shoot, right? So after yesterday, you just want to see pictures. Don't make them wait a month. Don't make them wait 2 months to see their pictures. Now, this is unreasonable for them to come back in 24 hours later and see their pictures. But, man, you've got to keep the momentum going and get them in 2 weeks to see their pictures, and you will have those sales to follow. The good news for the both of you is we don't expect you to buy any pictures. We're going to take care of you and get you some really cool product and really cool shots. So thank you to the two of you for being part of this. Yeah.
So we do have one question for you guys, and that would be, would you have preferred to have alone time? I'm not sure if you ever walk out of the room and let the couples talk, but would you have preferred to have alone time, or is it okay having the pressure of them?
Like picking a package?
Yeah, asking you and you talking amongst yourselves, kind of whispering.
I mean, I think probably. I mean, I know personally, it's a little, even though it's not salesy, it still is kind of that pressure to be like, okay, which one do you like? And you're like, well, I'm looking at, my neck, or I'm like, oh, does your thing look right? So it's kind of overwhelming to have all the pictures, even with someone helping you.
Well, I think it's difficult for them to answer that, because normally they would have seen that 2 weeks in advance. So normally when people come in, they say, yeah, we kind of talked about it. We want to go with platinum or black label.
Okay, so just so I understand, you guys didn't see pricing until you walked in here?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, of course. Then they would need time.
Yeah, because we're like, oh, well, we can't really talk about this very candidly.
That's a great point, great question. So let's clarify here. This is, again, being produced for TV. In real life, they would have had that pricing literally an hour after their photo shoot.
And we would also have a stronger relationship. So I would have met with them to book their wedding, and if I were shooting their engagement session, obviously I would have been there. So by the time they get here, we're kind of like friends. And so even if you did have to discuss pricing, my couples have no problem discussing that in front of me.
But because they've seen that for 2 weeks, they're not shocked by the pricing at all. They've had this in email for 2 weeks. When they come in, I can tell you what happens. They walk in thinking they're going to go with the base package. Then they see these images of themselves. And then the question really becomes, which package do they want to go with? And usually the couples have no trouble having that discussion. So good question.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you all. This has been very enlightening to actually get to see this in real time. So thank you guys. And I just want to let everyone out there know that we are going to be doing another sales session in this workshop on Friday with our wedding couple. So we know you have a ton of amazing questions, and we've got those on hand, and we will have more time to ask some more of those questions on Friday about sales sessions.
Yeah, we'll show you the sales session process, everything for post-wedding.
Right. Awesome. But right now, we are going to have to take our lunch break because what are we doing when we come back from break?
When we come back this afternoon, we are going to the hotel room for bridal prep and groom prep. So if you're a shooter and you've always wondered, how do we run our wedding day? What are our settings? How are we posing? How do we run the bride getting ready, the groom getting ready? Are we using flash? Are we using video light, natural light? All those questions. Where's the second shooter stand? What should the second shooter be doing while you're, the primary shooter is directing? That's what we're doing this afternoon. So do not miss out on that. Bridal prep, groom prep, and I will take your questions
I'll be
this
shooting
afternoon.
with you.
You'll be shooting with me as my second shooter, and so it'll be like the good old days.
Yeah, well.
All right.
So, and we literally are picking up and going to a hotel. So we're going to take an hour and a half break today because we have to move everyone there. And this is going to be just awesome. So we're going to be back at 1:15 p.m. Pacific time. You can go ahead and check what that is for you.
So I've been seeing people in the chat room ask questions like, oh, is this included with the course? Is this included with the course? Pretty much everything is included with this course, right?
That's right.
You guys, don't you think?
It's a blueprint, man. I keep saying it. I'm giving you everything.
It's all inclusive. It is only $149 if you purchase it now. Go ahead and save money. Yeah, we basically gave you the pricing in the beginning. We've been giving you the pricing in the middle. This is the pricing, $149.
I think that's unprecedented, by the way. Most photographers, speakers, are not willing to share their pricing. And that I gave, I'm giving in that kit, we're giving. But here's what I'm not giving, is my wife. So in the lounges, everybody's like, I need a tailor, I need a tailor. You cannot have my tailor. She is mine. She stays with me. She's not for the $149. I can't let her go.
I'm much more expensive than that.
I am holding out, all right? $249, we can talk, but $149,
So
no
you
way.
can't have Taylor, but you can own the course for $149, everyone.
And now Sal's also for sale.
Yes.
All right, everyone, we will see you guys back here in an hour and a half.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are. We have moved locations, and we are at the Alexis Hotel, beautiful hotel here in downtown Seattle. We have our lovely bride, Chris, and her groom, Lynn, who will be photographing later. But before we hand that over, I'm going to give away a prize.
Okay, and the prize we're giving away is a Song Freedom 10-song pack. That's a $250 value. The winner is Amanda, and her Twitter handle is Cindalin. This is a friend of ours on Twitter and Facebook. She's from Arizona, and the quote was, "If you show clients that you want to sell, they can see, touch, feel it, and fall in love with it."
Nice.
Great quote. Congratulations to Amanda, and thank you again so much to Song Freedom.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Back over to you guys.
Yeah, well, here we are. We're now in our hotel room, and we are getting ready for the bridal prep. And here's what I'm figuring out. And guys, light us up in the chat rooms. Get into the chat room if you're not in there now and you're just watching. Ultimately, I'm going to be pausing for questions. I think it's very important, as I think Taylor would agree, that this part of the day, we run it pretty strategically. We're thinking about certain things as we shoot. So what I'm realizing is out there, you're not really so excited about watching the images come off my camera, so to speak. We know what images are required from a wedding. But I think what I'm hearing from you guys out there loud and clear is, how are we getting to those images? Why are we taking those images? And more importantly, how are we directing the day? So I want to take you through that. I want to set up each part of the day and get you into our heads and what we're thinking about, because every shooter on our team has the same system, if you will. So I've trained Taylor, Taylor's trained our shooters, and so our style is very, very consistent. So here we are, bridal prep. Tell me why, in your words, are the bridal prep images so important?
One for the album. So whenever we're shooting, we have to keep the album in mind. Whenever they met with us, we sell them on telling the story of their day. And the story has to begin with them getting ready for their day. And so we're capturing the emotion between the mom and daughter, between bridesmaids, and then photographing even the smallest of things like shoes. It's something that they spent time and money on. It's something that's important to them. And so you want to make sure that you capture that. And of course, they're not going to put it on the wall, but they want it in their book.
Right. So if you go to our website, you will not see pictures of shoes and bracelets. In fact, I actually make fun of you for that, right? I don't want in your portfolio online pictures of shoes and bracelets. That's not why couples are booking you. However, I don't want anyone to believe for a minute we don't take tremendous care in taking pictures of the shoes, of the jewelry. Anything your couple has spent money on is something you need to photograph, every single detail. Now, when it comes down to timing, how long do we typically have with the bride as she gets ready?
At least an hour.
Right, so we want at least an hour so that we can get all those details, the shoes, the bracelets, jewelry, dress, all those things. Now, when we arrive at the room, the bride is not in her dress. We don't want her in her dress. We want her about 90 to 95% of the way done with makeup or completely done with makeup. This has been a point of contention for a lot of photographers. Do not let the makeup artist screw up your day. Makeup artists, I love you to death, but you are notorious for screwing up our days. Here's the philosophy for most makeup artists. The bride should be the last one ready. And that's a good philosophy, right? We want their makeup to be fresh and them to be beautiful. But if she's the last one ready, right, they're thinking about, what time is your ceremony? Oh, your ceremony's at 2 o'clock? Well, I'll have you ready by 1:30. I'm not in the room photographing till 1:30. We're not in the room photographing till 1:30. We're gone by then. So make it a point to tell the makeup artist exactly when you need the bride ready, and make connections, right? We work with makeup artists, and how do we instruct them?
Well, first of all, creating that vendor network is really important. So if you're the trusted advisor for your bride, she's going to listen to whatever vendors you have to recommend. So our brides typically use all of our vendors. That's why we're able to work with these same makeup artists for 5 years, and so it's very consistent. But we tell the brides to tell your makeup artist, you have to be done at this time, right?
Right. No, it's very important so that the bride knows she may be ready before the rest of her bridesmaids. So that's important point number one. Now let's kind of, and I want you queuing up your questions, guys. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of questions in how we're running bridal prep. But we are, once again, very, very efficient. Could we spend 3 hours here shooting the bride getting ready and take all these amazing artistic images of the bride getting ready? Sure. If I have time, I'll do that. But mostly we don't have time. And let's pause for a second, because I promised this before the break. Second shooters. Guys, having the right second shooter on your team is extremely important. If you're just running ads out there like, hey, need a second shooter, and you got a friend who's a shooter with a camera, that would be the worst thing you could absolutely do. And so we're looking for somebody who would fit inside our system, right? Because we want to produce consistency. And so what we're talking about here, everybody out there, follow along our process. This is a blueprint. You're going to take your shooting style and just plug it into this process, and I'm telling you, you're going to get the images you need for the album and, of course, making your client happy. Words of wisdom around second shooters. What do you like? What are you looking for? Because I know even though we're in the same system, so to speak, you're looking for something a little bit different from your second shooters than when I have a second shooter on one of my jobs. So talk a little bit about, you're laughing at me, but talk a little bit about what you're looking for out of your second shooter.
Well, it's funny because I am so introverted. I don't really talk to my second shooters. I don't really talk at all. And so I feel like a lot of the time they're probably wondering what they should be doing. Sal is a great instructor in training people, and so he's definitely much better at that than I am. But as a second shooter,
but the audience, right?
Yeah.
In all fairness, there's people whose personalities maybe are a little bit more type A director, like me, and then there's people who are a little more introverted. Each one works, right, guys? I mean, there's no right or wrong way. It's just understanding. What I love about you is you understand your personality type, right? You're not being introverted and she's going, oh, I'm going to be Sal, hear me roar. That's not your philosophy. And also, that's not my philosophy. As a type A, I'm not going to suddenly try and be quiet in a room, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think that would work for me. So either way, there's a way to make it work. So let's talk about your way. What is it you're looking for in a second shooter?
So for my second shooters, before we walk into any location, we kind of have a briefing before we walk in the room. So let's say we're walking into this room. We would stop outside the door before we walk in, and I would tell them, okay, I'm going to have the bride by the window, and I'm going to focus on her face and her body while Mom's zipping up the dress. I need you, I'll position you off to the side. I need you to focus on Mom's hands zipping up the dress, get Mom's expression, and then the bridesmaids in the background. I said, I've got bride, all right? You get everything else. And
So
then,
you're instructing the second shooter to look for the candidates.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So you are still the creative director, and we'll get to how we're directing the couple, but basically you're looking for your second shooter to capture all those candidates. With that being said, let me ask you this, because I've only worked one wedding with you, and I think you were ready to kill me, and I was probably ready to kill you. Where I was your second shooter, that was not a good, no,
was
bad.
awful.
It was absolutely horrible. I will agree.
Sal trying to be quiet is just bad.
It was bad.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I was struggling with that. But that being said, I noticed that when you're working with a second shooter, you set them up at the beginning of the day, and then you just let them go wander.
Right.
So if your second shooter is wandering, what is your mindset as they're wandering?
My mindset is I know what I have to get. Whatever they get is gold. I basically operate on the mindset that I am the only shooter. And their job is candidates, because if anyone complains about not having enough pictures, it's of like the mom. Like, well, my mom wasn't in that many pictures. Well, your mom wasn't around most of the day, so of course there's not that many pictures. I don't want brides to say that.
But that's perfect. You guys out there have had to have that problem. Girls in here, you've had to have that problem where key people are missing during parts of the day. How do you ensure the key people are here when the bride's getting ready?
Well, it goes back to the timeline review. So when I'm telling the bride, okay, make sure whoever's going to help you get ready for them to already be dressed, because they're going to be in all the pictures and they won't want to be in sweatpants. That's her cue to know, okay, Mom, I want Mom to help me get ready, so she needs to be dressed by this time and here.
Show connection, show families together, sisters, siblings, brothers, whoever's there in that room, have them engaged. Now, typically the brother's not in the room while the bride's getting ready, but any siblings, we want to showcase that connectivity, that love, that passion between people. That's our job as artists, is to document that stuff. So sometimes you'll find a mom who's camera shy, and she's hanging out in the back of the room, and maybe I've never met Mom. So I will ask my bride when I'm in that room, is Mom here? Oh yeah, mom's back there. All right, Mom, come on, get in here. Mom's like, oh my God, I don't want to be in pictures, right? And I'm like, no, come on, Mom, I'll make it fun. We'll have a good time with it. So I'm, again, creating that environment. Now, my mindset, when I'm looking for a second shooter, first and foremost, if you're my second shooter, I need you to stay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're
I'm
sorry?
sorry if you're Sal's second shooter.
I don't even know what to say right now. It's not that bad.
Okay.
All right. So let's be serious. If you're my second shooter, I'm really looking for you first and foremost to stay out of my way. So you have to pay attention to line of sight. So my shooters, right, if my camera's pointing this way, they should not be on the other end of my camera. And what that might sound like common sense, but a lot of times it's really not. So my second shooters are really trained. We're all trained to pay attention to each other's line of sight. And if you hear me call your name, okay, if we're in the middle of shooting, and Taylor, let's just for argument's sake say you're here and you're taking a picture of this, and I'm photographing my bride who's here, if Taylor hears me say her name and I say, Taylor, I don't have to tell her, she's not going, what? Dude, what do you think I'm asking you, right? We're in the middle of photographing. So if I call your name and you're my second shooter, my entire team knows that if we call each other's names, we're in each other's line of sight. So we know immediately to just back up, okay, and pay attention to what's going on, right? It's very natural for the drifting to occur. I'm also looking for my second shooter to get all the candids. As the creative director, when I'm bringing the bride in, okay, and I'm bringing her here and I'm posing her and I'm getting her to look out the window, as I'm talking, everybody's being very candid, right? Because they don't see the camera up. But once the camera comes up, people naturally get very posy. And that's not what I'm looking for. I want those candid laughs, right? Looking away and, you know, being silly. But the minute my camera comes up, that goes away. So my second shooter is trained so that, and all of you out there have to educate your second shooters. Notice, nothing Taylor and I have told you about training a second shooter has anything to do with technical, right, acumen. I don't need to teach them f-stops, right, any of that stuff, although they should know it. I'm not pointing anybody else out for my team here. All right, although they should know it, they should know what to do. I'm assuming they know how to operate their camera. What they need to do is learn how to operate within the flow of our day. So if they see me goofing around with the bride and groom and my camera's down, my second shooters know that their camera should immediately be up, ready to capture those candid moments, not laughing. Right?
It's hard to do because Sal's a funny guy.
I'm goofing
and
around.
Whenever he's telling jokes, I'm like trying to take a picture because
You're like,
I
that's
know
funny. It's the 10th time I've heard the same joke, but it's still funny. Yes, I love it. Okay. So it's good to have your jokes going and get everybody happy, having a good time, but your second shooter can't get caught up in the show. Next, second shooters. If they don't work for you, you need to provide your second shooters with memory cards. Do not let second shooters come into your event and bring their own memory cards. You run the risk of them now taking those images that you set up, you created, and using those images on their website.
Happened to us.
Exactly. Learn from our experience. This could be disastrous for you. I got a phone call from our bride, and my bride said to me, why are my pictures on this random person's website? And I got burned. We got burned one time, and we vowed never to let that happen again. So the way you do that is you can have a second shooter agreement form. Very easy to come by. And basically all that's stipulating is, hey, I'm paying you for services. In return, I own the images. And that's a fair trade. If you want to let people use the images, that's on you. We don't. We have to protect our brand and our company. So make sure they're using your memory cards. Take it a step further. Make them use your equipment. And I know if you're just starting out, this is a very pricey solution. Consider renting. Right? We rent equipment from like Lens Pro to go. I love them. They drop off a Pelican case on my doorstep and everything's good to go, right? I don't have equipment for every single wedding, right? Lens and glass, it's expensive. And so, but what I don't want to have happen is I'm shooting a high dollar wedding and I've got a photographer show up and they're using, right, a Canon Rebel. That's great, but that's not going to work for the kind of imagery that we're producing, whether it's from a noise perspective, right, a full frame sensor perspective, or they're showing up with glass that's 5.4, right? I need fast glass. I want to control the environment as best I can. So hopefully that helps some of you guys understand how we go about grabbing second shooters. Actually, we should probably take it a step further and tell them how we train our second shooters. So I think Taylor was kind of serious where you say you feel bad for him because Alyssa, I think you saw her assisting me yesterday on my back. She is one of our second shooters now, and when she started off, this is how we train all our second shooters, by the way, and I highly encourage you to train your second shooters that way as well. She started off on my bag, okay? I paid her $80 to $100 per event, okay, as on the bag, nothing else. And she had to work 5 or 6 weddings with me on the bag. So she's by my side all day. She's not taking any pictures. She's not doing anything. She's just learning the equipment, learning what I'm grabbing at what part of the day, how I'm posing people, how I'm directing people, and understanding the flow. There's nothing worse than injecting a second shooter. I don't care how good a photographer you are. If I were to come, or I am, I wouldn't be able to go to your wedding and perform for you. I think I would probably fail you because I don't know your system. And so we want to inject people into our system. So she's on the bag. After she's on the bag, I gave her a camera, so she became a third shooter. So it didn't matter what came off her camera. I just gave her a camera. She came to 2 or 3 weddings with us, and I said, just go shoot anything, and then show me what you got. And then she would come back after each part of the day. So out of the bridal prep, I would say to her, what's your best picture out of the bridal session? And I would give her honest critique. She would show me her camera. If I was like, no, this is a great shot, great. If I'm like, it sucks, I would be like, no, that's no good. Here's why. So I'm giving that critique, that honest feedback. And then finally, she became a second shooter. And I do this, I put my team on the spot. And so Alyssa can attest to this. We were in the middle of a wedding, and she had never even directed a couple, but she had been on probably 8 to 10 weddings with us. And I said, hey guys, Susie and Bill, Alyssa for the next 15 minutes is going to tell you what to do. And Alyssa's face turned white. I did this to you as well when you were coming up. And her face turned white, and she was like, I'm like, don't go easy on her. Make her work for it. And I think that is the best on-the-job training, right? But my clients were comfortable because they knew I had control of the day. And everybody understands that somebody has to learn, people have to learn somewhere. And so that is the kind of mid-level story of how we will train our second shooter. So if you do have questions about that, I will take them when we come to take some Q&A. So get into the chat rooms, start asking some of these questions. Now, that being said, here we are in the hotel room, okay? We've instructed our bride. We've had that timeline review. We're walking into the room, and why don't you and I walk through real candidly, because we didn't, just so everybody knows, we didn't see this room until about an hour ago. We'd never been here, didn't pre-scout the location, and that's pretty typical. We don't get to scout locations. Let's just kind of turn around. What are you seeing in the room when you walk in? Tell me 2 things you see when you walk in the room.
Mirror.
Mirror.
Beautiful mirror. Gorgeous window light.
Awesome light coming in. Oh, you said 2 things. I got to pick.
Okay.
Don't hog my time. All right. So 2 things I see. I see this awesome, right, brushed metal table, and I see this awesome black leather chair here. So now, as soon as I walk in the room, when I walk into a room, right, I'm looking for light. I need light in the room. We can't make a photograph without light, and I don't want to use this nasty light. And yes, this hotel has beautiful, big open windows, bringing some light in. But you can see here, and I don't know how you're going to be able to see this on camera. Right now, what's happening is the sun is reflecting off the building behind me. It's bringing in this really hard light. Well, I don't want that. So guess what? I'm going to pull these shears closed so I can soften this a little bit. All right? And so that's going to help me out a lot. And I may have to open them up depending on what's going on. I probably just threw the camera crew into a tizzy trying to adjust for that. But I'm going to adjust as I need, okay, to get the light in the room the way I want. You control your destiny here. You're going to control the way the lighting looks in the room. No flash in here. There's absolutely no reason for it. So now we're in the room. What is the first thing we're going to photograph? Normally we're going to arrive here and we've got the makeup in here. But now...
Details.
Details.
So while the bride's finishing up makeup, getting ready to get into her dress, I'll ask her, where are your shoes, your jewelry, your details, everything you're going to wear? And I'll have her gather it for me like we've done here. And then we're going to take pictures of this by itself. We'll photograph each item individually and then all of the details together in one shot. And we do that just so they have options in their album whenever they're picking pictures to design it.
I like this. So with that being said, that's our vision. We know we have to get these details. We know we have to get shots of the dress. Here's what I don't like to do. I've seen photographers do this, is they take one master shot of all the details in one frame. We will do that. However, I like to isolate details. And the reason I like to isolate them is because, remember, they've spent money on this. So what I like to do is put these images into their album. This is going to help us add pages to the album. I'm already thinking about the wedding album, and as do you. I think you've got to think about that. So, you know, I didn't talk about this. I think you and I need to have like a little shoot-off, okay?
Oh,
and so, no, you're talking about, you're a good photographer. But here's how we're going to do this, all right? And just to make it fun, because we do have 2 cameras, but I would like to show people just 1 or 2 frames, the difference between, even though we work at the same company, you've been trained by me, and we want to produce a consistent event, when it comes to shooting details, shooting the bride, there's certain things we do identical, and then there's things where you add your flair to it, and certain things I add my flair to it. So we'll do that for details, and that'll be it. And we'll let the internet vote. I think they're going to vote for you no matter what anyway, so I'm going to lose this battle. So, yeah, you guys are shaking your heads yes. You're like, I haven't seen a single picture from Taylor, but she's better. Okay, so with that being said, why don't we get the Chris in here, our bride, and makeup. How you doing?
Good.
You ready for this now? All right. So, come on in. Yeah, put your ring down there for me. I need that detail. Perfect. All right, can someone get the groom's ring for me? It's not in here, but we need that detail. All right, so all I want you doing, you're going to finish your lips, right? Yes. So if you could, and yes, guys, I would direct makeup and tell them where to stand, but more than likely, makeup is going to stand in light. They want the natural light too. Is that a true statement? Are you mic'd up? You're not mic'd up. So yeah, she's saying it is true. She's looking for window light, natural light that she wants to use. So what I want here, I'm going to pull you closer. I want to silhouette you in this window, right there, and I'm going to let them finish. Okay, putting on lips, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, and I'm immediately seeing a possible silhouette shot. Okay, and this just works great as a filler for the album. And notice immediately, Taylor's picking an angle that's different than mine. So now she's adding diversity to my portfolio. Okay? We don't want every shot to look the same. Also notice that I'm photographing with a 50mm lens. Thank you very much. I'm photographing with a 50mm lens. Taylor's using a 24-70. So something else our second shooter needs to be well versed in is we don't want the same focal length. Then your images all start looking the same. So Taylor will know, any of my second shooters, if I'm running a 7200 and I'm long, they're wide. If I'm wide, they're long. And that's the important part there as for both of us. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. What else could we do here? We can take these shoes, right, and just do something cool with them. And now get her in the background, getting ready. So we're using these details. Okay, let me do something here. And I'm not overly thinking about these shots, guys. I just want to work really quickly, getting something that's a little unique, and giving my bride something that just looks different. Okay, and I'm going to come back to these details in a second and really obsess about them. But I just want to move really, really quickly. I'm not obsessing, getting caught in the back of my camera. Right, I'm just moving as quick as I possibly can. And the sun just went away, right? So my ISO, my shutter speed on that last frame was about a 30th of a second, whereas it was at 100, 200. So lighting conditions are changing in the building now because it's not reflecting. So now I can come back in here. Always pay attention to the light and open this up. Control the environment as best you can. All right, so now let's do this. So I got enough of her getting ready. Here's something I don't want you wasting your time on. Do not waste your time photographing a million shots of her getting makeup done. Because you know how many are going to end up in the album? This many. Right there. That many. All right. Yes, you look good. Guys, dancing pictures and my brides getting into makeup, why would they want pictures where they don't look beautiful? I want pictures in the album where they look absolutely beautiful. So I still want some of this stuff, but I don't want her raw face in the album. Not because she's not beautiful, but because compared to more polished images, she's more than likely going to reject those. And I know this from years of experience with our brides and putting albums together. So we're definitely paying attention to our brides. So are you done with your lips?
I'm done.
Rock on. All right. So Chris, here's what you're going to do. Chill out for a second. Because we're going to photograph your details. Have a drink with your bridesmaids, your girls. Have fun. Just be silly. Relax. Now that I've just instructed her to do that, obviously we don't have her bridesmaids and everybody in the room. But now that I've instructed her to do that, my second shooter is typically paying attention and looking for those candid moments right now. Now I'm coming back to being the creative director, and I'm going to photograph some of the details. So what I'm seeing first is I'm seeing this mirror here in the background, and I'm going to center this silver table, okay? I've got a vision in my head, so Taylor, I'm going to take some detail pictures. Game on. Okay? And this is the shot I'm going to take. And then, of course, Taylor is going to come back around.
And get a better shot.
Of course you are. All right, so what am I going for with this? I don't think my 50mm is going to give me the kind of vertical. Can we get rid of that blue pillow? Maybe it will. So here's one frame I'm going to take. Okay, I like the way that's looking. Now I can go a little wider, and I definitely want to take more than one. I want to make sure that that ring is in focus, right? So now I'm back at 2.0. I'm trying to make sure I got my dot on that ring. But what I really want to do is I'm probably going to move over to my 24mm really quick. You know what lens you're going to want, sweetie?
I think I'm going to stick with this.
What do you got there, 24/7?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll put that on this camera. One more frame, okay? And I'm not going to obsess. I just want to make sure I've got everything so that I can tell the story here. And this I do like now. So here's a 24 millimeter, 1.4, one more, done. So that's my shot. Don't know if you guys like it. We'll see. I like it. All right, so Taylor, all yours, sweetie. Uh-oh, she's going to the black chair. And we will move furniture.
So give me the 1635, if you will.
Damn it. I like where this is going, Taylor.
So Taylor, what is going through your head?
Okay, what's going through my head?
Is she
So
wants to beat me?
Of course she does.
I have to beat Sal.
I love competition.
Oh, yeah. I love the contrast between the black and the white in this chair, and then we've got shiny and dull, shiny with the jewels, and then dull in the leather type. And with all of the tufting and ornate stuff going on, I just think it's going to photograph amazing, especially when I can go wide with this shot and get in super close.
You say?
I know Sal's cringing right now.
I think I got you beat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Oh, damn it. That last one was good. That is awesome, dude. That will edit really, really well. So, dude, I love this. So I don't know if you guys can show 931 up in the booth, and I would say 927 in the booth, side by side. So if you can, right, think about it. Two shooters, we both have been trained through the same system, yet we see the world completely differently, and that's okay. We move furniture. We are definitely willing to move furniture in a room to make sure we're getting the detail shots that we need. And that is not uncommon for us to move everything out of the room, clear all the junk out of the room, get the bridal party working for you. Let's photograph a few more details in here, Taylor. So let's move this around. What I'll do now, and I'm going to come for questions in about 3 minutes. What I want to do now is, remember what I told you, I want to isolate every detail. So what I'm doing here is I'm switching to my macro lens. So this is 100 millimeter, 100 millimeter, 2.8 macro lens. And what I want to do here is get a very tight shot of the rings. But notice, rather than just shooting a shot of the rings, I'm using the shoes in the background, okay, as just background. I love layers. Okay, so I don't know if you guys are seeing that. I love it. Okay, and then what I can do is I'm going to maybe push this, watch this, I'm going to push this ring to the third. So I took one dead center, and now I took it and pushed it to a third. And the reason I'm doing that is because that'll lay out better as maybe a background shot in the album. I'm always thinking about the album.
Speaking of second shooting, Sal, why don't we show people how we switch lenses?
We showed them yesterday.
Oh, you did?
We did.
Well.
Yeah. All right, so let's get these earrings. All right. Why don't you set this up? I'll go on and off with you.
Okay.
Now, remember, your second shooter at this point in time would be photographing all the candid things in the room. Only one shooter should be working with the details. There's no sense in both of you working on the details. What are you looking for?
I like the ornamentation on the bed frame. If I can get the rings to stay up here, I think that could look really cool.
Man, you're bringing your A game right now.
I always have my A game. I just don't let those fall. So I'm going to switch back to my 50. The 50 is actually my favorite lens, 51.2, and I'll shoot as much as I can during the day with it.
Now keep in mind, while all this is going on, your client's watching. They are loving this because they're seeing you utilize all these nooks and crannies and do things in the room that they did not see when they were thinking about their pictures for that day. Yeah. We need a mic for you.
What are your settings when you're shooting the rings?
When we're shooting the rings, I was at 2.8 as far as aperture. Yeah, for my aperture, I'm always at 2.8. I love shooting wide open. That's very much my style. You've got to find your own style. But of course, when we're in rooms like this, using available light, you need as much, right? You need it to be as fast as possible. So that's, again, my particular style. Yeah, Darlene.
What about if you don't have these ideal lighting situations where you might need a video light or a speed light? Are you trying to find places to put something like that? I mean, what would you recommend if you didn't have this much available light?
Yeah, well, hopefully, whenever you're working with your bride and groom, did you like what you got there?
Yeah, well, when this is popping up on screen, it may not look that special, but I know whenever we get to edit it, it's going to look amazing. We're going to bring out the ornamentation.
Yeah, 945. That looks great. That's going to edit really well. So, no, well done. Another dynamic, but let's get those down.
Yeah.
I have heart failure. Holy cow. Okay, so what was your question? Speed light. So what do we do in a situation? Hopefully most of your brides are getting married in a room where there's windows. But not always, right? Sometimes we get ready in the churches, in the basements, and those are absolutely horrible. In fact, in Shutter Magazine, I just wrote an article called Victim of Circumstance, where I had to photograph a bride in a room with nothing but overhead fluorescent light, and we had to make it work. And there's pictures of me literally spitting on a mirror, cleaning a mirror to get the smudges out of that mirror, because I've got to do what I've got to do to get it right. So, that being said, that's why I've got video light in my bag, where it's a continuous light source, or I would use the lampshade. Here's a perfect example. I've been in a room with no windows, a hotel room, no windows, and just can lights up top. So what I did was I came in here, okay, and I undid the lampshade, took that off. Welcome to my new light source. And so I took one of these, put it on the side of my bride. I took another one, I put it on the other side of my bride, and this was my continuous light source, right? Dude, you got to get your MacGyver on, right? You've got to figure this out to do what you got to do. So what I don't want to do is have this light source and then mix it with natural light, because then we've got a mixed lighting source. But if I were in this room and it was night out, I'd be using this. But this is where it comes in, it needs to happen in the sense of you've got to have fast glass, because this isn't going to put out enough power to be at f4, f5, 6. You're going to struggle, or you're going to push up to some high ISO, and I don't want to be there. So in the spirit of time, hit me with 2 questions.
All right, Sal, hit you with our best shot. I have a question here from...
Hold on, while we're doing that, why don't we have you go ahead and put on her
dress?
Yeah,
let her get in. So now at this point, good point. Once we've shot all the details, okay, now we will clear this area out, because this is exactly where I want her getting into her dress. And so what I don't want to have happen is this be in the way. I need this as wide open as possible. So we're going to slide this out of the way. And for time's sake, I don't want you getting into your dress in front of the entire world. Normally, I would step out of the room unless my bride wanted pictures of her getting into her bride or wanted something a little sexy. I have brides all the time. They don't want something, they're not looking for nudes, they just want something that's a little more playful, a little more sexy. And we'll do that for them as well, so whatever they want. But for sake of time, let's take your dress, let's get you back in that area, get into your dress, but here's the thing. Do not button it, don't zip it, nothing. Just come in and holding it onto you. So you can go in that other room, and let's take a few questions while we clear this out.
Sounds good. Okay. Patricia Jean had asked, do you include photos your second shooter has taken when you work with the bride and groom? And just generally, what percentage of second shooter shots are in the albums in your deliverables?
That's a great question. So yes, we are going to include second shooter shots because they are part of the event. So those are included. As far as a percentage goes, I can't answer that because it really does vary by event. So it depends on how good an angle my second shooter has. But my mindset and Taylor's mindset as primaries, we're shooting the event like we are the only camera. So we're assuming that nothing will come off our second shooter. And maybe that's the most pessimistic view of the world, but I'd rather assume the worst and be surprised, right, than praying they got the shot and then they come back and they don't have it. So that is kind of our mindset. And then if we're surprised, then more of those images will be used in the album.
So a lot of folks are asking about both the first and second shooter being here with the bride versus splitting apart to go one bride, one groom.
Right.
Can you talk about that?
We can. Very, very observant, guys. We will not split up our shooters under any circumstances. And there's a reason for that. As I'm directing the bride and I'm working with her jewelry and her shoes, all these candid moments are happening. And if I am there by myself, I am guaranteed going to miss those candid moments.
Well, there's another reason. We have the slideshow. And when we're
that's true.
with second shooters, our second shooters typically don't have 2 card slots in their camera. So Sal's shooting RAW plus small JPEGs to a smaller card so we can build a slideshow later on during the reception. And if we're missing the groom getting ready, we can't play the slideshow.
Right, we need all those images. But I don't think the average person is doing
Right.
those slideshows. And to that point, I like the ability of you as my second shooter in this situation, getting those candid moments, which is very difficult for me to do as the primary. Because every time I raise my camera, they're going to know what's going on.
Well, and how do you know you're going to be able to match whatever the bride has from what the groom has? Does the second shooter know, okay, I got a close-up shot, I need a close-up shot of the groom?
Great point.
Yeah.
Want to take another one?
Yes.
Okay, Kelly.
We'll go till she comes back.
Okay, that sounds good. All right. Kelly had asked, let's see, where's her question? About having so many people in the room, usually in a situation like this, and there's clothes everywhere, and I mean, how are you, this is pretty spacious and open, how do you normally deal with the reality of this room
We
in a
put the
situation like this?
bridesmaids to work. So whenever we come in, we'll introduce ourselves and be like, okay, ladies, I need to photograph her getting into her dress right here, and I need all this stuff cleared out because it's going to be in her pictures. Can you guys help me? They're like, all right, let's do it. And they start grabbing stuff, and now I've got like 10 workers.
Yeah, ask for help. There's nothing wrong with that. And we do that as soon as we walk in the room, because think about it, they're living in this hotel room right now. So the bridesmaids have all their hair, makeup, food, everything's laid all around. I don't want that stuff in my photograph, so I'm going to move that out of the way. Good point. Let's take another one.
Okay.
Okay, so back to the time that you're in here. I think you said, sorry. Back to the time that you're in here. The 1 hour is all inclusive, the details and the bride getting into her gown and all of that. Is that your timing?
Hour to an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'm not taking any formals of the bride or the formals of the bride and bridesmaids. I'm going to do that later during the creatives. All right? So I want to show you guys something out there, and you tell me what you think. This is beta, so I'm showing you something that's totally behind the scenes. This is a posing guide like no other, and I'm curious what you think. So what this has, and yes, I am giving you a sales pitch, but I want you to tell me what you think about this. Is this worth it? This is going to sell for $49. I'm going to give you all the posing images, and I'll turn it back to camera, from each part of the day. And so image by image, you're going to look at this for inspiration on your iPhone. You don't want to walk around with a deck of cards. This allows you, let me show you one other thing, to look at your iPhone before you go into the bridal prep, before you go into the groom prep, okay, and get these images going. It also has a video built in to this. So I want to show you this, and then you tell me what you think, because this is brand new. I'm willing to change things because it's beta. So check out this. It's got a video built in talking to you from me what I'm thinking about as I walk into the bridal prep, what the important part of the bridal prep is. So sound off. Let me know what you think about that. It's brand new. This is my attempt of what I would call posing inspiration. So I can't walk around with a deck of cards, you know, that doesn't look right when I'm going into an event. So I think this is the latest and greatest thing. It's on your iPhone, and I think it's cool. So that being said, I got my girl ready.
I think she's ready.
Chris, you ready?
We need to find the lace to tie up her.
That would be key. We have to be able to tie the dress. It's probably in that bag. All right, sister. So we're going to put you here. Let me see if I close this. Looks like we get some hard light on you. Face her towards the window.
Towards the window? Yeah.
There you go. Good, good, good. Let's back you up a little bit more. You're going to be right there. Turn towards me. Beautiful, okay? Turn totally square up, looking out that window. You got it. All right, let me move this chair. Again, we're controlling the environment, okay? Taylor, I'm going to go with my 50. Okay, I'm going to shoot with my 50 millimeter. All right, guys, I don't want you tying anything up yet. How are my bridesmaids doing? We good? All right, you ready to rock this out? Here's what you're going to do, Chris. You're going to look out this window, so turn towards me. Okay, you're going to look out that window, and you're just going to have fun. This is the most fun you've ever had getting your dress tied up, okay? So you love getting your dress tied up. No funny faces. Okay, all right? Ladies, what you're going to do, I don't want your tongue sticking out while you're trying to figure out how to tie your dress. Yes, that would not be good. All right, so I want you having fun. This is the most fun you've ever had tying up her dress. Okay, that being said, put your hands on your hips. Have fun, be silly, enjoy your day. All right, here we go. So I will give my client that instructions. I'm at 400, and I'm going to go to about 2.0. Wait, stop for 1 second. I want to pause everybody. Taylor instinctively went here, but what I want you to understand is why she's here. here's the primary shooter. I've got my bride, I've got bridesmaids, and then I'll create another layer and have the rest of the bridesmaids here. So this might be mom, sister here, but I want all my bridesmaids here. So I have 3 layers that I'm shooting into versus just the bride, and I'm seeing the rest of this room. So for those of you out there who are saying, what do you do when you come into a room and it doesn't look this good, it doesn't look this spacious? Guys, every room we photograph in doesn't look this good. Some of them look like complete garbage. You know, and I'm okay with that, because what I'm doing is I'm layering this image with people that matter. It doesn't matter what's on the wall. It doesn't matter what junk is on the floor. I'm here in a waist-up fashion. Taylor instinctively, as my second shooter, picks an opposite angle of me. And Taylor's mission is to get now the hands and the expression of the bridesmaids while I'm focused on the bride. That is one of the main reasons we won't split this team up, because I'm focused on one part of the day of my bride, and Taylor's focused on a completely different part that I wouldn't be able to get as a single shooter. So let's work through this. Hands on the hips. You're looking out that window. Doing good, Chris. You love it out there. Yeah. Looking at me, Chris. Beautiful. Good smile. Awesome. Now I'm coming down to her hands. Thinking about details. I'm going to poke in here. We're moving somewhat real time. Notice as Taylor's rotating with me, she's paying attention to what I'm doing. Yeah, look back there again. I love it. Give them a little giggle back there. You love it. They're tickling you. I hope not. Okay. Awesome. Good job. Let's see some hands. Everybody, notice how we are moving and rotating around the bride. It is a well-oiled machine here. And then if I've got the ability, now I feel like they're moving slow, tying up that dress. We're going to switch. I'm going to go wide. Taylor's getting the 50. I'm coming back here. Taylor? All right, just a different perspective. Okay, moving again. Now I'm going to switch lenses again. I'm just moving. And you guys are trying to like speed tie this thing. I think we're on a race here. Yeah, normally them tying will take anywhere from like, I would say 15 minutes to tie that thing. How long did it take? Yeah, it'll take a while. So you girls better get it together. All right. Let's see you looking straight out that window. Good. I'm going to come here. I want something a little tighter. Can I get that 50 again, Taylor?
Yeah.
So I'm rushing a bunch in the beginning, and then I'm slowing down, and I want to get something a little bit more artistic. Okay? Give me a little smile out there. There you go.
Can you look back over your shoulder for me? This way. Yeah, just looking down a little bit. Beautiful. And then eyes right at me. Perfect. Love it.
Hey, holding up, Chris. Beautiful. All right, and then take a step back. Right, let them tie. Don't be in their face. Don't be shooting when you don't have to. Look for moments now. Look around the room. Is there anything more creative you can do inside the room while they're trying to tie this? Because the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have her put on her earrings, have her put on her her bracelet, right? Whatever else she's got. She's doing something here naturally with her hands. Hold your finger for me. Just hold one finger. Yeah, just relax it. Looking off to your right for me. Big giggle over there. Both your hands on your hips. Ooh, I love what you're doing. Just grab that dress like that. Yeah. Yeah, have fun with it. Be cutesy. Give me a cutesy little giggle. Love it. Awesome. You feeling good? You getting what you need?
Yeah.
Right? I'll constantly talk to my second shooter. You getting what you need? Anything else you need? Anything you're missing? Where's mom? I'm looking around the room. Where are the details? Okay? So, for the sake of time. All right. You have questions? Who's got questions? Let's hit them, girls.
Do you ever let your second shooter get eye contact with the bride, so it looks like they're the primary shooter as well? And how do you deal with that?
That's an awesome question. So what I would do is I'm paying attention to where my second shooter is, and when I want the shot of my bride looking away, right, I'll say, do me a favor, put your hands on your hips for me, Chris. Look away to your left, looking right at Taylor. And so I'm getting the look away shot, Taylor's getting the shot looking right at camera. So that's exactly how we do it. That's a great, great question.
You guys probably couldn't hear me, but I asked her one time to look down, look right at me, and so whenever Sal's not directing her, I might have her do something a little small like that so I can get a really good shot from my angle.
Don't be afraid to let your second shooter call for a shot. So I train my shooters, don't be afraid to call for a shot. If you see something that I'm not seeing because I have a wrong angle, that's why you're my second shooter. Call for the shot. It's okay. Let them, give them some latitude to get the shot they need. They might surprise you.
I normally have both a male and a female second shooter, and I see the positives and negatives to both. Do you have any preference on, do you shoot with other guy photographers? Do you have all women? You know, do you have preference?
Actually, my primary second shooter is a male. His name is Gage. He's my second shooter. I work well with him. He works well with me. He anticipates. So for me, it's very important. Male or female, I could care less. What's important is that they can anticipate what I'm looking for, what I'm going to need next. And that's more important than anything else. I can teach them how to photograph. I can't teach them how to anticipate. So I need that in my shooters. Do you have a preference either way? You work with Alyssa, who happens to be a female, and you two just get along, right? I mean, it's a personality thing.
I like to get along with my second shooter.
It makes for a long day, 10 hours in a car with somebody and you can't stand them.
Especially when you're like me and you don't talk. You need someone that talks.
That's why you're married to me. I just entertain you most of the time. So she's like, he's funny. I'm going to marry him. All right.
So, can we ask a couple questions?
Yeah, please.
Quite a few people are asking about getting pictures of the dress by itself on a hanger, like G. Gillis and a couple other people. Do you get that shot? Is that
Absolutely.
a fun shot?
Yeah, that's a must-have shot, right? We're under some time constraints here. That's a must-have shot. So we would have either hung that up. What's really popular right now are the brides getting the hangers with their last name or date on it. We try to utilize that. Again, anything they've spent money on is something that you need to invest and take a photograph of. But do something artistic. Don't just do a drive-by, take a picture. Do something like we're doing. Use the elements in the room. Use their dress. So we want to shoot the details of her dress solo, dress hanging, the dress from behind, all the things that led her to buy this dress. She fell in love with this dress for some reason. Okay? I don't want to just take one grandiose shot of the dress. I also want to isolate some of the details. Put your hands on your hips for me. All right? So I might do something like this. Okay? Turn around for me. I also might come here and do something like this. And here all I'm thinking about is the album, you know? And I'm going to get a little bit more angles and things like that, but I'm just doing things, and you're seeing those pop up, that are just details I know they're going to use on the website, in their album. The other thing I would love to do, right, is just bring this down. Where's makeup? Did we lose her? Okay. Well, what I would want to do is get that over her eye and maybe do something artistic, right? Just a beautiful headshot of her for her album as well. Just looking out the window, using that beautiful light. So yeah, all those are important.
Okay. All right, so from Just Love Me Photo and Design from Chicago, as you're just talking about thinking about the album as you shoot, are you shooting a particular number of or ratio of vertical shots, horizontal shots, or do you do both for everything just in case?
Yeah, if you were following along with my progression, right, I'm vertical, horizontal, tight, middle, wide as best I can. So if you think about when we were photographing the rings, I took some vertical shots of the ring with the shoes and the mirror in the background that were bigger, wider shots, and then I used my macro lens and I took tight shots of the ring. And the reason I'm doing that is to give me as much diversity as possible for the album. So yeah, the answer is just mix it up, follow your flow. I'm not thinking about, oh, they got a square album, because guess what? Clients will change their mind. They do it all the time.
So we have about 10 more minutes till our next break.
Oh, we have 25. We're going to 2:45.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we have 25 minutes.
25 minutes, good. Okay.
Do you want to just keep shooting?
No, I'll take a couple of questions.
More
but
questions.
Are you positive on the time?
I am. Yes.
Okay.
Double checked because we started a little bit later.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't give that memo.
So people are still really curious about shooting the groom getting ready versus the bride getting ready. You guys both being here. What if they get ready at the same time?
Well, that comes down to the timeline. That will not happen if you're doing the timeline.
Just keep forgetting about this timeline, people.
Remember what we talked about. You can't take one piece of what we're doing. You have to understand, I want you to plug your photography skill into our system, and I promise you, it will change your business, it will change your results. And that's one of them Taylor keeps talking about. She's like, if you're controlling the timeline review, there's no way that the groom should be getting ready at the same time the bride is. However, if that were to happen, then you deal with it when it happens. But since we're dealing with it an hour in advance, or I'm sorry, a year in advance, we don't worry about that too much. Do we have a question here?
Yes, I was just curious, when you shot I think it was the ring with the shoes here, and you mentioned that you got the mirror in the background. What lens did you use with that? Do you remember?
No, that was my 24 millimeter 1.4 lens.
24 millimeter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get to see that shot come up or no?
They don't have a TV.
So we'll show it to you later. But it looked really, I thought it looked good. I thought I beat Taylor. I'm pretty sure I did. Did the internet vote? Because everything that happens on the internet is true. It's fine. Absolutely fine.
Well, I really appreciate you guys reiterating the timeline thing over and over again.
It's key.
Because the questions keep coming up, so it's really good to just be like,
Yeah.
you guys are in control of this.
Right.
You're the conductors of this orchestra.
They hired us to be experts. We are their trusted advisors. So if we're their trusted advisors and we're the expert, then act like an expert and tell them how their day should flow. That's what they're relying on you for. If you just want to be a fly on a wall and just be like, oh, whatever happens, happens, then you're not controlling your recipe. And maybe that's a good way to think about this. This is a recipe for success. Your photography skills might be different than mine. You might see, I showed you how, here we are in the same room. Taylor saw the details one way. I saw the details another. She's not right or wrong. I'm not right or wrong. We're artists. That's what we're bringing to the table. But the system is key. You've got to operate within the system, the framework. So it works.
Cool.
Hand me one more.
One more. All right, that was a good one. Do you want to read that
Yeah,
one?
it was a question from Kristen, and she wanted to know, do you have your second shooter backing up photos as the day is going along, or do you just wait till the slideshow in between the reception and the wedding, or how are you dealing with that?
I do not, for the slideshow the day of the wedding, I do not use any images off my second shooter's camera. We use them primarily off the primary shooter's camera. Because the second shooter is getting great shots, but 90% of them are from a second shooter's perspective. They're supporting shots. The primary shots, the big shots, the architectural shots are coming off the master camera. So I don't have enough time when I'm trying to prepare a slideshow to go through not only the images on my camera, but my second shooter's camera.
Well, it also sounds like they're asking if we're backing up during the wedding.
Yeah, during the wedding.
The answer is no. We don't back up until we get home that night, as soon as we get home.
Yeah, as part of our workflow, sorry, I misunderstood. As part of our workflow, I'm not backing up during the day. I don't have that kind of time. That would be nice, though.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's keep going. So, right, your dress is on, okay? And now what we're going to do is we're going to put your earrings on. And here's all I want you doing. What I want you girls doing is I want you standing right here, maybe handing her the earrings. So I'm moving them, and what I'd like to do,
right there.
Chris, is back you up a little bit, okay? So here's where go back a little bit more, Chris. Stop right there. Beautiful. So here's what I'm doing with Chris as I'm backing her up. There's this gorgeous mirror right here. I want to utilize that mirror, okay, as part of the architectural element. I don't want a TV in my background. That's not exciting. Nobody wants to put that in their album. I don't want just some random pictures on the wall, right? So now I'm using the architectural elements in the room to my advantage. So what I'm going to have you do is slide this way, sweetie. Good, good. Help her out, and you're perfect, right? So what I want you doing?
You guys are very patriotic.
Yes. Did you guys do this on purpose with the red, white, and blue? No? It looks good. The day after Election Day, you didn't do this on purpose? I find it hard to believe. All right, I want you looking out that window.
Looking right at me, Chris. Beautiful.
You're having fun. You love putting on your earrings. Smiling. You love it. There you go.
Right at me. Beautiful.
So I'm taking more of a layered side shot. Taylor was taking more of the straight-on shot looking at camera. Now, again, we're telling everybody what to do. We're handing them the details. So what you girls are going to do is you're going to just tie that on behind her. Chris, you're just going to, lift your hair up for him. And Chris, keep your hands on your hip or out front. Love it. And Chris, just feel that necklace for me. Just make sure it's there, right? Yeah, just like that. There you go. Perfect. And Chris, what's the hairstyle? Is it going to be forward? Is it off your shoulder? Yeah, I like it like that. Good, good. Yeah, that is absolutely beautiful. Let me straighten that out for you. Awesome. What else do we have? Let's get your shoes on. Now, here we go. She's going to put her shoes on. Hold on, don't do anything. Come right here. Okay, I'm going to move her here. She's about to put her shoes on. So what we typically do is one bridesmaid is going to, we're not going to have our bride sit down. We're not going to have her, try and get all uncomfortable in her dress. She's probably going to stand up. You're probably going to help her balance, and you're probably going to bend down and put the shoes on. So what I'm going to do is I've got my 1635 on. I'm going to lay down on the ground, and I'm going to talk to my second shooter. I'm going to say, you got up top. Taylor's going to have up top. She's holding a 2470. I'm down on the ground with my 1635. I'm producing a different perspective than Taylor. So here's how we'll go. Go for it, girls. Have fun. Excuse me. Love it. What I want you to do is pull that foot forward again. That was beautiful. Get on that toe. Yes, and twist your heel that way. Beautiful. Right there, and let her hold her dress up by herself so you bump out. Awesome. Have fun with it. Let's get this part up. Show a little leg. Sure Lynn will like it. You got this piece hanging here. Okay? Yeah, there we go. Get on that toe. Have fun with it. There you go. Perfect. Push that left foot forward. That right foot, yeah, thank you for knowing what I was talking about. Awesome. Good job. All right. So now we're messing around with those details, and I feel good. I feel comfortable about what we've gotten. If I've got a little bit extra time, I might try and do something with the bride alone, maybe in the chair, something along those lines. So, questions. Ladies, how are my girls doing? Lens selection, does that all make sense?
What was it? People were asking about using a macro?
Yes.
For the details. Was that the 100 millimeter macro?
Yeah, for the details, I was using a 100 millimeter macro lens. 2.8.
Okay, so we have a. Okay, this is a really interesting question. This is from Adichuru, who would like to know how, Taylor, would you manage a crying bride? And we'd like to know how you would manage a crying bride, and then Sal, how you would manage a crying bride.
Like happy crying?
Yeah, why is she crying?
Well, I'm just saying, if she's emotional during the whole process, I mean, does that ever happen when they're getting ready, or just throughout the whole day?
Gold. Tears are gold.
Good tears are gold.
Good tears are gold. Bad tears are not gold.
I know I got a bad tear story. Do you have a good tear story?
Yeah. Brides crying, especially like one of my brides, their mom had passed away. And so when she was getting ready, she was so emotional, just putting on her jewelry, and she's like, I wish my mom was here, and getting like her tears watered up. And then she had this patch on the back of her dress from her mom's dress, so I had it open, and her looking back, and she's crying, and just embrace the moment. If it's good tears like that, let them be emotional, and then, get a cool shot, something that documents it, but then, let them be for a while, let them get themselves together, and then get back to shooting. Back away. Don't be in their face the whole time when
But
they're
also
crying.
don't not take photographs.
Right.
Because I think, like Taylor was saying, that is gold. I'll tell you, I was going to tell you a horror story. I do have a horror story, but you guys don't like those. Everybody gets upset. But they're real life, man. I mean, but I have a good story. No dogs died in the making of this story. But I do have a good crying story. We had a bride and groom. The mother of the bride had passed away probably about a year before the wedding. And the dad came in to see her for the first time. And it was this intense moment. And she was here facing the window. Dad came in, and it was set up. We knew Dad was coming in to see her for the first time. What wasn't set up was the raw emotion that came out of that. She had a breakdown. Dad had a breakdown. They were hugging each other, like just squeezing each other so tight. You could feel the moment. And I just tried to back out of that space as much as I could, take a few frames. I wasn't burst shooting, but I wanted them to, I needed to get that because that was a very, very powerful moment. But again, we don't want to be overly intrusive in those moments. We've got to be respectful, but we also need to think about, that is what they're hiring us for, is to document those. That is an amazing moment. We don't want to miss those.
Great answer. Thank you.
Two different perspectives, yeah. So anything else? Let's keep going.
Oh yeah. So some folks had noticed that we had taken down the artwork on the walls in this hotel room. Is that something that you do normally do? And if so, do you ask beforehand?
Yeah, I do not take down the artwork. The artwork was taken down, right, because we're broadcasting over the web.
But would you?
Would I?
For
No.
a cleaner background?
No, I don't ever
Not
take...
unless it was horrible.
Yeah, because normally this stuff is just screwed to the walls, and it becomes a challenge to get it off. So unless it's absolutely horrible, I will actually block it out by using my bridesmaids and layers to avoid that. So, but I will move furniture. I'll move furniture all day long.
Okay, great.
Okay, question about the video people. Would you bring video into this situation?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
where are they working?
Yeah, let's do this. Can I make him move? That'd be great. Adam? All right. So what I would do is she would be here, okay? I'm the primary shooter. You're my video guy. You're right here. So my primary video guy is right here over my shoulder. So let's show you, to give you perspective, I would be working with my bride, okay? And me and him are shoulder to shoulder, right? We're getting real cozy with each other. It doesn't matter. He's not worried about interfering with me. I'm not worried about interfering with him. He understands that we both have to get the shot. So let's move up a little bit closer, right? And I will guide my video people, right? And so now here we are. Okay, let's get your hands on the hips, looking out the window. Okay, pretend like you're putting on the dress again. Help her out. Look right out that window. There you go. And now here we are, and I'm going to show you my frame, and then we can cut to his video footage. Look up there again. You looked up at the window? That's awesome. That's beautiful. Big giggle there? You love that building. It's a great building. Ha, ha, ha. Okay. All right. So now we're cutting, we cut to that camera. So I'm still directing, but my video guy is just moving around me, and you've got to allow, if you've got a video team, whoever's asking that question, don't be afraid to get cozy with your video person so that they're getting just the same solid footage as the primary camera. All too often, videographers tend to stay in a corner, right, and try to stay out of the way. I encourage my video team to be right there with me. So good question.
Cool. The question was from AE Studio, so thank you.
You're welcome.
So Taylor, you've said that you're pretty quiet, and so the question was, with your second shooter, does that second shooter direct a little bit more, or
They don't.
or is your style just to not actually be doing directing, just moving?
I am directing, so I am very much in control. Just like Sal's in control, I just go about it in a quieter way.
Right. Yeah, we're absolutely both in control because
We run our days the same.
right.
That's how we're trained.
Because it's a system, right? And what I'm looking for you guys to do is take your shooting style and just work it into your system. What's going on, Lisa? Why are you having so much trouble getting out of here? All right? Your face is like pretty red right now.
Thanks. When you're doing your slideshow,
Yeah.
do you incorporate any of the video into it as well, or layer it, or is it just simply images?
It's just simply images. The video aspect to do an SDE or same-day edit becomes very much a challenge, and we don't want to mess with that on the wedding day. We are still primarily a photography studio, so we don't offer a same-day edit from video. We only do it from the photography perspective in offering that same-day slideshow. Very good question.
Are you passing that over to me, Kenna?
I am, sorry.
No problem. No problem. Let's get one here. I guess Just Love Me Photo and Design had asked, do you have a series of shots you always get, and then do you go creative when you have time?
Yes.
And then someone else had asked, I'm sorry,
Bingo.
I'm not really sure who had asked this, but if you have a shot that you absolutely always get and you miss it, will you reconstruct the shot, or will you let it go?
The answer to that is it depends, but let's step back.
Okay.
That was that kind of posing guide I was showing, or inspiration. That's we did that for our team and our second shooters. So yes, there are shots we absolutely have to have out of an event. 80% of, if you look at an event that Taylor photographed, you look at an event that I photographed, you look at an event one of my second shooters took over, like a Studio C wedding, 80% of it will look identical, as it should. I think there should be consistency out of your studio. People are coming to Salvatore Cincotta Photography for consistent experience. It shouldn't matter which photographer I get. 20% of the day, have at it, go crazy. Like right now, we've got a few extra minutes. What I want to do is I want to take this couch out of the way. I want to put this black chair there, utilize the mirror, black chair, my bride, and try and get something with a little bit of attitude in it. That's only because I had a little bit extra time. But if this were a normal wedding day and I didn't have that kind of time, I'm not going to be able to do it, and it's that simple. So, with that being said, I've answered that question. Let's do this shot,
Can
right?
we do something different?
All right, you got about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, I'm doing it.
All right.
You can go next, Taylor. This is my shot.
All right.
Hopefully this isn't artwork. Right. All right, so what I want to do, just so everybody at home knows, this was not planned. So, Amanda, I love you. All right. So now I need that chair. Hand that to me. And if you're asking at home, that's good. That's good. If you're asking at home, would I do this in a normal TV room, in a normal hotel room, you either don't know me well enough or you're not paying attention, one or the other. The answer is yes, absolutely, all day long. Okay, so what I want to have you do is I want you in this chair, okay, but I don't want you square down, right, because that's going to make you look all scrunched up. So what I want you to do is, see how I'm getting on this left hip, and I want you to come over with your legs like this, and I want that right toe pointing towards the ground, and then maybe you're a little bit like this or like this. We'll see what looks natural, all right? Probably going to switch here off the top of my head. I think I want a 35 millimeter, but we'll see. Okay, beautiful. And I definitely want to pull this up because I want to see your, I definitely want to see your shoes and some leg. All right. Let's kick this foot out. Beautiful. And let's try and pull that up. Good. Let's hide this. There we go. And keep that down. Right. We don't want you to look heavy there. All right. So let's see. Shuksa, you look a little up here. So can you sit up a little bit more for me? How about that right hand's on your hip? I like that. And let me see you looking out that window. Beautiful. All right. Let's go with that. Go ahead. Looking out that window. Good. Fix that curl for me, Taylor, please.
And as a second shooter, I know that Sal's going to be shooting wide from here, but from my angle here, I can get close up 3/4 and get a beautiful portrait of her. So I'm getting tight while Sal's getting wide.
Can I get my 1635, please? So with my 35 millimeter, I was too close. So I'm switching to something wider, 1635, and I'm not going to waste a lot of time. I want one shot here that I can probably do, hopefully do something with in post. 1, 2. Okay, and I know this is going to look good when we get to edit it. So give me a little more playful, Chris, out there. There you go. Not too, I don't want you too happy, right? I want you like Tyra Banks sassy. Right? Smile with your eyes. Yeah, I know, I just ruined it for you. You screwed. How about you looking out this second window here? Beautiful, that's where I want you. You look perfect. Stay there. Taylor, can you do me a favor? Fix that curl. Notice how I'm obsessing about as many details as I can without slowing down the pace of my shooting. Okay, I want to see a little bit more here. Like that. And yes, I'm going to come in here. If I got a manhandle, I'm going to do that because I want to get the shot I need. All right? I really love the way you look right now, Chris. Beautiful. Right there. 1, 2. One more. Look down at the ground for me. Yeah, but you love the ground. Just give it a little smile down there. Now let me see you looking at me. Chin to me, and push your chin out and down. Beautiful. And lean into me a little bit more if you can. Yeah. And then just let that left hand hang. Yeah. Beautiful. Awesome. Good job. Okay? And so that would be, I would try one shot. If I get it, great. I don't want to obsess about that shot and go nuts doing it. You did great. Thank you so much. All right? So that being said, we can take a couple of questions, and then we can hit break.
All right. I think
How my girls doing? You girls okay? And I'll let you see on the break what I'm taking in the back of my camera because I know you don't have the luxury of looking online.
I think I misspoke, Sal. We still have 8 more minutes, but we can go to break whenever. So
Yeah.
let's get.
Let me take a shot.
Oh, that's right. Taylor's got to go.
Yeah. All right.
Look,
let's
it's
go
the
ahead and
internet
stand
voting.
up.
You need to vote. Whose picture is better? We can't do this if we don't vote. I will
Right.
never live it down. Taylor
So
will
can
tell
you
me
come right
forever
about
and tell
here?
clients she's better.
And yeah, go ahead and get there. Okay. Now can you get your hands on the back like this and really pop that hip? Yeah. But then look out that window. Yes, I love that.
I think it's still busting.
Okay, that's all right. All right, this is going to be a test shot.
And notice I'm not stopping shooting here. Now Taylor's working. I'm just going to let her work, and I'm still going to shoot.
Sal,
Well,
there you go. A little smile out there. Perfect. Looking down your arm almost? Yes. Love that. Sal. And right at me. Perfect.
you good?
Good.
Too slow. All right. Notice every time Taylor said Sal, right, I realized I'm in her shot. I'm in the reflection in the mirror, and I had to jump out and get out of her way. So this was her shot. I let her take it and set it up. And so notice you can have 2 creative people in the room, and there's nothing wrong with somebody else taking control of it. So well done. How about you? How do you feel? And you're not mic'd up, so I'll just translate whatever you're saying. But how did you feel about it? I know it's crazy with cameras around and everything like that, but did you feel like you were having fun? Did you feel like you were getting shots that we were getting shots maybe you would enjoy?
Yeah, it actually feels good, like, because you know that there are shots that's like good shots taken of the moment that's happening, that's
Those
going on.
natural moments?
Yeah, and then you could see someone else shooting a different shot, and it helps you have that confidence that, oh, I don't have to worry about like how my albums or my pictures are gonna look because I could see them work really hard.
Chris,
So,
I love you. I can't believe you just said that. It was like I paid you to say that. She used the magic word. That word was confidence. And if it's one thing you'll understand is that our clients always feel confident that we're getting the right images, even though they don't see what's going on in my camera. I may show them from time to time the back of my camera, but the one thing they're not seeing is real time what's happening. Yet she used the right word, and she wasn't coached at all on it, is she felt confident because she saw all these different angles. She wasn't worried for a minute that anything was being missed. And then, did you like kind of the more high fashion pose thing that we were trying to do at the end, or do you want everything to be natural? That would have probably been flushed out when we first met you, but are you digging that?
well, actually, it's good to have a variety, because like even if I have a specific thing that I'm looking for, and then I see something different, it looks good. It actually, it's actually better that way because you'll be open to more creative style, and I kind of like that. Like for me personally, I like that diversity, and like you said, if time permits, then why not?
Awesome.
So.
Awesome, Chris. That is perfect. So let's take one or two more questions, and then we'll hit break, and we'll go to groom prep.
Thank you. All right. Oh, did we? Okay. Question from Anna Corley. Question from Anna Corley is, how do you handle multiple kids in the room? Or is that just a part of the normal chaos?
I think that's part of the normal chaos. We definitely have kids in the room from time to time running around, whether they're on the groomsman side or the bridal side. And so we just kind of work with it. It's part of the environment. It's part of the chaos. Now, when that bride's getting into her dress, there's absolutely no scenario where I'm going to let the little kids get in the way. So I will ask for, hey, can you do me a favor, just hold little Johnny or hold Susie off to the side and let us get this. But usually, because she used that word, confidence, when the group is confident that you know what you're doing versus just walking around like, what should we do in here? Right? If you notice, that never happened.
Well, and something that we didn't get to cover because we don't have, people, a bridal party here. When we arrive, we introduce ourselves. Hi guys, I'm Taylor. I'm going to be your photographer today. We're here to have fun. You can be yourselves, drink, do whatever, but whenever I need your focus, just give it to me for 5 minutes and I promise you'll get back to having fun. That being said, can you please help me clean up the room? Can you hold on to Johnny for a little bit? And so I've immediately established myself that I'm in control, even though I'm introverted. I'm now in control and I'm directing them, and they have confidence that, oh, okay, she knows what she's doing.
That's a good point. And we didn't get to cover that. We're establishing control the minute we walk in the room, and that's very, very important. And not in a obnoxious way, I don't think.
No.
Right? We're just like we're exuding a little bit of confidence, even if it's only outwardly confident. Right? You've got to find that inner confidence in you to control your environment as best you can.
Fake.
Yours not fake.
Okay, another question from Just Love Me Photo and Design. How do you not get bored when you're doing just consistent shots? And then I'd like to know, are you guys nervous every wedding, or like what are you guys feeling when you're coming into these situations? Weddings are like you just have your one chance.
You have pressure to perform. I don't think we get nervous anymore.
But I know why we don't get nervous.
Yeah.
We don't get nervous because of our system.
Right.
Right? And that is why I train my second shooters. You've got to understand, I come from the corporate world. In college I played sports, and if it's one thing that we learn at that moment in time, it's like back to basics, back to basics, back to basics. So when you get into that moment, that big moment where we're all going to get nervous, there's going to be something that makes each one of us nervous in a different way. We can't panic. We can't crumble under the pressure. We have to go back to our training, back to basics, and that's what I keep referring to. When I talk about our system, when I talk about our progression, I know that if I do just what's on my typical shot list, if you will, if I perform and capture those images, I know I'm going to produce a great event. If I have extra time and I'm a little calmer, then I can start experimenting and going out there. But I don't particularly get nervous anymore.
Starting out,
we would be in panic mode
God.
before every wedding. So if you're nervous, that is normal. It's okay.
It'll get better.
It'll get better as you build confidence, as you get more and more experience. But don't think you're alone. I can remember some of our early weddings, and we were like freaking out before the wedding. One time, I love telling stories. True story, of course. One time, we were at a wedding, and it was my second or third wedding, and I forgot to start taking pictures of the bride and groom walking down the aisle after they kissed each other. And I was facing Taylor looking for something, and the bride and groom stopped behind me, and they said, and I turned around, and there was a church of like 250 people looking at me, and I'm sure my face said it all, and I was like, oh shit, all right, you know, and I started taking pictures. So we all have those moments, and you're only going to grow from them.
Whoops. Well, actually, the original question was, do you ever get bored?
No,
I changed it to nervous, but do you guys ever get bored?
No, we love weddings, so I think if you're shooting something that you're not passionate about, you will get bored. But that's why we don't shoot babies a whole lot, because, you know, it's not something we're passionate about, but we love weddings, and we can relate to our clients so well because, you know, we got married, you know, 3.5 years ago, so we can appreciate what they're going through. And for me, it's exciting to be part of, you know, the biggest day of their life, because I know I'm going to produce this slideshow at the end of the day that's going to make an impact on their life. And how cool is that to be a part of that?
But I think that question might stem from, you know, where I'm making a statement, 80% of the day should be identical every time you step through. So from that perspective, you can get into a little bit of a rut, but that's where I use that 20% to try something different and experiment, and that's where I let my creativity come out. So yeah, no, I love producing a consistent event, but by the same token, as an artist, I definitely want to experiment a little bit more. I just don't want every wedding to be like a surprise. You know, we never know what we're going to get. It has to be consistent.
Great, thank you for that.
So there are a number of people that are asking about, again, how you're working with the wedding planner, the video guy, grandma, or mother of the bride.
Yeah.
How are you coordinating with all of those people beforehand as well? Is that part of your whole process, is being in contact with them before the wedding?
No, just maybe the planner, usually not even the planner, because if the planner's making changes to the timeline or with the wedding day and what we have planned with the bride, I still have to communicate that to the bride. So instead of doing that and risking miscommunication, we typically just communicate directly with the bride and then review that with the planner. And so everything is just with the bride. And she's on point. She knows the plan, what we have to get, and what the order of the day is. And so when she's invested that much into us, I guess the rest of the family just knows that, okay, this is important to her, so we're going to listen to the photographer. Am I wrong?
No, you're spot on. And I think all photographers struggle with this, is when you're at that lower price point, right? People have value for what they're spending money on. And so I know when we were starting out back in 2008, 2009, and people were paying $1,000 for us and $1,500 for us, to us that was a lot of money to make for a wedding. There was nothing wrong with that money. But for some reason, in the big scope of things, with how much money they were spending on their overall wedding, we were a very small sliver of the budget, and they didn't seem to take us serious. At least that was our experience. But the minute we raised our prices, the perceived value of what we were bringing to the table also rose, and suddenly everybody seemed to take everything we were doing seriously, and then there's that air of confidence that when we walk into a room, people respect us because we know what we're doing,
well,
or
and
we
after,
appear to be.
if we've done the engagement session too, typically all the bride and groom's friends have seen those pictures, and they're like, oh my God, did you do their engagement pictures? Those were amazing. So they're already fans of ours. They've seen our work because she was so fanatical about her engagement pictures, and it was all over the place. So now they already have respect for us because they've seen our work with their friend, and so they immediately listen to whatever we have to say for the most part.
Agreed? Yeah.
So is this a good place to take a break?
I think so. I think it's perfect.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break, everyone. Sal, please tell us what we're going to do when we come back.
When we come back, we are going to stage up the room and show you how to photograph the groom prep. So we're going to start focusing on the same concept, same theory, but we don't spend quite as much time with the groom, right? We don't need the same amount of images, and there's not the same madness going on around the groom, right? He's getting into his tux and his pants and his shirt.
Usually it's like 30 minutes with the groom is sufficient. Anything more than that is just awesome.
Right. And so that's what we're going to do. We're coming back into that, and we'll do some cool stuff next.
Awesome. This is so fun. I'm really enjoying watching you guys in action.
Awesome.
We want to say thank you to you, Chris. You've been amazing, so thank you to our bride.
And you look beautiful.
Yes. We're going to be seeing more of you tomorrow as well. So everyone, again, we're going to take that 15-minute break. Like you said, this is so exciting. I hope you guys all out there are appreciating what we're doing here by showing you, not just in the Creative Live studio, which is awesome, but we're actually at a hotel showing you what it's really like. You're following what's in Sal and Taylor's heads as they work with a real bride. So this is
It can be a
fantastic.
scary place sometimes, being in our
It
heads.
can be a very scary place. So if you are loving what you're seeing, again, this workshop is $149 for the videos plus all the additional items that come along with it. So
Can I add one thing?
yes, you may.
As we go to break, if you guys have any questions about what equipment we were using, I tried to talk out loud through my technical, settings, what the camera was set up, what equipment I was using, lenses, stuff like that. But if you have questions, keep those coming in over the break, and then we'll queue them up, and I'll try and get to them, because I think it's very important that you understand what pieces of equipment you need in this room to get the type of images you're looking for. So,
Great.
let's go from there.
All right, so we'll see you back in 15. Break, everyone. We are still here at the Alexis Hotel shooting with Taylor and Sal Cincotta, and we're going to give away a prize before we keep going. All right, so the last prize of today is Evolve Edit, $200 post-production credit. Tell us again a little bit about Evolve.
Yeah, Evolve Edits, that's our post-production company. That is the images you saw, like from the alley, where we replaced the building and added a beautiful cloud cover and lampshade or lamppost, and really added some drama to that image. Outsource, get this stuff off your plate, focus on business, focus on shooting. So $200 credit is a great way to test the waters. So who's winning this?
All right, the winner of this is Sharma Shari. And Sharma Shari is in Largo, Florida, and I love this quote. You gotta do what you gotta do. You have to get your MacGyver on.
That's
so
awesome.
that was great. So back over to you.
Yeah, so here we are back in the hotel room. Sometimes your bride and groom are getting ready in the same hotel. Sometimes they're getting ready at different parts of the city. Right? We've seen it all. Or sometimes the bride will get ready at a hotel room, and the poor groom has to get ready at the church basement.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, that's how it goes. We get screwed on that. So, but that's okay. Here we are. We're still back in the room. What is our mindset here? So now, and the reason I keep trying to frame this up for you guys is because I want you to understand everything I'm talking about is how I train our shooters. This is how I train Taylor. Now this is how we train all our shooters that work with us. What's your mindset when you walk in the room?
Well, even before we walk in the room, I like to take a picture of the room number right outside the door, because I know that makes a really cool background in our clients' albums where we fade that out and then layer pictures on top of that. So we'll get details like that, and then I know I've got to get the details as usual, and then him putting everything on, and then maybe a few shots of him with his buddies just hanging out, or a shot of him by himself.
Right. Maybe they're having some beer together.
Right.
Right. So again, we're looking for the staged shots, and then of course we're looking for the creative shots as well. Right. And of course we're going to stick to our formula and make sure that we're producing what we need for the album. We're thinking about the album the entire day. We want to make sure we produce those images. So with that being said, now as we walk into the room, let's say the bride and groom are staying at the same hotel. I know how I handle this. When we walk into the room, we're looking for different because the rooms are going to look identical. And when we walk into that room, we want to make it look not identical, right?
Different textures, different backgrounds. Like this ottoman, we didn't use that before. I wouldn't want to use the black leather chair for a detail again. So you definitely want to mix it up to give them diversity, for sure.
And just stress the point, why are you doing that? Why are we putting his details on something different than we put hers on?
Because the people want as much diversity as possible. And
but it comes back to the album.
Yeah, it comes back to the album too.
Right, because when we're laying these images out in the album, I don't want, as they go from page to page, it looks identical. We want to add that diversity where...
It looks lazy that way, I think.
Yeah.
If they've got the same background, like all the details in one place.
And I love the point you made about the number. That's part of our formula as well, and I forgot about that mostly because, you know, we can't bring the cameras into the hallway and all that. So we definitely want to get the picture of the room number. It goes to part of telling the story. So the groom, let's talk about his details here. The groom's
not as many.
Not as many. That's normal. But we still want to make him look good, look sharp. I love we've got some texture here of the background. So why don't you work the shot, stage it up, show people what you're seeing, and talk through it.
Okay.
And shoot it whatever you want. I'll get a camera ready here. What lens are you looking to use?
Let's do 1635.
Taylor's looking for a 1635.
So again, I love the contrast of the white and the black. I think that'll really make it pop. And so first I want to get a shot of all the details together, and then we'll isolate each one of them.
And do you girls understand? I hope everybody out there understands. Yeah, we want to get the master shot of everything together, but do we understand why we want to isolate each detail as well? Okay, everybody's shaking their heads. Yes, that's a good thing. All right, so.
So I'm trying to utilize this circle. Thank you. Stand on this guy.
You want educate us on your high-end camera technique there, what you were doing.
That was skill right there. I've got the focus point in the center, and basically I want to get that whole circle. I think that's a really cool element. We've got a circle, and then two circles on the side, and a line going in between. So I'm playing off the geometric shapes here, and so I just think that's something different.
Yeah, bring up image 57. I think that's a cool shot.
And if you edit that in black and white, I think that could look really cool, bump up the contrast.
Absolutely. And so that's Taylor's view of the world there. Now what I'm going to do, right, that would be our wide shot possibly. What I want to do is I love showcasing depth of field. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably put on my macro here, and I'm working with the light, right? So the light's coming in here. I don't like shooting against the light unless that's what I'm going for. And let's move this chair out of the way so you guys can see what we're doing. What I want to do is I want to work with this light. I'm all about layers, okay? And I'm probably going to use the tie. Okay, roll it up, right? Sometimes, you know, this is great because we've got a real tie, but as you know, sometimes when they're renting the ties, they're clip-on ties. And what you don't want to show is the rental tag.
Show off their brands.
Exactly. Photograph the label. They want to see that because they spent money on it. So now I'm just conscious of a real one because if I get a date, that really becomes, right, that timestamp day. What I'm doing here is I'm taking the input of that. So I'm going to do a couple like this. Doesn't mean I'm going to way of photographs. Digging it. So here I am at 2.8. Lose a little bit of 1/100th of a second. So that would be kind of my detail shot. Moving things over here. Really showcase things. Maybe I'll get the watch just by itself. All right, put it in thirds because I'm thinking about this look cool as a background album. And so that's you're seeing pop up on your screen. And you're understanding what for. Little X pattern. about it. Cool to do if I can get it to work. And I try not to spend too much time on a guy. Oh, I think I got you, Taylor. But I know Sue's not going to vote for me no matter what. She's already said that. She's like, I don't care what the image looks like.
Love to.
A shot like that. Bring up image 60. So, because I thought there's a shadow there that might be, I might be able to show. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, let's go with this. And that's going to be for something in the, maybe. Notice how I'm putting that in a third, putting that in everything bullseye to the side. And we always hear about thirds there, but I'm also thinking about that for the album.
Yeah.
Because if I can use that now as a background in the album.
These layered pictures all on the right side.
Exactly. And so this will be the line I take of the ring, a little tighter, okay? And those are the shots so I think I gave you all the details that we had to add some diversity there. And guys, be creative. Walk around, look for details in the room, look for glass surfaces. I think that's something that's not uncommon. You ask me, we should do it. It's not uncommon for me to take mirrors off the wall, take pictures right on the wall, and use that for everybody's. They're like, is he going to take that off the wall? Yeah, and twit too. But it does, you get the gist. You see elements into your advantage. Using a glass surface down, one dot.
You're not in the reflection.
Is not always you're saving yourself. What's going on, buddy? You ready? All right, let's do this. All right? And so what I will do is I'll introduce myself to the groomsmen. I'll walk in the room. My groom already knows me, right? And I'll introduce myself. I'll be like, how's it going, man? You excited about today? We're excited. How you doing, man? What's your name?
Aaron.
Aaron, nice to meet you. And Aaron, are you the best man today?
I am.
Very cool. So Aaron, what I need you to do is just help Lynn get ready today, right? So just have fun with each other. If you see him getting real tight, loosen him up, keep him happy. And other than that, let's have a good time with each other. And that is my direction to them. So I'm immediately establishing myself as being in control without being bossy. I'm not looking for you to be bossy. I'm not looking for you to get out of your comfort zone. Just introduce yourself and tell them what you expect from them, and things will go a lot smoother. So with that being said, let's move this, Taylor. And Lynn, what I'm going to have you do is come over here and get ready. Okay, and what I want you to do is, Lynn, I want you right here. So you're going to stand right here, my man. And you're just going to look out that window. So let's back you up a little bit. Perfect. Aaron, I want you to come on in here and help Lynn. And Aaron, you're going to be right here. Now, Lynn, here's the challenge. I don't know if you can do it, but you got to put on your tie without looking in a mirror. Lynn's like, no worries. All right. But Aaron, you're going to keep him going straight, making sure he doesn't look horrible, okay? With that being said, don't start yet, okay? What I'm doing now, guys, is I'm going with a 50-millimeter lens here. I'll probably be shooting at about ISO 800, okay? And Lynn, I'm going to back you up right there. Perfect. And Aaron, you're going to back up right there because I'm looking for this angle. I want you in my shot, okay? So all I want you doing, same instruction that I would give my bride. Lynn, you're looking out the window, no funny faces, having fun, putting on your tie. You love putting on your tie, all right, brother? Let's do this. Keep him straight, Aaron. Don't be afraid to get in there and help him. I know, Lynn, I can see you thinking in your head how to do this already. Lynn, I think you're failing at this. This is not looking good.
Yeah, it's getting there. I think you got it. Some classy looking tie.
Hopefully you guys are seeing the layering.
Yeah, there you go.
Feel good, Lynn? All right. So, Aaron, I want you getting in there, helping him flip his collar down. Okay? There you go, guys.
So I'm focusing on Lynn here. And Aaron, is that your name? Okay, sorry. Getting Aaron blurry. So I'm focusing on Lynn's expression here.
Good, good. I like it, dude. So you're looking good. Let's get you putting your watch on. Okay, so all I want you to do is come right back to this, right back here. Yeah, and just putting your watch on. Is it telling the time? All right, so here we go. And this is pretty typical. The only difference is Lynn doesn't have any cufflinks today. Typically, another detail that might be involved would be cufflinks. And then we'd have, of course, Lynn putting on those cufflinks. We would have taken details of the cufflinks as well. So now what I want to do, okay, is be able to work. If I've got time, because this is going relatively quickly for Lynn. So if I've got time, right, what I'm going to have them do is I want the two of you guys coming up here, and let me get your, right, you got to think, these guys are friends. Best man, groomsmen, they're friends with each other. Just get a picture of the two of you standing next to each other right here. Cool. Yeah, so Aaron, you come over, well, whoever. Put your arms around, just chilling with each other. Yeah, all right. Open up to me, Lynn, come this way. There you go.
And I won't shoot really at them while Sal's doing stuff like this because they get confused on which camera to look at.
Yes, that's very important, Taylor.
Yeah, so if Sal's doing that, I might come to the side and get like their ties, or if it's the bridesmaids, get their bouquets going down the side. But that way I'm not right by Sal and they're not confused as to which camera to look at.
Right, your second shooter should not stand right here trying to get that secondary shot. Whenever I start doing the more, what I would call traditional formal shots, any of this kind of stuff, the last thing, I don't need my second shooter. Get away from me, second shooter, so that they look at the right camera. Because you'll have one person looking at one camera, one person looking at another camera. So, that being said, the next thing I'd like to do is, Aaron, you could chill for a second, sit down, watch the game, okay? What I want you to do is I want you standing here, and I'm going to slide you to your left, Lynn. Right there, good. Keep your hands in your pockets, turn sideways for me, and then I want you looking profile right at that camera there. Okay? So what I want to do is I want to try and make sure I'm doing masculine things with Lynn, right? So hard shadows are okay, right? Silhouettes are okay. I'm not looking for beauty on these shots. Okay? And now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to underexpose by maybe 2 and really try and start getting some, a little more silhouette.
And while Sal's doing that, I've got a great angle and a 3/4 up shot of the groom. So we're able to get 2 things at the same time. He's getting more creative stuff, and then I'm getting something completely different. So we're really utilizing the 2 different angles, the second and first shooter here.
Yeah. And then, Lynn, can I have you looking right at that camera again? And Lynn, let me ask you a question about your glasses. Do you want all your pictures with your glasses? It's a very important question to ask your groom, or anybody wearing glasses for that matter. Do you want your pictures with glasses the entire time? You prefer to take it off. I'm glad I asked, so let's take those off. I should have asked sooner, right? So this becomes very, very important because now he might not like those images where he's got his glasses on. So here he is telling me that he doesn't like them, so I'm glad I asked. Okay, so let's keep going. I like that, Lynn, looking off to your right.
Looking right at me, Lynn? And a smile? Perfect.
Awesome, Lynn. Good. Now what I want you to do is I want you to, what I'd really like to see, Lynn, is you do this in real time. So I want you to undo your tie. Yeah, take it off. All right? And here's what we're going to do. I'm doing this because of the conversation we had in the room earlier about how quickly we move. So we're kind of photographing and walking you through very, very slowly how we would do things. Yeah, take it all off. You got to undo that knot, man. Hopefully lightning can strike twice there. Yeah, yeah. Undo the button too. All right, because I'm going to start you from scratch. Take that watch off for me. Okay, Aaron, you're back in here. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want you to see how we're working and shooting in real time, how quickly and efficiently Taylor are in understanding where each one of us is. Listen to how we're talking or not talking to get this going. All right, so let's get started in our normal positions. When we come back to settings, I'm at 1.8 right now. All right, and let me see, make sure I got another memory card here, Tay. I'm going to switch cards. I can shoot here. All right, so here we go. Lynn, all I want you to do is when you're putting on your tie, the first time you were putting it on, you were thinking too much. and you had your glasses on, right? I could see, like, you know, the brain cells firing. So I want you just having fun, putting on your tie. The good news is this is all photography, so it doesn't matter if you don't get it the first time around. We can always do it again. So it's not video, so it doesn't matter if you do it wrong, all right? Okay. So with that being said, go for it, brother. Hold on, I'm having camera trouble. I'm going to turn it on and off. Just keep saying busy, guys. Busy? No worries. All right, so while we're figuring this out, I want you guys to understand something. I want you to pay attention to the pace we are moving at. This is something that I find a lot of photographers don't do. They dilly-dally around for the most part, and the groom feels it. So I want you to understand the pace and how we're directing them. Are we good to go here? Good. All right, here we go. So, Lynn, let's rock and roll, baby. Put that tie on. Have fun with it, okay? And Lynn, the minute you feel yourself getting too serious, you better just laugh for me, all right, brother? Yeah, come on, Aaron. You're not doing a good job. You are
You're
not.
not a very good best man.
Yeah. There's a priest, a rabbi. No, we can't tell those jokes. Yeah. There we go. All right. Hopefully everybody's seeing how we're moving. And I'm switching directions. I'm thinking about slideshows. I'm getting hands. You're almost there, man. It was a tie for a high challenge person. All right?
I don't know. I guess I'm thinking with my tie. You know, it has to be.
Oh, it's got to be right down to your belt line, man. I understand all too well. Okay? Notice as I'm talking to Lynn, Taylor, we're still shooting pictures. As I'm goofing around with the guys, we're moving. Keep going, right? Changing my angles, adding as much perspective as possible. Taylor? Actually, what I'd love to do, Lynn, let me have you face this way. Aaron, face right into him. Help him, buddy. Get close to him. He don't bite. You and Aaron are pals now.
We go way back.
Make him buy you dinner.
Cool.
Awesome. What did everybody think of the pace we were moving at? Lynn, what did you think of the pace we were moving at?
Really, I was just focused on my tie.
Yeah, that's good.
I just want to make sure.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we need a mic for him. Nobody can hear you.
Really, I was just focused on my tie. Just make sure that I look good, you know, for the wedding.
Yeah.
So.
Did you feel like we were disrupting you?
No, you guys are giving enough space, so like me and Aaron can move freely. So it was not even a bother.
Did you feel like the direction was too heavy, too light?
No, it was just right on.
Just right on.
Perfect. Yeah.
Perfect.
So something our clients say is after they see the slideshow and they see all the pictures we got, they're like, "You guys were like ninjas. You're everywhere, but we didn't even know you were there." That's exactly what we want to do. We want to get amazing stuff.
You just like saying the word ninja.
Ninja. That's important because you don't want to be so disruptive on their day, controlling everything and always, you know, there and in their face. So it's important to know how to get shots like a second shooter from all over the place. And so you want them to feel like you were a ninja.
Yeah. What about, you know, we set up the shot. We told them where to be. I want questions from my girls here. We probably got to get them the microphone back. What did you notice, right? You girls all shoot weddings. What are your thoughts about the communication between Taylor and myself?
I think it's good that you have that open communication to be able to say, like the whole saying each other's names to get out of the way instead of saying, what do you need, or questioning something. You just automatically move, and that's amazing because you lose precious time. You're losing a picture because of somebody questioning, oh, what do you want? No, get out of my way.
Out of my way.
You know,
right.
so
I'm not here to make friends.
that's great. So I appreciate that.
Anything else, girls?
I like that it was unspoken communication. So Taylor, I saw you as soon as Sal moved around. you were taking a photo in the mirror and you moved right out of the way. You knew you'd be in the reflection, but you were still at the same time getting a great shot while he was getting something else.
Right.
So you
She
were
doesn't stop.
complimenting him.
There's the word, complimentary.
Yeah.
The second shooter's job is to complement the primary and start thinking about what am I doing. And I don't know, so you're right, Taylor isn't just looking at what I'm doing, she's looking how to enhance what I'm doing, and vice versa. If I'm second shooting, I'm looking to enhance what she's doing. I'm looking for
you never second shoot.
I'm saying in theory.
Yeah, Sal has to be in control. So he second shot for me once and never.
I know we've established that. I was a horrible second shooter.
But I love
fail.
second shooting. Like Sal's saying, that's your opportunity to get something creative. We have that freedom as second shooters. You know, he's got all the pressure on him. And so this is your chance to get something different and unique. And I would rather second shoot every day of the week than primary shoot.
There's no pressure. As a second shooter, you can come off, do whatever you want, and if you miss it, you know the primary shooter is the one getting that shot. To that point, I don't know if everybody at home was following this and watching my technique, how I'm photographing. I took one test shot when we started to make sure my exposure was right. I didn't even announce it. I just looked in the back of my camera once, and the rest of the time that I was photographing, this camera did not come away from my face. I just kept moving, getting down, up and down on one knee, moving my focus point, and photographing the entire way. I don't want to keep, you've got to stop chimping, looking at the back of your camera, and paying attention to what's going on there. Here's your client, here's the only reason you are here, it's to document their day. We can enjoy the images later. Get your lighting situation set up, take a test shot, and then it's time to move on and just shoot. That's what we're there for. That's the beauty of digital. And so think about in the days of film, when we were photographing in film, I shot my first wedding at 17. I was on film. We didn't have the luxury of looking at the back of our camera. Right? We had to trust the metering systems, everything going on. Same thing here. So now you have that luxury, but it becomes a distraction more than an enhancement. So we've got to be careful with that. I've seen you two ladies step up, so I'm assuming we've got questions.
We always have questions. Okay, Sienna says, how cool is this workshop? Thank you. They would like to know, how do you deal with cold stone brides and grooms, people who don't like to smile or give any expression, maybe sometimes when the bride and groom don't have a good dynamic, or the mother-in-law, or how are you guys coaching people that are just not?
I know the two of us for a fact handle this completely differently.
Yeah, you go first.
No, you go first. I'm going to let you.
It really sucks being in that scenario. You can't force them to be something they're not. So if they're not a smiley, happy person, that's okay. The last wedding I shot a week ago, they actually had amazing, serious looks where they looked pleasant, but they didn't do a whole lot of happy, big smiles. They didn't show their teeth a lot, but that was them, and that looked amazing on them. And so we ran with it. And of course, I want to give them diversity. So I'm like, hey, just do me a favor, laugh out loud. Say something fun. Tell her something funny. Tell her a joke. What, you're not funny? Come on. And so, just get them to relax and have fun, make a joke, and just be ready for their reaction, and getting that reaction to your joke, I think, is the best way to get a natural kind of laugh. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Back to anticipation. So once again, the only way I know how to teach is through true stories. And so we had I had a wedding not too long ago where my bride, her sister, I don't want to use the word to describe her, but she was not a nice person. And her sister was supposed to be helping her get into the dress. And her sister refused to change out of her sweatpants while her sister was getting in the dress. And the bride came up to me, and I said to her, who's helping you get in your dress? She's like, well, and she whispered to me. She said, well, my sister's helping me get in the dress, but she doesn't want to change. She's not being real nice to me. This is what my bride said. She said she's not being real nice to me. And this bride was the sweetest bride in the world, and she just had no voice. She didn't want to speak up, but she's like, I don't want to inconvenience her. I'm like, dude, this is your wedding day. We're going to inconvenience her. And so I went into the other room, okay, because we're talking about what do you do when you have a difficult couple, or, well, this case, I had a difficult maid of honor. I went into the room, and I said, can I inconvenience you and ask you to get dressed? And she said, why do I need to get, you're very nasty to me. Why do I need to get dressed? We don't have to be at the church for another 2 hours. I said, well, that is true. We don't have to be at the church for 2 hours, but I'm here now photographing your sister getting her dress, and since it's her day, not your day, I would really appreciate it if you could help me help your sister and get the best images possible. And I became the voice for my bride. So I truly believe in my heart that it is our job to control our own destiny. I don't want to go home and say, I have horrible pictures because my bride didn't smile, because my groom wouldn't smile, because the maid of honor decided to wear sweatpants.
Well, this is a great point that you're bringing up because we take direction from the couple only. And so if a bridesmaid, a sister, a mother, whoever is giving us direction that's different from what the bride, from what we've gone over with the bride, we won't do it. The bride is our client, and we listen to whatever she says, right?
Yeah, I'm just laughing because I think everybody out there can relate to this, all right? And we see all the girls nodding their head back there. We walk into a room, and there's always that one bridesmaid, right, who her boyfriend got her a camera from a box store, and now she's a photographer. And as you walk in the room, wants to tell you what you should be doing. I have that almost...
Get that shot, get that shot.
Yeah, I get that almost every other wedding. She's like, well, what I was thinking is you could shoot the dress over here. Like, I'm in the room 4 minutes. You could shoot the dress over here, and then you could do stuff like this. And I just stop. And I know me and Taylor handle this differently.
I know what you do.
Yeah. I'm like, I just stop. I look at her, and I go... And I hand her my camera. She's like, well, what do you want me to do with that? I thought you were photographing today. You're not photographing today? Oh, okay, because I'm photographing today. Yeah, I love your opinions. Thank you so much. But you got to let me do my job. I promise you I know what I'm doing. And I smile, and the bridesmaids laugh. But most importantly, my bride laughs because she knows how bossy this bridesmaid is being. So I'm not expecting all of you out there to do this. Because
I would never, ever say that.
Of course, you've got to be within your personality. But the control stops the minute I do that because I'm establishing that I'm running the creative part of this day. So I don't expect all you guys to go out there and do that. But
so Sal, don't leave us hanging. What happened to the girl in the sweats? What did she do?
The girl in the sweats decided she did not want to help her sister get ready, and she left the room.
She actually wasn't in any of the group pictures that day because she
was not in the family pictures. It's family drama going on. So she was not in any of the family pictures, and she left. And but I'll tell you what, you know who was appreciative? My bride. My bride was, she had no voice, and she appreciated that I became her voice.
She actually put rave reviews about Sal online and how amazing it was to work with him and how he was focused on her and her days. So it really went a long ways with the bride.
And to Taylor's point, our clients are the only two we're accountable to. I only answer to my bride and my groom because at the end of the day, they're the ones paying the bill. And when they come in and look at their wedding pictures or look at their engagement pictures, I don't care. Trust me, I want everybody to be happy. That would be ideal. But there's only two people I care about, and that's my bride and groom. And if they're happy, everybody, as far as I'm concerned, nobody else matters. And you guys got to take that to heart. You really got to understand who your client is, and it has to be the bride and groom, the people paying the bill.
Cool. Thanks for sharing the story.
Yeah.
All of our jaws were dropped back here.
Yeah, really. Wow.
Don't leave us hanging. Yeah, it really happened.
Wow. All right. So you talked about the bossy girl with the camera. What about, how do you deal with guests shooting with their cameras or their phones while you're posing and working? And
I love that. I'm so glad we got that question. You might think, based on what I told you with the girl with the camera, that I would probably start elbowing guests in the head to get out of the way, but it's actually quite the opposite. So let's stage this for a second. I'm going to let, who's got an iPhone with them?
Everyone.
So, whoever's got one, come on in here. Sarah, you're in. So this happens at the reception. This happens at the ceremony. This happens when the groom is getting ready. So Sarah, come on back here. Let's say, for whatever reason, Sarah is Lynn's sister, okay? They look alike. And let's say, it could happen, right? Anything's possible. Okay, but let's say she's his sister. She's going to be in the room, okay, while he's getting ready. And guess what she's going to be doing as I'm taking pictures? She's going to be standing behind me, driving me bonkers, taking pictures. But she's going to realize she's in my way because of my movement. So what'll start happening is, all right,
never stand behind Sal.
You do not want to stand behind me. It's not intentional. Right? So Lynn, you're going to be right here. Just fussing with your tie a little bit. Try and take a picture of Lynn, okay? So here, there we go. Okay? My camera's frozen again. I don't know why. Good, good. All right, here we go. Oops, sorry. You okay? Look, your phone's down. Let me get that for you. You want a picture? Oh, let me get this for you. Okay, hang tight. Okay, so here we go. Lynn, go ahead. Look out that window. There we go. Beautiful, dude. All right, 1, 2. Boom. There you go. All right. Thanks, Sarah. We'll see you later. Okay. All right. So that's exactly how I would handle that. And that, I'm glad you dropped your phone because that is typically what starts happening. And I will grab the camera, okay, and take that photograph for them. I don't care if we're at the church. I don't care if we're at the reception. I will actually take pictures for the guests with their phone.
Or we'll step out of the way, be like, oh, guys, just give us 1 minute, let us get the shot, we'll step out of your way and let you get a picture.
Yeah, we definitely try to be guest friendly with that. So
It's saying like 4 paragraphs in between being guest friendly and actually saying what you're saying.
Yeah.
Nice tactic. That's good.
So we have about 20 minutes before 4 o'clock. What would you like to do?
I'm going to end up, what I want to do, go ahead.
I think we need to get a really cool shot of Lynn by himself because we've got one of Chris.
Sure. I was going to end a little early and take more questions.
Okay.
But why don't we do that? I'll let you, why don't you direct it and post this? Let's get your watch on, Lynn.
Okay.
And we'll go that direction. What are you
move
feeling?
This? I want to use this wall behind him.
Okay.
And get him looking out the window, I think.
Okay. So let's move this. And my camera, can we fix this? It's locked up again. I'm turning it on and off.
All right, Lynn, so what I'm going to have you do is stand right here with your hands in your pockets. Just bring your thumbs out.
We want his
just
jacket?
facing out that window.
You got a jacket with you?
Yeah, I do.
Let's get his jacket.
Yeah, let's grab that.
Taylor, do you want this lamp on? Little mix,
yeah, I
from
think
behind
so.
it?
Yeah.
Stays on if
Maybe
I keep...
not.
What
Sal,
if I just keep my foot here
go
and duck
down
down?
in the corner, yeah.
It's going to be like a fire in here in about 2 seconds.
So what's going through your head right
Sal,
now?
can you go ahead and get right here? So what I'm going to do is get a test shot of Sal before I put my groom in here. So this is something we do with our second shooters. We'll actually set everything up, get our lighting settings, everything right so that when we have our client come in, everything's ready to go and we're not fumbling with our settings. He's not standing there waiting on us. So this really keeps the flow of the day and it keeps him happy too. So look at that window for me. Put your thumbs out of your pocket.
Hands out of my pocket?
No, thumbs out of your pocket. Perfect. Yeah, so Lynn, let's go ahead and get you in there. So you're going to be right about there.
That's what you're saying?
All right, let's get your hands in your pockets. Pull your thumbs out, though. Yep, they're out. Okay, good. And angle a little bit more towards me. Yeah, and looking right at that window.
Again, paying attention to details. I'm pulling lint off my groom, pulling his suit tight. I want him to look good.
Bring your face a little more left. Yeah, exactly. And a smile. And looking right at me. And give me more of that serious look like you had before. That was perfect. Yes.
Oh, he looks angry right now.
A little happier? Perfect.
All right. So, we like what Taylor got. We're going to the online competition again. It's game on, baby. All right, Lynn, let's get you out of here. Actually, let's do this. I'm going to take this chair. Where's Aaron? You got a suit jacket, Aaron? I do. Let's get that on. We're going mafia style right now.
1635?
Let's do the 24 millimeter. All right, so, Lynn, I want you here. Just donning it up, man. You're just right here. You're like the Godfather right now, okay? So I want you here. Aaron, I want you, let's get one of you by yourself first. Open up that jacket, yeah? And what I want you to do is we want to pay attention to the pant legs as best we can. When the groom sits down, we don't want to see his socks or anything like that. So I need to try and cover this as much as possible. So I may have you stand up. You just pull your pants down just a little bit, loosen them. Yeah, now go to sit down. There you go. Good. Cross that leg up. Good. Maybe let's button this. Yeah, just that top button. Okay. What if you go the other way with your legs? There we go. Good. And have that right hand come over your sock. Yeah, just something like that. Let's see. Yeah, I like what you're doing, where you're leaning in with your hand. Good. Yeah, maybe your hand's just leaning over the right there. Get comfortable with it. It was better. There we go, brother. It's always better when you get comfortable. I think I'm going to go 50 millimeter, Taylor, because I'm getting the bed in this shot. Just turn off that light behind him, too, please. Yeah, I like that much better. All right, looking out that window for me, man. Test shot. Okay, I'm a little hot here from that window light coming in. Okay, I'm seeing this immediately. Right, looking at me now, chin down. I'm immediately thinking of this I'm thinking of this in a black and white. Okay, and of course we'll want to mix this up, maybe with a tight shot as well. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so let's have you looking out that window again. Yeah, go serious out there for me.
Serious?
Yeah. Chin down just a little. And what I want you to do is maybe looking right here. Yeah. And looking right at me now. Yeah, right there. I like that. Chin down just a little. Good job. Now, Aaron, I want you in here for one shot. All right, and what I want you doing, Aaron, exactly, I want you standing right behind him, and I may have you like this, right behind him, and I definitely want to keep this bed out of the shot as best I can, or I may have to crop in post. So let's go. I'm switching to my 35 millimeter. I probably want to push this to about 2.8. Right? Aaron, put that left hand in your pocket for me, and scoot in this way just a little bit. And what I would normally do, let's get this shot. Yeah, here's what I want. Both of you guys looking out the window. Switch my ISO to 1600. Okay, both of you looking at me. Okay, and one more time out the window. And I'm immediately thinking of this in a black and white. Perfect, gentlemen. Actually, let's turn that light on for me, Aaron. Can we try that? See what happens. Of course, it worked for you, one shot. All right. Aaron, let's go both hands in the pockets. Perfect, I like that. Both of you looking out the window? Don't think I'm going to like this because of the mixed light, and I don't. So let's turn it off, and I'm done. So I knew I wanted, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I had a couple extra minutes. I just wanted something of the groom alone, in the chair, masculine, looking out the window, okay? So a majority of the shoot was candid, just having him getting ready. And then I went so fast through that, I now have a few extra minutes to work with him on something. And then I'm out of here. I'm going to the church. I'm out of his hair. How are we doing? I'm good to go.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Either questions, any kind of questions you want, hit us up with them right now. Anything we taught all day, because I know we had to cut early from this morning, and I know there were a ton of questions.
There are always a ton of questions, Sal, but we only have 10 more minutes.
Yes,
so, you know.
okay. Well, let's do it. 10 minutes. It's like the power round.
All right, power round.
Watch out.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Nice job, boys.
So let's just ask this question. We've talked about it before that you guys are casual, but so many people, including Julia, Wonderful Life, they noticed you took your shoes off. They want to know how you guys dress for these occasions.
So this is not how I would dress on an actual wedding day. On an actual wedding day, I would be in a pair of black dress slacks and probably a toned down shirt. I don't want to be at a wedding with a pink shirt on, a baby blue shirt on, but I'm also not in all black. I don't particularly care for that. I'll typically be black slacks and a gray, charcoal gray shirt or gray shirt, something to that effect.
I would be in pretty much the same thing, except dressy flats. I'm wearing no shoes because I forgot my flats at home, and I'm not going to wear heels when I shoot.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to shoot in heels.
No,
much respect to you ladies for being able to do that.
But dressy flats, so like patent leather, shiny, not sneakers.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Question from Fia Forever, and I could see this happening easily. What if the bride or groom are constantly on their phones, doing emails, texts, calls, while you're trying to photograph them? Does that happen?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we'll just be like, hey, I need to get these pictures of you, and then you can get back to whatever you're doing. Do you mind just holding off for a couple seconds?
Right. So again, you've got to ask
Take
for
control.
right. You've got to take control, and that starts when I walk in the room. When I walk in the room, we're introducing ourselves and we're telling our clients what we're here for and what we need. You've got to over communicate with your clients. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't be afraid to communicate. That's normal. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So a question from Jen Rice: how do you ask for testimonials from people after the wedding?
We do it after they see their wedding pictures, and if they love them, we'll say, hey, we'd love to feature your wedding on the site and get a testimonial from you. If you can go check out the site, you can see we like to feature one of your best images and then just have you talk about your experience with the studio. And most of the time they're like, yeah, and so we'll just follow up with them in email saying, hey, if you have time, just send me a quick testimonial. Here's a link to some samples.
Right. We only ask once. It's really important. We don't want to nag our clients for testimonials. If they really want to give them to us, they'll get them to us. But we mention it after they've come in, only after they've come in to see their pictures. We say, hey guys, we had a great time with you. I hope you had a great time with us. If you did, we'd love to get a testimonial from you. And then we follow up with one email. So we've had plenty of clients that have had an amazing experience and never got us a testimonial. Life gets in the way, it's unfortunate, but this is part of our process, so we're always asking for new testimonials.
Great, thank you. So a couple of people have asked about other lighting sources in here, light modifiers. Do you ever bring in a reflector? Do you ever use off-camera flash in the rooms?
Not in this room.
Okay.
I'm using available light as much as possible.
I mean, I know we talked about these.
Yeah,
and
Darlene, come on over here.
Oh.
Close this line for me.
And why not? Why not using reflectors and
It just takes too long.
off-camera flash? Okay.
Yeah, it just takes too long. It's too big a footprint. People are looking at you like you're out of your mind. And I want to move as quickly as I possibly can through a scene to shoot it. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time working with light modifiers and finding flash in the room. I personally love the way natural light looks. So, this is almost a joke. Aaron, come here and light this again. All right, here we go. So all I want to do is I just want to show you, hopefully my camera's firing again. I just want to give you perspective of using this one light source to light her. So here we are. I want to put you right here, okay? And I just want to show you, using this single light source, this bulb, I could light her and everything going on. So if my bride were getting ready and it was January, December, 5 o'clock at night, it's late at night, there's no natural light coming in through the window, this is where it's important to have fast glass. I'm setting up at ISO 1000, 1.2, and I have no idea if that's the right setting. So let's take a test shot, and it is, so I'm going to come down to ISO 800. And you better smile, Darlene. Okay? And so that's being used. Let's get the right white balance here. Okay? And I'm using this light that's coming right from there, and that's how I'm lighting her up. She's still a little warm for me, so this is a good, that's your wrong side, you said? There's a little broccoli, but it's okay. So what I can do here is now I'm going into Kelvin on my camera. So I'm changing my white balance to Kelvin. If you don't know what's going on here, grab your camera. That's what that K stands for. And I'm dialing the temperature to about 2900. I want to cool this off a little. And maybe I've cooled it off too much. All right? And I do like the way that looks. So I don't know if you could show those side by side, but one's raw, right? And one's just cooled off. Now, they're both raw. I'm sorry. One's auto white balance, one's tungsten, and then one I went right to Kelvin. But she's being lit by this single light bulb. There is no other light source in the room hitting her, so it can still be done. You've got to get creative with light sources. So I hope that answers their question.
So a couple people have asked this, so I'll just ask you. AJ Whitefang was asking, how about if someone else is paying for the wedding instead of the couple, like the parents or the friends? When you talked about taking instruction only from the bride or groom, then has that happened, and are you forced to a situation where you have to listen to the person that's paying?
Tell them about the military wedding. Not the horror story, just tell them about who paid for it.
Oh, okay. So we shot this wedding with out-of-control bridal party, including the bride and groom. They were just wasted the whole day. And Dad paid for the wedding, and so the groom, we showed up to photograph him getting ready. I won't tell the whole story.
Yeah, please don't.
And he wasn't, let's say he wasn't ready. All right, he was not awake yet. And so
we can't leave them hanging with this. Okay, here's the story. Because they're like, what is going on? What is the private story? We show up for the groom to get ready. The groomsmen open the door. Everybody is completely naked in the room. Groomsmen, not girls. It would have been great if it was girls for me, but it wasn't great. It was a bunch of dudes, sausage fest, not fun. We open the door, and the groomsman, he's like 6'4". His junk is right there. I look up at him. I look down at his junk. I look up at him. I'm like, is this really happening right now? Taylor's like, what the hell is going on? She's standing there. So this is a true story. We walk into the room. My groom is passed out on the bed. They did not pay for their wedding. Dad paid for the wedding. Dad was probably one of the top attorneys, works for one of the #1 law firms in St. Louis. He paid for this wedding, so he obviously cared more about the photography than the kids did. So our job all day was to try and corral the madness that was the kids. So we were being accountable to Dad.
I mean, you had to tell Dad, I'm so sorry, but he wasn't awake whenever we went to go do those pictures, and I had to go to the bride, so unfortunately we don't have anything of him getting ready. We're so sorry.
We had no pictures of the groom getting ready. So to that question, who am I accountable to? At that point in time, I felt I was accountable to Dad, who was paying all this money for us to be there. Of course, I'm going to balance that with the pictures. I'm not letting Dad dictate what pictures we take. The kids are dictating that, but I'm still accountable to Dad since he's the one paying the bill. So hopefully that makes sense. We need to write a book at some point on like crazy wedding stories.
Yeah, so on that note,
Yes.
I think that's a good place. I just want to say...
Are we going to name this segment that, like online, the Naked Groomsman segment?
No, I just want to say I love hearing your stories and the fact that you guys incorporate these great stories into the learning. That's just so incredible. So I really appreciate you guys.
I just want everybody out there to know they're not alone with having like these insane moments. And there's times Taylor and I, like during the day, I'm texting Taylor. I'm like, you're not going to believe this, right? And we just, you got to keep it real and roll with the punches. I think what I tell everybody as a wedding photographer, what I love about being a wedding photographer is it's crisis management all day. All day is a series of little mini emergencies.
You love that?
I do. I get off on that.
That's because you're a New Yorker.
I guess. We love the chaos. So, yeah, so there you have it.
That's fantastic. Keeps it interesting. Keeps it interesting. All right, Sal. So thank you, everyone, for joining us today. This has been another incredible day, day 3 of a 5-day workshop. Sal, what are we going to do? And Taylor, what are we doing tomorrow for day 4?
Day 4 is, I think, a lot heavier on lighting scenarios. So we're going to shoot the ceremony. We're going to talk more about how we position. Where should the primary shooter be? Where should the secondary shooter be? What are must-have shots from the ceremony, from the church? How do we light the ceremony or church? How do we do family pictures at the altar? What are the various lighting scenarios that we use? Off-camera flash, on-camera flash. So we're going to cover that. Then we're going to cover the creatives. That is the witching hour. That's where we go off and do all our cool stuff.
That's how we make our money.
That's where we make our money. So that's where we spend a little bit more time. So this part of the day is run pretty loose. We're shooting for the album. We're thinking about the album. But that's the part of the day where we know those must-have images that you see on our website, we know we have to get them during that moment in time. And then, of course, we'll end tomorrow with reception coverage. And again, a multitude of lighting setups. So I light with the little video lights. I light with the camera, with the flash on camera, and then we light with flash off camera. We set up light stands, and we'll show you how we're doing that to light the first dances.
Wow, keeps getting better and better. Unbelievable. And we're going to be at this gorgeous, gorgeous location, one we've never been at before, so it's going to be fantastic.
Creative Live, kicking it up a notch. I love it.
So I do want to let you all know out there that you can go vote for who is the better photographer,
oh boy.
Sal or Taylor. There is a bit.ly that, I don't know if it was Alyssa, but somebody at your...
My team set
your
this up?
team set
oh,
this
for
up.
crying out loud.
And the bit.ly is, so http://bit.ly/Sal or Taylor. It's a big S, a big O, and a big T. Sal or Taylor. Go put your votes in.
We already know the winner. We already know the winner.
So also would love to ask you to go over to Creative Live's Facebook page in all seriousness and give a shout out, give some thanks. There's a post there thanking Sal and Taylor, and let them know what you are taking away so far from the workshop. We'd love to see your thanks there.
People are already naming your book, so you guys can look in the chat room and get good suggestions for your book that's coming out.
Oh, the book on...
yeah, the book that you're going to write.
Wedding horror stories.
Nice.
So let me ask you guys, if you were to give people a 5-day one-on-one course with you, shooting side by side over your shoulder, how much would that cost people?
5 days side by side with me, we actually do sell it, and that
It's
would...
in the five.
No, you're talking, you're in the $12,000 to $15,000 range. Because my feeling is personally, and this was the challenge when we were coming on Creative Live, is we knew that we wanted to put something together, but does it compete with what we do home? And
There's also a fundamental issue because we get so many requests to do consulting, and
there's only so much is out to go around from a consulting perspective.
There's just not enough time, and that's why we've kind of taken this education to a platform like Creative Live, because there's so many people that do need help, and we're only 2 people.
But
And
we want to change our industry.
Yeah.
We've talked about this over the course of the 3 days we've been here. Why do we do this? We do this because we love what it means to be a professional photographer. And in this day and age where everyone is a photographer, I think someone has to emerge as a clear educational leader. And I think Creative Live has done that to help raise the bar. And we're just happy to be part of it. But it's true. It would be $12,000 to $15,000 to have this level of training from us.
Because of the time.
Because of the time involved, yeah. And the knowledge we're imparting on you. I'm showing you how to run your business turnkey. There's no reason you can't implement what we're teaching you and have a successful studio anywhere in the world.
Well, thank you for being part of this new model, because this is awesome. And for everybody at home that is watching, for $149, you can get the closest thing to working side by side with these 2 people that would cost you $12,000 to $15,000.
What kind of discount is that? Like a 99.9%
Yeah,
discount.
that's a good sale price.
It's like free. Yeah, it's a
That's
fire
a good sale price. So
a fire sale.
$149, purchase the course. The value it goes without saying. And we will see you guys back here tomorrow, 9 Pacific time. See you then.